Little Yuan had never seen the peacock plume before. She had only heard about it from her seniors. When she finally saw it, she was in awe of its appearance. She murmured, "Beautiful," then, as though she had regained her senses, she suddenly said, "Even so, it looks outdated. It's not as nice as my Nirvana sash." Ming-Shirin was speechless. Ever since little Yuan had obtained the Nirvana sash, nothing else seemed to impress her anymore. Look at her being so pleased with some lousy red cloth, Lu Zhou thought as he looked at the peacock plume. "How did you find old Seventh?" he asked. Ming-Shirin was invigorated by this question. He said with a smile, "That's a long story." "Never mind, then," Lu Zhou said as he picked up the peacock plume. Ming-Shirin was left speechless. It seemed like he had lost the opportunity to brag. In the end, he said, "Master, old Seventh's cultivation base is sealed. Because of this, he has nowhere to go. I ran into that traitor, Yu Shangrong, and one of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors, by Yuqing, as well." Lu Zhou cursed inwardly. So it was old Seventh's cultivation base that had been sealed? Outwardly, he calmly said, "I'm the one who sealed old Seventh's cultivation base. It's no surprise you managed to defeat him. Bai Yuqing's cultivation base is much more profound than yours. Since Bai Yuqing was there, how did you succeed?" Ming-Shirin seized this chance to brag. "Bai Yuqing is a member of the Nether Sect, after all. When I mentioned your name, Master, Bai Yuqing was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to stand in my way. Moreover, the traitor, Yu Shangrong, was there as well." "Did Yu Shangrong try to stop you?" Lu Zhou asked. "Not really. I lectured him for a long time. He knows he's in the wrong and didn't dare to argue with me," Ming-Shirin said with a straight face. When little Yuan recalled her encounter with her second senior brother, Yu Shangrong, at Anyang City, she wondered to herself, is second senior brother someone who listens to reason? Fortunately, I was smart enough to confiscate 7th junior brother's peacock plume before I left. This way, he won't be able to cause any more trouble or commit any more sins in the future. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. "You've done well this time," he said. Ming-Shirin bowed and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Master. If there's nothing else, you should return to rest. I have another matter to report." "What is it?" "When I returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I passed through Tongzi Town Station. I heard that Lu Xingkong, the former sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect, is gathering his forces to attack the Evil Sky Pavilion again," Ming-Shirin said. He had carefully studied the Golden Court Mountains barrier upon his return. Indeed, the barrier was much weaker now. He had also spoken with Elder Hua, who confirmed the rumors flying outside. Whether it was the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion or the cultivators of the outside world, all of them believed that his master had absorbed the power from the barrier. Moreover, those in the Evil Sky Pavilion had also witnessed what happened to the hidden chamber. Lu Zhou seemed unaffected as he said, "Luo Xingkong is a broken man. He's too insignificant to mention." Ming-Shirin hastily bowed and said, "I'm willing to go down the mountain and head to the Heavenly Sword Sect to kill Luo Xingkong." At this moment, Zhou Jifeng hurried into the Great Hall. The moment he entered, he greeted Lu Zhou. "Greetings, Pavilion Master, 4th Master, 9th Miss." "What's the matter?" Lu Zhou asked. "I heard 4th Master is back, so I came to see him." It was clear Zhou Jifeng had something he wanted to say. When Ming-Shirin saw Zhou Jifeng fidgeting, he rolled his eyes and said, "Stop hesitating and spit it out. You haven't mastered your own methods, but you sure do a good job of mimicking the hypocrisy of the noble path." Zhou Jifeng's face turned pink from Ming-Shirin's mockery. "Pavilion Master. I'm willing to go to the Heavenly Sword Sect." "Why do you want to go to the Heavenly Sword Sect? And you want to go there with your Tao-controlling stage in the Divine Court Realm?" Ming-Shirin attacked Zhou Jifeng mercilessly. Zhou Jifeng scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I can persuade them." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "You're a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple. You'd only worsen the conflict if you went. Although Luo Xingkong has been cultivating in seclusion for many years, he's not yet a concern to me. Your might knows no bounds, master. Ming Shirin said ingratiatingly. Zhou Jifeng cupped his fists and said, Luo Xingkong's seclusion isn't as simple as it seems. When I was still in the Heavenly Sword Sect, it was rumored that Luo Xingkong had obtained a cultivation method that could boost his cultivation base for a short period of time. We have to be careful of him. Boost his cultivation base for a short period of time? Isn't he worried that he might descend into depravity, implode, and die? Ming Shirin mocked. That, I don't know, Zhou Jifeng said. The path of cultivation had its own rules. Anyone who sought to break these rules would have to pay the corresponding price. Leng Luo had chosen to implode his body to help the cloud-splitting chariot survive the 10 shamans' powers. If Lu Zhou hadn't taken action, Leng Luo would not be alive today. A spear raised openly is easier to guard against than an arrow fired in secret. What if the old man, Luo Xingkong, had secretly cultivated a move of mutual destruction like Leng Luo's? Who could survive that? Everyone looked at Lu Zhou. He said nonchalantly, a mere Heavenly Sword Sect thinks it can go against me? Ming Shirin chimed in enthusiastically, that's right. When the elites of the 10 great sects attacked you back then, they accomplished nothing. Now that the son is dead, the father steps up. How ridiculous. Zhou Jifeng added, your might knows no bounds, Pavilion Master. Little Yuan stepped forward and said, forget about bounds, let's go, Miss Ninth, why your orders? When Zhou Jifeng remembered the Nirvana sash, his eyes reddened. I'm trying to improve my affinity with the Nirvana sash. Don't worry, I know I was wrong. I guarantee no one will be hurt this time, Little Yuan said with a grin. Zhou Jifeng was taken aback. Ming Shirin was speechless. Is this really Little Yuan? Something seems off. They had never seen Little Yuan apologize to anyone except Lu Zhou. Before Ming Shirin could wrap his mind around it, Little Yuan was already out the door. Zhou Jifeng cupped his fists and followed her out. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Little Yuan seems to be more mature now. Ming Shirin rubbed his eyes. He felt as though he was in a dream and pinched himself hard. Ouch. That hurts. I'm not dreaming. It's real. Lu Zhou frowned slightly when he saw Ming Shirin's antics. Master. I'm all right. I'm not crazy, Ming Shirin said awkwardly. At this moment, Duan Muxing strode into the great hall with the Overlord spear in his hand. Based on how loud his footsteps were, it seemed as though the earth would quake in his wake. He walked up to Ming Shirin and clapped Ming Shirin's shoulders firmly. Greetings, Master. A pained expression appeared on Ming Shirin's face. Why do you have to hit me when you greet Master? Lu Zhou asked, how's the repair of the hidden chamber coming along? Since the hidden chamber was destroyed while he was cultivating in seclusion, Lu Zhou could not find another place where he could peacefully understand the heavenly writing. Although the environment in the East Pavilion was acceptable, it lacked the tranquility of the hidden chamber. We'll need about 10 more days. Master, I discovered a box while I was tidying the place. Please have a look, Duan Muxing said. A box? At this moment, 2 female cultivators carried a box into the great hall. The box seemed old, but it was obvious that it had been recently cleaned. Its material was unique, resembling both leather and wood. The box was brownish in color. When the 2 female cultivators placed the box on the floor, Ming Shirin walked over curiously. What's in it? I don't know, Duan Muxing replied. Break it open, and then you'll know. No. If I could break it open, why would I ask them to carry it here? Duan Muxing rolled his eyes. You have a point, third senior brother, Ming Shirin said sheepishly. Lu Zhou rose to his feet slowly, hands behind his back, and moved toward the box. There were many boxes inside the hidden chamber, but he had never paid attention to any of them. Many of the boxes had accumulated thick layers of dust due to prolonged neglect. The other boxes were damaged when the hidden chamber was destroyed. This box is the only one that's intact. I found it strange, so I asked them to carry it here, Duan Muxing explained. Ming Shirin smiled. It's only natural for master's items to be treasures. Lu Zhou ignored them, bent down, and studied the box. This must have been left behind by Ji Tiandao when he was still alive. However, it had been so long ago that his memories were blurry, and he couldn't recall anything about the box at the moment. Restriction, Lu Zhou said, looking at the densely packed lines around the box. He identified it immediately. This was an extremely unique restriction. The lines covered all 6 surfaces of the box to form one complete pattern. If he hadn't studied it carefully, he would have thought it was a mere ornamental design. The strange thing was that restrictions or formations usually required an input of primal qi to be activated. How did this restriction operate? When Lu Zhou was cultivating in seclusion inside the hidden chamber, he had used the power of heavenly writing. Under its power, the boxes, cabinets, and lesser weapons were all destroyed without exception. Since this box remained unscathed, it indicated either its material was unique or it possessed an extremely powerful defense. Master, you're knowledgeable in formations and restrictions. What restriction is on the box? Ming Shirin could not make heads or tails of it after looking at it for a long time. Lu Zhou said nothing, instead, he continued studying it. When he walked to the other side of the box, he noticed a small opening on the side. A key. Ming Shirin came over as well. He lowered his head and looked, then exclaimed in surprise, "Indeed, we need a key." Duan Muxing saw the keyhole as well. "Master, I'll go look for the key right away." "Go." Duan Muxing turned around and left immediately. The hidden chamber was too messy. He would need some time to find something like a key amidst all that clutter. Lu Zhou did not think the key was in the hidden chamber. He glanced at the system dashboard. As expected, there was an additional tip behind the search for the lost key mission, can be used to open the lost treasure chest. He had never seen this tip before. It was obvious that the box before him was the treasure box mentioned in the mission. He had traveled far and wide to look for it only to find it right under his nose. He waved his hand and said, "Bring this to the East Pavilion." "Yes, Master," Ming Shirin said as he took the box away. Lu Zhou waved his arm casually and put the peacock plume away before returning to the East Pavilion. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. After comprehending the heavenly writing for 7 days, Lu Zhou felt that the extraordinary power within him was replenished again. Lu Zhou nodded. This meant he could use the power a few more times. At the moment, he had mastered 2 kinds of heavenly writing techniques. The first one was the power of speech, which was similar to a sound technique. The second technique was the power of muting, similar to a reflecting method. Both techniques required extraordinary power. There was only one source of this extraordinary power, and that was from comprehending the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly, 7 days, perhaps even 10. That's how long it will take me to comprehend the heavenly writing before I can unleash its power once. He was slightly amazed at the high requirements for extraordinary power. However, when he considered the might of the powers, he felt it was justified. You reap what you sow. Master, a letter from Jian'ai, Zhao Yu's voice called from outside. Ever since little Yuan became obsessed with her nirvana sash, the task of receiving letters fell to Zhao Yu. However, Lu Zhou thought this was a good thing. Zhao Yu was more mature than little Yuan. Read it. Zhao Yu produced the letter and respectfully read it aloud. Old senior, I have 3 things to tell you. First, Luo Xingkong, the former sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect, has sent out a summons to take down the evil Sky Pavilion, but the other sects have yet to show any movements. Luo Xingkong is a bit flustered and exasperated by this. You must be careful. Second, Yu Jinghai, your first disciple and the sect master of the Nether Sect, has assimilated 2 more minor sects, the Tempered Sect and the Devil Sect. By the way, Yu Jinghai seems to be quite active lately. Third, wait for my next letter. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. If he was not used to Jiang Aijin's way of doing things, he would have been rendered speechless by this letter. Can't this guy use a longer piece of paper for his letters? The report ended. Zhao Yu felt awkward. She felt out of place standing there, but leaving seemed inappropriate. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You're dismissed." "I'll take my leave, then. I'll report again when the next letter arrives." Zhao Yu left the East Pavilion. At that moment, Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the peacock plume appeared before him. He was secretly shocked by its smooth and shiny surface. His seventh disciple had possessed this weapon for a much shorter time compared to Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong with their respective weapons, clearly indicating Si Wuya had been using the peacock plume frequently. Lu Zhou raised his hand and held the weapon. For some reason, the words "refining talisman" came to mind. If he refined this weapon, what would Si Wuya think? Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the final refining talisman appeared in his hand. Perhaps due to his bond with his weapon, Si Wuya, who was sitting cross-legged in a distant hut from the evil sky pavilion, suddenly opened his eyes. A frown appeared on his face. He murmured, "Peacock plume." This was the nature of heaven-grade weapons. When the bond between a weapon and its owner reached a certain threshold, a connection akin to telepathy formed. This connection was inexplicable. Si Wuya did not know why the peacock plume suddenly appeared in his mind. At that moment, a nearby grey-robed subordinate, hearing Si Wuya's voice, decided to check on him. "Sect Master." "I'm fine," Si Wuya replied. "Sect Master, should I make a trip to the Celestial Master Sect?" "There's no need for that." Si Wuya stood up slowly. "Eldest senior brother has already promised to send someone there. If I go, he might think I don't trust him. Moreover, second senior brother has injured by Yuqing. At a time like this, it's more appropriate to seek eldest senior brother. Should I head to Pingdu Mountain, then?" Si Wuya did not reply immediately. In the past, he would have given an order right away, but now he was hesitating. "Wait. Your orders, Sect Master? Did the Heavenly Sword Sect make any moves recently?" "The Heavenly Sword Sect has sent out summons and vowed to take down the evil sky pavilion. Luo Xingkong is eager to act, but none of the other sects have joined him yet. The Heavenly Sword Sect is too insignificant to mention in its current state." Si Wuya nodded. "Has Old Eighth sent a reply?" "There has been no news from Mr. Eighth for 10 days. "That's not unexpected. He must have been sent to the Cave of Reflection. I didn't place much hope on him to provide us with information in the first place. Besides, it's probably safer for him to stay there," Si Wuya said. "Also, I suspect there's a spy among us. From now on, anything related to the evil sky pavilion, no matter how trivial, should be reported to me and inspected by me." "Understood. One more thing. Tell Wushu that there's no need to rescue Old Eighth. His current goal is to steal the peacock plume." "Yes, Sect Master." The grey-robed subordinate replied before respectfully taking his leave. On a towering tree near the secluded hut, Yu Shangrong sat on a branch, leaning against the trunk. His eyes were closed, and a faint smile played on his lips. He said nonchalantly, "Seventh junior brother, if you do that, you'd be throwing your previous efforts down the drain." Si Wuya looked at Yu Shangrong, perched on the branch, and said, "I've underestimated Master's ability." "How so?" Yu Shangrong asked. Si Wuya replied confidently, "I allowed Old Eighth to return to the evil sky pavilion to ensure his safety. Moreover, I needed him to provide me with information from within. Old Eighth is dim-witted and wouldn't be killed. If necessary, I can send Wushu to rescue him." Yu Shangrong shook his head lightly and smiled disapprovingly. "I'm just worried that Wushu might become a target scorned by the others. Also, I surrendered my peacock plume to fourth senior brother to test Master's strength." However, Si Wuya paused before continuing, "It seems the peacock plume is in danger. The conditions to refine a heaven-grade weapon are strict." Since I've helped you, you shouldn't regret it, Yu Shangrong said. You're right, second senior brother. Now, it's your turn to help me, Yu Shangrong opened his eyes. Rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow on his chiseled face. He leaped off the branch with graceful movements and landed before Si Wuya, as light as a willow branch. Si Wuya's heart quickened. Since founding the dark net, he had heard countless tales of life and death. In a single day, all sorts of events could unfold, from the most critical, like the sky falling, to the most trivial, like a mustard seed of trouble. However, he had never once felt shaken. Yet, Yu Shangrong's words sent chills up his spine. Si Wuya knew his eldest and second senior brothers had always been at odds. He wouldn't be surprised if they fought each other in the future, but he didn't expect the day to come so soon. He was caught off guard. Second senior brother, can't we? Before Si Wuya could finish, Yu Shangrong raised a hand to interrupt. I've decided. I hope he doesn't get injured within these 6 months. The world of elites was lonely, and it was natural for them to wish their opponents could fight at full strength. Fighting a weakling was boring, after all. With eldest senior brother's cultivation, I fear only master could injure him. That's why you shouldn't provoke master. After Yu Shangrong finished speaking, he lightly tapped the branch with his toes and rose into the air, as light as a feather. When he was dozens of meters up, he turned around and said, "Take care of yourself. Don't worry, senior brother. I can keep myself safe. We'll meet again." "I'm sure we will." They cupped their fists at each other. Yu Shangrong didn't waste any time. With his hands on his back, he flew into the sky and vanished into the horizon. Si Wuya shook his head and sighed softly. He returned to the secluded hut and looked at the information sheets scattered on the floor and the list of urgent matters he needed to attend to. Suddenly, the usually calm and steady Si Wuya swung his arms in anger. Swoosh! The stack of papers scattered everywhere. What am I doing all this for? At this moment, Si Wuya suddenly grunted, and blood trickled from his mouth. He did not seem bothered and calmly wiped it away with his sleeve. Another gray-robed subordinate nearby kneeled and said, "Sect Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just the backlash from trying to break the binding mantra," Si Wuya replied, his brows deeply furrowed. "Please take care, Sect Master." Meanwhile, Ding punished Si Wuya. Obtained 200 merit points. Although Lu Zhou was unsure what Si Wuya was doing at the moment, he knew these 200 merit points must mean Si Wuya had suffered from the backlash. Lu Zhou shook his head and looked at the peacock plume. It's not easy to break the binding mantra. This binding mantra originated from the system. Even if a 6 or 7 leaf elite from the Celestial Masters sect tried to break it, it would not be easy. Lu Zhou thought about everything Si Wuya had done recently. He shook his head and said, "Rascal. I'll hold on to your weapon for now." With a wave of his hand, the refining talisman vanished. This was the first time the master and disciple had fought from a distance, and Si Wuya had been thoroughly defeated. Lu Zhou put the peacock plume away. At that moment, Zhao Yu's voice came from outside. "Master, there are 2 letters." "2 letters?" Lu Zhou asked. "One is from Jin. The other is from the foot of the mountain," Zhao Yu replied. "Read them." Zhao Yu opened Jin's letter first and read aloud, "Old Senior, this third piece of information concerns an important imperial affair. I didn't want to tell you about it at first, but after some thought, I decided to share it with you. Wei Zhuyan's 4 deputies led 50,000 men to Liang province to quell the unrest there. The 4th prince, Liu Bing, has returned to the palace in triumph with his troops. I know you don't care much about rebellions, but with such a major disturbance, there's surely something amiss in the palace. Be careful of Emily." Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. In the end, this message was related to the puppet master. Emily Lu Zhou had no interest in joining the palace factions. He would leave it to fate regarding Wei Zhuyan's ability. He ordered, "Continue." "Understood." Zhao Yu opened the second letter, skimmed through it, and said, "It's a challenge letter from the Heavenly Sword Sect." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. So many trivial matters were piling up one after another. "Master, Luo Xingkong has arranged a battle arena and wants to challenge you to a one-on-one fight," Zhao Yu said hesitantly. "Ignore him." Lu Zhou did not think much of the insignificant Heavenly Sword Sect. Moreover, his mind was preoccupied with the box, the key, and comprehending the heavenly writing. He also needed to think of a way to deal with Si Wuya, Yu Shangrong, and Yu Jinghai. He had no time for other matters. "Understood. I'll take my leave then." Zhao Yu turned and left. The next morning, Zhao Yu came to the East Pavilion again, another letter in hand. "Master." This time, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Luo Xingkong has sent a messenger. It's also a letter of challenge. Luo Xingkong claims his cultivation base has improved greatly and wishes to fight you fairly. Lu Zhou said disapprovingly, "He's got some nerve." Usually, the 10 great sects regarded the evil Sky Pavilion with fear and reverence. However, the Heavenly Sword Sect was bold enough to send a letter via a mere disciple. He's truly blinded by the grief of losing his son. "There's no need to bring me any letters from the Heavenly Sword Sect from now on." "Yes, Master." During the next 10 days, a letter of challenge arrived each day without fail. They were all intercepted by Zhao Yu. The 13th letter was presented to her by one of the female cultivators. Zhao Yu thought it would be the same as the previous ones. She opened it and read the letter. A frown soon appeared on her face. "Where's the sender?" "He just left the foothill." "Capture him, and kill him with 1,000 cuts," Zhao Yu ordered expressionlessly. The 2 female disciples, being from the derived Moon Palace, were slightly frightened when they heard this command. Zhao Yu lowered her voice and said with a hint of anger, "Do it." "Understood." The 2 female cultivators sped down the mountain. With the letter in hand, Zhao Yu walked toward the evil Sky Pavilion. Zhao Yu was furious. This was her first time feeling this way since returning to the evil Sky Pavilion. A determined look appeared on her face as she headed toward the Great Hall. Just as she was about to enter, Mingshirine suddenly appeared and said, "Fifth junior sister, what's wrong?" "For senior brother, look at this." Zhao Yu waved her hand, and a gentle energy carried the letter over to Mingshirine. He caught the letter and began to read it. Various emotions flickered across his face as he read. Once he finished, he cursed, "That old geezer, Luo Xingkong. How dare he call us repulsive? How dare he challenge the evil Sky Pavilion to a deathmatch on the Lotus Dais? What's this?" Mingshirine then noticed an oval pattern at the bottom of the letter, filled with many irregular lines. He found it strange and stared at it for a long time, unable to make sense of it. Zhao Yu spoke up, "Senior brother, we must report this to Master." "All right." The 2 of them walked toward the Great Hall. Coincidentally, little Yuaner was there as well, practicing with her Nirvana sash to improve her control and affinity with it. "Senior brother, senior sister. Look at this. My Nirvana sash is much more powerful than before." Little Yuaner exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Mingshirine replied, not having the time to speak to his young junior sister. Mingshirine and Zhao Yu saw Lu Zhou holding a brush, seemingly drawing. "Greetings, Master." Both of them fell to their knees and greeted Lu Zhou in unison. Mingshirine stole a glance at the paper on the table. He saw a drawing of the box found in the hidden chamber, with even the patterns reproduced perfectly. It was a flawless depiction. "Master, you're an amazing artist." "My horizons have truly been broadened," Mingshirine said, though he found it odd. His master's handwriting had been nearly indecipherable. When had he learned to draw so well? Neither writing nor drawing were skills one could master overnight without dedicated practice and a certain level of talent, regardless of one's cultivation base. Lu Zhou placed the brush on the table and looked at Mingshirine and Zhao Yu. "What's the matter?" Please have a look at this, Master, Mingxirin said, presenting the 13th letter of challenge from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lu Zhou took the letter and scanned it, his expression unchanged, despite its unpleasant content. Master, the Heavenly Sword Sect is spreading lies everywhere. They even dare to openly insult the evil Sky Pavilion. Enough is enough. I humbly request permission to descend the mountain and kill every member of their sect, Mingxirin said. Zhao Yu chimed in, I agree. Fortunately, Duan Muxing was not there. If he had seen the letter of challenge, he would have charged down the mountain without notifying anyone. I killed Luo Chongfeng, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yet, Luo Xingkong still dares to act so boldly. They must have some tricks up their sleeves and are well prepared, Lu Zhou said calmly. Master. It doesn't matter if they came prepared, we can't forgive them for their blatant provocation, Mingxirin said indignantly. Lu Zhou nodded and said, send a message to Jiang Aijin. Tell him to investigate Luo Xingkong. Also, send him this drawing and have him investigated as well. He pointed at the completed drawing of the box. I'll go right away. Zhao Yu picked up the drawing, turned around, and left. Mingxirin looked at the oval-shaped pattern at the bottom of the letter and asked, Master, with your extensive knowledge, do you know what this is? He was quite curious. Lu Zhou turned the letter around to get a better look at the oval pattern. After another glance, Mingxiryan's eyes widened in shock. A tortoise with its head in its shell? Mingxirin was right. It was a tortoise with its head in its shell. How could the evil Sky Pavilion ignore such an insult? Master. This. How can you let this go? Mingxirin was so angered that he stumbled over his words. Based on his master's temper in the past, his master would have led them all over and killed those people without a second thought. What do you think we should do? Lu Zhou asked. Mingxirin was taken aback by the question. What is master playing at? After a moment of muttering to himself, he finally replied, since they've insulted us, Luo Xingkong deserves to die. Agreed, Lu Zhou said calmly. Mingxirin was stunned. A surge of excitement welled up in his heart. His blood began to boil, and he was filled with enthusiasm. He could not wait to charge down the mountain to avenge this insult. Moreover, he felt he had been slacking recently and wasn't performing at his best. A short while later, Zhao Yu returned. She held a letter in her hands and said, I've sent word to Jiang Aijin, but, 7th junior brother also sent a letter. She spoke tentatively, knowing that Si Wuya had recently angered their master. Who knew if their master would be displeased? Read it, Lu Zhou said. Zhao Yu opened Si Wuya's letter and began to read, Dear Master, I have a request. Before she could continue, Mingxirin cursed heatedly, that bastard. How dare he ask something of Master? I regret not ending him back then. Zhao Yu glanced at Mingxirin and continued, Please don't refine the peacock plume. My affinity and bond with it have reached their peak. When you bestowed it upon me years ago, I treated it, and still treat it, as a valuable treasure. It is impossible to find a second owner more suited to it. I believe you don't wish to see someone else tarnish the peacock plume's prestige. Mingxirin cursed again, that hopeless narcissist. Zhao Yu continued, I heard the Heavenly Sword Sect is sending out summons and taunting the evil Sky Pavilion. I've investigated this matter. Luo Xingkong is grieving for the loss of his son and wants to fight with his life. The others on the noble path plan to wait this out and reap the benefits afterward. Give me a month, and I'll surely annihilate the Heavenly Sword Sect to remove this thorn from your side. After Zhao Yu finished reading the letter, she passed it to Mingxirin. Mingxirin read it and nodded before saying, That's more like it. Old Seventh sure is willing to go to great lengths for the peacock plume. Lu Zhou wondered inwardly, how did Si Wuya know I was about to refine the peacock plume? Perhaps the bond between Si Wuya and the peacock plume was at its peak. That probably allowed Si Wuya to sense the threat of his weapon being refined. Master, I have a question. Si Wuya's dark net has eyes everywhere, but many of them are mere mortals who barely have the strength to truss a chicken. How does he plan to deal with the Heavenly Sword sect? Zhao Yu asked. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, the Nether sect. When he cast the binding mantra, although Kuan Yu had appeared, it had struck Si Wuya instead. This indicated that Si Wuya and Yu Jinghai were close. The demise of the Clarity sect certainly had something to do with Si Wuya as well. Ming Shirin scratched his head. Despite his reluctance to accept it, he said, with the Nether sect doing the work, we can sit back and relax. No, Lu Zhou raised his hand and said in a deep voice. A month is too long. Since Luo Xingkong is asking for a battle, we'll fulfill his wish. A new mission appeared on the mission list. Clear the Evil Sky Pavilion's name. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Yes, Master. Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu said in unison. They felt excited when they heard their master's words. The Evil Sky Pavilion could not possibly keep quiet and do nothing while Luo Xingkong acted so arrogantly. Early the next morning in the Great Hall, Lu Zhou looked at everyone gathered there. Pan Zhong was absent due to his injuries. Pan Lydian had been recuperating after consuming the Sable Magnolia a few days ago. Although Lin Luo was powerful, his strength was almost non-existent after the trip to Slender West Lake. Lu Zhou did not expect much from the three of them. Master. Jiang Lijian's letter arrived this morning. His words are essentially the same as what 7th junior brother said, but with some exceptions. Zhao Yu presented the letter she held and said, the Heavenly Sword sect isn't without help. However, this helper isn't among the 10 great sections. Its movements are mysterious and nearly impossible to investigate. Lu Zhou nodded. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Aijian's information was more precise than Si Wuya's. He remained silent as he walked out of the Great Hall with his hands on his back. Hua Wudao, Duan Muxing, Ming Shirin, Zhao Yu, Little Yuaner, Zhou Jifeng, Hua Yueshing, and 10 female cultivators followed him. A short while later, they stood before the cloud-splitting chariot. Senior Brooder, I heard from little junior sister that your steering has improved greatly, Ming Shirin said. It's too trivial to mention compared to your skills. It's too trivial to mention, Duan Muxing hastily waved his hands. I told you I wasn't lying. Manning the helm does wonders for your cultivation. Senior Brooder, there's another benefit to manning the helm. Ming Shirin put up a show of whispering something important. Duan Muxing inched closer. Ming Shirin softly, it can calm the heart and temper one's character. It's a wonderful method to cultivate a good attitude. Are you saying I'm hot-tempered? No, not at all, Ming Shirin waved his hands frantically. When Duan Muxing heard this, he nodded and said, 4th junior brother, what do you think about my overlord spear? It's majestic and one of a kind. It's the greatest treasure you could ever find. Ming Shirin praised. Duan Muxing sighed, shook his head, and said, I know you're disgruntled for being granted a weapon that's not up to par. You should man the helm well and calm your heart. A heaven-grade weapon is still a heaven-grade weapon, no matter what. There's no need to dwell too much on how majestic it looks. Go on, then. Duan Muxing gave Ming Shiyin's shoulder an earnest pat. I never said that I like majestic weapons. Ming Shirin reluctantly leaped to the helm. Duan Muxing turned to look at his little junior sister, thinking she needed to temper her character as well. He did not like her flinging her red cloth around everywhere she went. The others boarded the flying chariot. Duan Muxing leaped to Lu Zhou's side. He lifted a corner of his clothes, blew on the Overlord Spear's dragon ornament, and rubbed it until it shone, a pleased expression on his face. With Ming Shirin manning the helm, the journey for those on board the flying chariot was exceptionally smooth. Hua Wudao stood at Lu Zhou's side, hands on his back, looking down at the surroundings of the Evil Sky Pavilion. From this vantage point, he could see the entire Golden Court mountain barrier. He said, I have a question, Pavilion Master. When you absorbed the barrier's power while cultivating in the hidden chamber, was it to maintain your peak condition? Lu Zhou glanced at him and replied, you think that's the case as well? I dare not, the man replied. I'll mend the barrier, Lu Zhou said. The weakening of the barrier was a hot topic in the outside world, suggesting he was also growing weaker. Unfortunately, he had not found a good method to mend it yet. If he entrusted the task to his disciples, it would take them at least 3 years to complete. The 8-leaf Luo and Pan Lydian were now too old to be of much help. The quickest solution would be to use a peak trial card, but he was hesitant to use it. Hua Wudao said, the Lotus Dais is where the sects on the noble path spar. I'm just worried Luo Xingkong intentionally provoked us, setting a trap to lure us there. Your concern is valid, Lu Zhou agreed. But don't worry, Elder Hua. All tricks and schemes are meaningless before Master. Of course, I believe in the Pavilion Master's strength, Hua Wudao said. At that moment, Hua Yueshing approached. Perhaps because she was new to the Evil Sky Pavilion, she seemed reserved. She bowed and said, I have something to report. What is it? Lu Zhou asked. Hua Yueshing hesitated before speaking. While waiting for Heavenly Sword Sect's elder Zhang Ziqing at a tower near the sect, I think I saw someone familiar. Who is it? Lu Zhou inquired. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, Hua Yueshing said as she knelt. She cupped her hands and continued, when I was with Lady Jade, I unintentionally saw a portrait of the fourth prince. However, I couldn't be sure it was him, so I didn't report it earlier. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, usually guarded the borders. He had several military achievements to his name, so the factions in the palace would not easily move against him. If he wished to return, he would have to relinquish his command of the army. The question was, why would Lu Bing choose to return now? Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Hua Yueshing. He remembered Jiang Aijian's status and asked, have you met Jiang Aijian before this? Our first meeting was at Skylark Pagoda, Hua Yueshing replied, slightly nervous. Stand up and speak. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Hua Yueshing stood up respectfully. Have you contacted Jiang Aijian before? Lu Zhou asked as Hua Yueshing relaxed a bit. Thud. Hua Yueshing fell to her knees again and began to kowtow. I dare not. Hua Wudao hurriedly cupped his hands. Hua Yueshing is from the Luo sect, where upbringing is stringent. She would never do something like that. Ming Shirin turned his head and said, stringent upbringing? Then why did she leave the Luo sect? Can't answer that, can you? I was wondering why Jiang Aijian seems to know everything. It seems he and Old Seventh are cut from the same cloth, Ming Shirin remarked. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Yueshing. Even after being interrogated, her loyalty did not waver. It was clear she was not lying. He said, stand up and speak. Understood. You're talented. Have you been to the West Pavilion? Hua Yueshing replied, I haven't had the time. There's a cultivation method called quick condensation in the West Pavilion. I think it suits you well, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Hua Wudao hastily waved his hand. What are you standing there for? Thank the Pavilion Master. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Hua Yueshing kneeled again. The others were speechless when they saw this. It seemed like Hua Yueshing had gotten used to life in the palace. Kneeling seemed like second nature to her. The palace and its rotten rules. Hua Wudao said, the Luo sect doesn't have any cultivation method like this for you. An archer is powerful from a distance, but her weakness is also clear. Once another cultivator gets close enough, the archer rarely has enough time to condense energy and fire shots. Quick condensation is the perfect remedy for this shortcoming. Hua Yueshing nodded solemnly. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Hua. I will work hard. Loyalty plus 10%. Sometimes, Lu Zhou felt that although Hua Yueshing was bound by many rules, she was a pure person. She seemed to have some experience in the outside world, yet she did not appear to be completely tainted by it. Giving her a cultivation method was not a big deal, so he was surprised to see her loyalty increase by so much. Meanwhile, inside the secluded hut, Si Wuya opened his eyes. He guessed the time by looking at the sun's rays streaming through the doorway. As expected, a grey-robed cultivator flew toward him and landed on his knees. Sect Master, it's just as you've said. Someone has been passing information to the evil sky pavilion. Do you know where the information is from? The palace. Si Wuya frowned when he heard this. How strange. His master had never concerned himself with those people in the palace, regardless of their faction. How could this be possible? Have our sources in the palace investigate this. Understood. Si Wuya's frown eased. He smiled confidently and said, it's normal for Master to believe this person. In that case, we'll play along with him. I'll look for Senior Sword Devil immediately. No, Si Wuya shook his head. Go to Pingdu Mountain. Yes, Sect Master. The grey-robed cultivator turned around and left the secluded hut. Si Wuya removed the clothes from his upper body. The scarlet script on his chest remained, showing no signs of fading. He sighed softly. Since the mantra had landed on him, he had tried several methods to break it. Unfortunately, the mantra remained unaffected. Si Wuya looked through books about mantras and then shook his head. I shouldn't believe everything written in books. The methods for breaking mantras mentioned are useless. He changed into another set of robes and looked up at the sky. Then, he said, Men. Swoosh. Several grey-robed cultivators appeared immediately. Sect Master. I'm going to the Lotus Dais. When the grey-robed cultivators heard this, one of them looked up, cupped his fists, and said, Sect Master, your cultivation base is still sealed. It's too dangerous for you to go there. I suggest. Si Wuya tidied his garments and interjected, I know. However, there are certain matters that I must personally attend to. Otherwise, I'd feel uneasy. But. No buts. Are you saying my words mean nothing? Si Wuya turned to look at them. We dare not. We swear to protect you with our lives, Sect Master. Si Wuya nodded. An expression of helplessness appeared on his face as he sighed. You've been with me for many years and are willing to risk your lives to ensure my safety. I'm not someone who would take a brother's life for granted. After all these years, you should at least know this much about me. The grey-robed cultivators lowered their heads and said no more. Si Wuya added, Tell Wushu that we're ready to move. Let's go. Yes, Sect Master. The Lotus Dais was a sacred place where major sects would spar and debate. Located 10 miles north of Huaishui, in Yang Province, it was divided into 2 levels. The upper level served as the dais, while the lower level resembled the petals of a lotus. The area was wide and spacious, extending for several miles. Each of the lotus petals was adorned with a towering pillar, from which no fewer than 5 fire basins hung, providing illumination at night. The petals were covered with limestone, and the stage was made of marble. The surroundings of the Lotus Dais were peppered with many inns and gathering places, as well as bejeweled jade palaces, creating a splendid view. At this moment, many people had gathered at the Lotus Dais. Days and years have passed. Today's the 14th day. Has the Heavenly Sword Sect sent the letter of challenge to the Evil Sky Pavilion today? They've sent 13 letters so far. I'm sure they'll send another one later. I heard the letter they sent yesterday was filled with insults. Knowing the old villain, he must be furious. It's highly likely we'll see him today. I wonder which shameless person came up with such an idea. The gathered people formed small groups, waiting for the show to start. Despite receiving 13 letters, the Evil Sky Pavilion had not appeared. Some began to doubt whether the Evil Sky Pavilion would show up at all, emboldening many to move closer to the dais. On the Lotus Dais, Luo Xingkong rested with his eyes closed. He said in a dignified manner, closing his ears to the discussions below the Lotus Dais. Behind him were 10 chairs. The cultivators seated there all wore white robes and held swords. Luo Xingkong also wore a white robe, but the white strip on his forehead was stained with blood. Behind the lineup was a banner that read, "The killing of my son is an unforgivable crime." Sect Master, is the evil Sky Pavilion's villain not coming again? Several elders asked, indignant. There's no need to be anxious, Luo Xingkong said, opening his eyes. He cast a deep gaze at the sky and continued, he'll surely come after I insulted the evil Sky Pavilion so thoroughly. The old villain has a short fuse and won't let this pass. Sect Master, since the old villain has broken through the barrier's power, he might be extremely powerful, one elder warned. Save your breath. The arrow is nocked and must be fired. After years of seclusion and cultivation, I naturally have a few tricks up my sleeve. Changfeng is dead, and I have no reason to keep living. If the old villain shows up, just carry out my plan, Luo Xingkong projected his voice to the elders. Yes, Sect Master, the 10 cultivators behind Luo Xingkong responded in unison. They waited in silence for a long time, but there were still no signs of the evil Sky Pavilion. The audience grew restless. Sect Master Luo, send out the 14th letter of challenge. I suggest you insult their parents as well, someone called out. Luo Xingkong swept his gaze across the crowd but said nothing. The Heavenly Sword Sect's name will resound loudly in the cultivation world. Forget it, let's go back. I thought I'd be able to watch an interesting show today. It seems the rumors are true. The evil Sky Pavilion isn't what it used to be. I remember how grand they were in the past. Who would have dared to slight the evil Sky Pavilion back then? Someone said with a sigh. The sigh gave rise to more sighs. There were also a few self-proclaimed righteous men who voiced their support for the Heavenly Sword Sect. The villain wreaked havoc and committed crimes everywhere he went. He's also killed countless men. Everyone should persecute him. However, very few shared this view, at least not openly. There were also people who did not make their stance clear. They hid in the nearby bejeweled jade palaces, while keeping an eye on the developments on the Lotus Dais. Finally, Luo Xingkong shook his head and said, listen to my order. Send the 14th letter of challenge to the evil Sky Pavilion. At that moment, a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple approached Luo Xingkong and softly said, Sect Master, the disciple who sent the 13th letter hasn't returned from his trip yet. I'm afraid, something bad has befallen him. Luo Xingkong's expression darkened as he said, continue sending the letters. Be creative with the contents, as long as you can make the evil Sky Pavilion leave their mountain. Those who fear death will be banished from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Those willing to send the letter will be rewarded with 1,000 caddies of gold and the ancient one-sword technique. As the saying goes, a person can be bought as long as the price is right. The rich buy lives with money, while the poor exchange their lives for money. This has always been the way the world works. When Luo Xingkong made the offer, some outer disciples immediately volunteered for the task. Elder Luo Jing said contemptuously, let the audience write the letter, understood. The Heavenly Sword Sect prepared a piece of paper, a foot long, and laid it out in the open. Brushes and ink were also prepared. At this moment, someone shouted, what's that? It's a meteor. That can't be right. Since when does a meteor look like that? Swoosh. In the distant sky, something with a long tail in its wake appeared, parting the clouds in its path. It was extremely eye-catching. Knowledgeable cultivators immediately recognized it. It's the cloud-splitting chariot. It's the evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot. Run. The audience members standing on the Lotus Dais immediately scattered toward the lotus petals. Among the cultivators, there were those who had just learned to levitate. In their haste, they lost control of their primal chi and fell to the ground, seeing stars. The crowd was in chaos as they pushed and shoved each other, frantically trying to get away. Although the evil Sky Pavilion was not what it used to be, it was still a force these small fry could not afford to offend. They put a great distance between themselves and the dais, choosing to watch from below. They did not think the evil Sky Pavilion would switch its targets, give up on the Heavenly Sword Sect, and deal with third-rate characters like themselves. Luo Xingkong and the others rose to their feet. Luo Xingkong's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at the approaching cloud-splitting chariot. A hint of anticipation and a lust for battle glinted in his eyes as he said fearlessly, "You're finally here." After all, a dead man had nothing to fear. The same couldn't be said for the 10 people standing behind him. Their hearts thumped wildly in their chests, clearly not enjoying the situation. Luo Xingkong glanced around. The onlookers were clustered tightly on the lotus petals. Only a few Brahman sea cultivators hovered above, watching from a higher vantage point. The cloud-splitting chariot slowed and came to a stop a few dozen meters above the lotus dais. Everyone looked up at the chariot, and Lu Zhou and Hua Wudao came into view. Some onlookers who had never seen Lu Zhou before exclaimed in surprise, "So, that's the evil Sky Pavilion's master. The master of the 9 villains. That girl must be the youngest female disciple, Ciu Honor. She looks inexperienced, but she doesn't flinch when she kills." The others were not as recognizable, so the crowd could only make rough guesses. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples on the lotus dais. Luo Xingkong stared at Lu Zhou and said in a confident, loud voice, "You're finally here." His voice echoed throughout the area, and the crowd fell silent instantly. Little Yuana ran into the cabin, took out a chair, and giggled as she placed it behind Lu Zhou. "Master, please sit." Lu Zhou nodded and slowly sat down, inwardly pleased. The little girl is growing up. She's finally growing into a considerate young lady. Elder Hua's face showed a hint of awkwardness. As the saying goes, respect the old and cherish the young. Did he not deserve a chair as well? One of the female cultivators noticed and hastily carried a chair over. "Elder, please have a seat." "Thank you." Elder Hua cupped his fists slightly and sat down. Lu Zhou looked at Luo Xingkong, the oldest among the others, who stood at the lead. His voice rolled out in waves as he said, "Are you Luo Xingkong?" The onlookers clicked their tongues in amazement. As expected of the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch. He's hale and hearty, despite his years, he doesn't seem like a pale remnant of his past. His voice is clear and confident as ever. Luo Xingkong said in a deep voice, "I thought you were too afraid to show up since you didn't appear even after I sent 13 letters of challenge. When did the evil Sky Pavilion become so cowardly?" Lu Zhou did not take the bait, ignoring Luo Xingkong. He turned to the side and said, "Since it's just the Heavenly Sword Sect, I'll leave it to you." "Yes, master." "Yes, master." Ming Shirin gestured to Xiaoyu. "Fifth junior sister, you take over the helm." Ming Shirin was eager to switch positions. Maintaining the chariot's altitude did not require much strength, and Xiaoyu alone would suffice. Ming Shirin leaped up and then looked down. "You old geezer. You're not fit to fight my master." "That's not for you to say," Luo Xingkong replied. Ming Shirin sneered, "Hey. Luo Changfeng was your son, right? He deserved to die. How dare you challenge the evil Sky Pavilion for such a reason?" Luo Xingkong didn't seem hurried. Instead, he looked up and said, "You have a terrible mouth. Are you one of the evil Sky Pavilion's 9 great livestock?" The audience felt their bodies heat up. They didn't expect the Heavenly Sword Sect to be bold enough to insult the evil Sky Pavilion to its face. Meanwhile, a strong battle intent burned on the Lotus dais. Luo Xingkong said, "People like you aren't fit to fight against me." Then, he turned to look at Lu Zhou and continued, "The only one worthy for me to make a move is you alone." Lu Zhou did not deign to reply to Luo Xingkong. He closed his eyes and rested his spirit. Ming Shirin said, "If you want to fight my master, you'll have to defeat me." Luo Xingkong waved his hand, and 5 of the 10 men behind him stepped forward. "We are the 5 great disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Who dares challenge us?" The strong battle intent from the Heavenly Sword Sect exceeded the audience's expectations. "Is the Heavenly Sword Sect not afraid of death? I'll go." Duan Mu Xing shouted. Just as he was about to jump down, the Heavenly Sword Sect's elder Luojing said, "I'll handle this one." Hua Wudao stood up slowly, hands behind his back. "Allow me." As everyone watched, Hua Wudao walked on the air and slowly descended. He looked at Luojing, but Luojing stepped back, and the 5 great disciples surrounded Hua Wudao. Mingshi Yin saw through their tactics immediately. He turned to Lu Zhou and said, "Master, that old fox is playing games." Lu Zhou did not open his eyes, he merely nodded. It was pointless to watch Tianji race his horses. Moreover, Hua Wudao was a 7-leaf elite, and his 6 compatible seal was unmatched. The 5 cultivators were only in the divine court realm. How could they match Hua Wudao? The 5 disciples began orbiting Hua Wudao, their swords vibrating with energy. Luo Xingkong said mockingly, "I was wondering who you'd send out. In the end, it's Yin Sect's elder Hua. I feel ashamed for you." Hua Wudao stood with his hands on his back, his expression unchanged. He had already thought it through and made his peace while in the evil sky pavilion. From the day he joined, he knew he would face a situation like this. "Do your worst," he said. The 5 disciples brandished their swords and slashed at Hua Wudao. He widened the distance between his feet as 6 scripts surrounded his body. He took a step forward. 6 compatible seal. The sunlight did nothing to diminish the radiance from the 6 scripts. Bang! 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 The sword energies landed on the 6 compatible seal, but Hua Wudao seemed completely unaffected. He took another step forward. Seeing this, Luo Xingkong was stunned. He had heard about Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal before. Many scoffed at it, calling it a tortoiseshell technique. Now, witnessing its application, he was surprised. Bang! 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 The 5 disciples did not hold back as they attacked. Alas, the 6 compatible seal was far from what they had imagined. They were like ants trying to uproot a tree. Their attacks had no effect on the 6 compatible seal. Hua Wudao took another step forward. Only Luojing cried out, "What are you waiting for? Combine your swords." Understood. The 5 disciples rose simultaneously and merged into one. At that moment, a massive green circle appeared where Hua Wudao stood, about 5 meters in diameter. This was Hua Wudao's 8 trigrams energy seal. The Buddhist cultivation method, bright mirror. With a heart as clear as a mirror, one could understand all beings and grasp the opponent's every move. Those who were blessed would see their cultivation bases greatly enhanced, while those who were cursed would see their cultivation bases greatly weakened. This was an ultimate area skill that empowered the caster and harmed the opponent. It required at least the nascent divinity tribulation realm to execute. The deeper one's cultivation, the more terrifying its effects. The Heavenly Sword Sect was a Daoist sect, so why were its members practicing this method? On the other hand, Hua Wudao was not the least bit afraid. His expression remained indifferent as he continued to move forward. The 8 trigrams seal was beneath his feet, and only 3 of the scripts remained in his 6 compatible seal, the others had shot out. Luojing shook his head and said, "Heed my order. Your task today is to kill anyone from the evil sky pavilion." Hua Wudao replied, "I'm afraid you won't be killing anyone today." The 6 compatible seal suddenly enlarged and spread out. 9 shining golden scripts shot in all directions. The 5 disciples had barely unleashed their sword techniques when they were sent flying back by the scripts. The 5 disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood and dropped their swords. Their energies were easily shattered, as if they were made of glass. Even with a powerful enhancing technique like the bright mirror, it could not close the gap in their strength. Hua Wudao demonstrated a perfect display of crushing his opponents using the difference in their cultivation bases, leaving no room for them to act. Amazing! The scene resembled a grandfather disciplining his grandsons, with the 2 sides on completely different levels. Who said tortoiseshell techniques couldn't be used offensively? Who said they were only destined to be a punching bag? The audience members felt their blood boil from watching this, and most of them exclaimed in awe. The Yun Sect's elder has truly joined the evil Sky Pavilion. The evil Sky Pavilion has a powerful ally. Doesn't this mean the Heavenly Sword Sect is in trouble? Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal was exceptionally eye-catching and dazzling. Though it was a tortoiseshell technique, its visual impact was impressive, especially when the 9 scripts shot out. The combination of golden radiance and Daoist mudra made it look as if a golden flower had briefly appeared. Luo Xingkong frowned as he looked at the bright mirror seal on the ground. Hua Wudao continued moving forward. The 6 compatible seal appeared again, and the 5 disciples crashed to the ground. 4 of them were knocked out, while one spat another mouthful of blood and died. Ming Shirin shook his head at the sight. He's been with the Yun sect for too long. He's still not ruthless enough. However, he has shown some improvement. After all, when he first joined the evil Sky Pavilion, I didn't think he would ever kill another person. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was still resting his spirits with his eyes closed, pondering over the box and the key and how he should capture the remaining rascals. He paid no heed to the developments on the Lotus Dais. Hua Wudao continued to move forward. With every step he took, another script appeared on his body, shining with golden radiance. Luo Xingkong stared at Hua Wudao and said, "Hua Wudao, I really didn't expect a Grand Yun sect elder to side with the evildoers. I'll have to demand an explanation from the Yun sect after this is over." Hua Wudao suddenly shot forward. BZZT. Hua Wudao's 80-foot, 7-leaf avatar towered above everyone. The Heavenly Sword Sect's people fell limply to the ground when they saw the avatar, standing too close and overwhelmed by its presence. The 5 elders and Luo Xingkong looked up with frightened expressions. The audience stared with their mouths agape. 7-leaf. That's a 7-leaf avatar. Many tried their whole lives but were unable to attain it. With just Hua Wudao alone, it seemed like an uncrossable chasm had opened up between the Heavenly Sword Sect and the evil Sky Pavilion. The onlookers were in an uproar. How are they going to fight this? Fight? Forget about fighting. The Heavenly Sword Sect is asking to be humiliated. At this moment, in the flying chariot, Ming Shirin said, "Elder Hua, don't bully the juniors." Hua Wudao nodded. He tapped the ground with the tips of his toes. His avatar vanished, and he returned to the flying chariot with movements as light as a swallow. The difference was too great, it was meaningless to fight. "Here I come." Little Eunuch leaped down from the flying chariot. The audience was puzzled. What are they playing at? Isn't Hua Wudao enough? Why are they switching people? Nonetheless, the onlookers were looking forward to the show. After all, a one-sided fight would be too boring. This is the evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple, Eunuch. Why is she bringing that red strip of cloth? Is she planning to get married? As soon as the person who made that remark finished speaking, the Nirvana sash flew away from little Eunuch like a dragon toward him. The onlookers were scared out of their wits and scrambled to retreat. The person didn't even have time to react before he was lifted high into the sky by the Nirvana sash. Then, the sash loosened its hold. The cultivator who had just entered the mystic and lightning realm began to freefall in the air. A miserable wail rang out before he crashed to the ground, bloodying his face. "That strip of cloth? This will teach you to keep your mouth shut," little Eunuch said indignantly. "What a fierce little girl." Someone with keen eyes suddenly exclaimed in awe, "A heaven-grade weapon." "That's a heaven-grade weapon." It's said that the evil Sky Pavilion is filled with treasures. It seems like it's true. It's best to keep your mouth shut. That brother has it bad. Little Eunuch didn't even look at those beyond the stage. The Nirvana sash returned to her like a flying dragon, looping around her. She looked at the people from Heavenly Sword Sect with a smile. She pointed at Luo Xingkong, motioning for him to come over. "Old man. I'll be your opponent." The Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples took a step back. Many of them regretted being there. Why did they have to confront the evil Sky Pavilion so directly? Even the weakest villain is so terrifying. How are we supposed to fight? I'll be your opponent, little girl. Luo Jing, one of the 5 elders behind Luo Xingkong, could no longer endure it. As his words left his mouth, his sword soared through the air, and sword energy surged. On the Lotus Dais, streaks of flashing crescent sword energies danced in the air. Little Eunuch did not let her guard down. She took 2 steps back and parried the blows with her Nirvana sash. Someone said, Luo Jing is in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He has no leaf. He's one of the Heavenly Sword Sect's elites. I heard the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th Disciples cultivation base is only in the Divine Court realm. The Heavenly Sword Sect should be able to salvage some of their dignity now. The onlookers had barely finished their discussion when little Eunuch's Nirvana sash lashed out violently in all directions. Little Eunuch rose into the air, moving swiftly using the Nirvana sash as her foothold. This was the 7 stars cloud treading steps. Bam! 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 She pushed Luo Jing back with the Nirvana sash and a crushing momentum. Luo Jing did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. His expression soured as he retreated. Bright mirror. The instant Luo Jing entered the bright mirror's range, his avatar appeared. Under the enhancement of the bright mirror, his avatar sprouted leaves. There was a sudden surge of power, and his sword energies grew stronger. Be careful, little junior sister, Mingxian warned little Eunuch from above. Take this. Luo Jing stomped both feet on the ground and charged straight at little Eunuch. With his sword in hand, he slashed at her. The tip of his sword flashed with a golden light, and he seemed to transform into a streak of light. Mingxian frowned, wondering if he should help little Eunuch. Whiz! Little Eunuch's avatar materialized behind her. Its appearance was unique, resembling a child in the process of growing. It had grown 10 feet taller compared to before. Most importantly, her avatar was sprouting a leaf at that moment. How's this possible? She's sprouting a leaf. She's sprouting a leaf in the middle of battle? She's in the nascent divinity tribulation realm with a 1-leaf avatar. She's not in the divine court realm. Little Eunuch's performance changed the people's views of the evil sky pavilion. While there were many with terrifying talents, she was the only one who managed to attain a 1-leaf avatar and enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm within 6 years. This was unprecedented and likely would never happen again. Little Eunuch watched as Luo Jing charged at her. Instead of retreating, she advanced. She flew into the air, meeting him head-on. Too late. Luo Jing scoffed. The sword in his hand suddenly multiplied into 8, and 8 sword energies shot toward little Eunuch. Under the influence of the bright mirror, they seemed even more powerful. Whiz! What's that? No way. The cloud feather raiment? Wait. Not only does she have the cloud feather raiment, but she also has the cloud treading boots. The cloud treading boots, coupled with the 7 stars cloud treading steps, were extremely powerful. Little Eunuch brought her Nirvana sash along and hovered above Luo Jing, despite his incoming sword energies. The sword energies were negated, and she pounced on Luo Jing. A smile dripping with ridicule appeared on her face as she said, "You're too weak." After that, she kicked him hard. Bam! Ding! Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward, 1,000 merit points. At this moment, it was deathly quiet on the Lotus Dais. The onlookers gulped as they stared at the falling Luo Jing. The great heavenly sword sect elder was killed with a single kick. Elder Luo. 2 disciples rushed over to check on Luo Jing. Elder Luo is dead. Little Eunuch paid them no mind. She hovered in the air and gestured at Luo Xingkong. They're not enough. You should be my opponent. The remaining 4 elders could not take this any longer. Luo Yong, kill this little girl. Avenge Luo Jing. Luo Yong was one of the 5 great elders. Little junior sister, you're too slow. Allow me, Mingxian said as he slowly descended. The onlookers shifted their gazes to Ming-Shirin. He must be the evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple. Little Eunuch pouted and said, "Senior brother, I haven't had enough yet. Be a good girl. You've had your moment." Humph. Little Eunuch returned to the flying chariot. Ming-Shirin stood on the Lotus Dais, with his hands behind his back. He looked at the people of the Heavenly Sword Sect and said, "I'm not my junior sister. I won't hold back. Come." Realization seemed to dawn on the onlookers at that moment. The evil Sky Pavilion did not only come to annihilate the Heavenly Sword Sect, they were also here to prove that the evil Sky Pavilion was still powerful. It seemed they were trying to regain their former glory. They only remembered that the evil Sky Pavilion's first, second, and seventh disciples had left. They seemed to have forgotten that the evil Sky Pavilion still had other disciples. Moreover, the remaining disciples appeared as powerful as Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong, who traveled the lands and challenged all kinds of elites. Preposterous. Luo Yong raised his sword at an angle. His eyes were cold, and he looked as though he no longer cared about life and death. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves again. "That's Luo Yong, one of the 5 great elders. He's skilled and known for landing the final blow. It's rumored that the cultivators he faced could not even take more than 3 blows from him. He's that powerful? He's an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, after all. Moreover, he's brave enough to disregard his life. The evil Sky Pavilion should have let Hua Wudao fight." Luo Yong's face was expressionless as he looked at Ming-Shirin. His sword moved, and primal chi surged from his body. When he moved, he left afterimages in his wake. Upon seeing this, the onlookers gasped in surprise, watching with rapt attention. "He's too quick." The scene resembled one where dozens of figures were attacking Ming-Shirin at the same time. Ming-Shirin smiled and charged forward. Rip! A clear ripping sound resounded across the Lotus Dais. The surging primal chi and the vibration of the sword abruptly ceased. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill at that moment. The two opponents had switched positions, now standing with their backs to each other. Luo Yong's eyes were wide open. He exhaled but did not inhale. His lips trembled as he mumbled, "How? How is this possible?" Then, he fell face first to the ground. Ding! Killed a nascent divinity Tribulation realm target. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Luo Xingkong's frown deepened. He looked at Ming-Shirin, who had turned to face them. The onlookers were extremely frightened. He only made a single move from the beginning to the end. How did he do that? Many of the onlookers could not catch what happened due to their cultivation bases. They merely saw figures clashing and heard a ripping noise before it was all over. There were no flashy collisions of energies or Daoist mudras. "Who's next?" Ming-Shirin asked calmly. There were 3 elders left, but they no longer seemed like a formidable threat. The onlookers shook their heads. The outcome is clear. The Heavenly Sword Sect is done for. They had the bright mirror on their side, and yet, they were easily crushed. The cultivation world has underestimated the evil Sky Pavilion. The 3 remaining elders are only in the peak divine court realm. How can they possibly be a match for the evil Sky Pavilion? Ming-Shirin looked at the people from the Heavenly Sword Sect and said again, "Luo Xingkong, I suggest that you step forward." Although Luo Xingkong was clearly furious, he did not make a move. He seemed to be waiting for the perfect opportunity to make a move. He glanced at the flying chariot occasionally, only to see Lu Zhou's eyes still closed, as if all this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he felt stifled. He turned to look behind him, it was empty. "Fourth junior brother, it's my turn," Duan Muxing brandished his overlord spear, addressing Ming-Shirin. Please don't. I haven't had enough asterisk. Ming-Shirin rolled his eyes and said, "Third senior brother, this isn't a fight worthy of you. You should stay with master." Fighting these people would only lower your status. Upon hearing this, the onlookers had different thoughts in their minds. Listen to that, is that something a decent person would say? So, the Evil Sky Pavilion's third disciple is an elite on the same level as the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch? This assumption was not outrageous. After all, the first disciple, Yu Jinghai, and the second disciple, Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, were cultivation elites. It was rumored that the two of them had 8-leaf cultivation bases for a long time. The third disciple had joined the pavilion quite early, so his cultivation base should be quite profound as well. Ming Shirin addressed the people before him, is there anyone else who wants to fight as well? The air seemed to stagnate at this moment. Luo Xingkong turned to look at the three elders. What's with this farce? Any random disciple from the Evil Sky Pavilion can easily crush us. Does he think we find it fun to throw our lives away? All of a sudden, one of the elders tossed his sword to the side and loudly said, I quit. The audience was in an uproar. In the noble path, acts of treason or fleeing were considered detestable and unforgivable. To think that something like this would happen to the Heavenly Sword Sect, one of the 10 great sections. It was impossible for Luo Xingkong to not feel angered. I quit as well. The remaining 2 elders tossed their swords aside. Luo Xingkong's expression changed, and he raised his right hand. A golden fist shot toward the elders. Bam! Bam! The 2 elders died simultaneously. Luo Xingkong said expressionlessly, the Heavenly Sword Sect's elders Luo Tianxiang and Luo Hongzhong fled before the enemy. Executed on the spot. The onlookers wore fearful expressions. How merciless! At this moment, the onlookers could sense that the drama was about to reach its climax. They looked at Luo Xingkong, whose face was steely. From beginning to end, he was the only one who appeared cold, furious, and vengeful. At this moment, a voice rang from the flying chariot. Sect Master Luo, why do you have to do that? The others turned to look. It was neither Lu Zhou nor Hua Wudao who had spoken, but the Heavenly Sword Sect's former first disciple, Zhou Jifeng. Traitor, Luo Xingkong cursed as soon as he saw Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou did not open his eyes, he merely waved his left arm. Having received permission, Zhou Jifeng stepped into the air and hovered above the Lotus Dais, surveying his surroundings. He cupped his hands at the onlookers and said, everyone, I need to clarify the truth. Here comes the juicy part. Such was the nature of men. Losing or winning a battle was not important. Everyone kept their ears open as they looked at Zhou Jifeng, who was hovering in the air. Since he was the former first disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his words should be credible. Zhou Jifeng's appearance excited the audience. After all, watching a one-sided battle was boring. They might be in awe for the first few rounds, but it quickly became tedious. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples began to curse upon seeing Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng, traitor of the Heavenly Sword Sect. How dare you show your face here after joining the Evil Sky Pavilion? Traitor! Death to the traitor! Traitors have been despised since ancient times, regardless of whether they were from the noble path or the fiend path. This was a conflict between the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Heavenly Sword Sect's people were even willing to risk their lives to provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion. What did Zhou Jifeng want at this point? Luo Xingkong looked up and said in a deep voice, Zhou Jifeng, I regret not letting Changfeng kill you with a palm strike back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive today. Zhou Jifeng looked down at Luo Xingkong and replied, Luo Changfeng nurtured me only to enhance his own cultivation. Tell me, he killed my parents and humiliated my family. What should I do about that? His tone was calm, but it was laced with thick primal qi, causing his words to resonate around the area. Upon hearing this, the onlookers broke out in a commotion. Luo Changfeng was the poster boy of the noble path, and they were naturally shocked to learn that he had committed such an act. Moreover, it was widely known that Zhou Jifeng was one of Luo Changfeng's prized disciples. This was hard for them to believe. Lies. My son has always acted righteously and with a clear conscience. How dare you slander him now that you've joined the evil Sky Pavilion? Luo Xingkong said. Zhou Jifeng had expected that people would not believe him, so he was not surprised. He spoke with a clear voice, my real surname is Jiang. I'm from the Jiang family in Yi province. Jiang family? Yi province's Jiang family? That family has produced cultivation geniuses generation after generation. Someone said in surprise. Zhou Jifeng is from the Jiang family? How? How do we know he's telling the truth? Another person asked. Zhou Jifeng continued, I have the special mark of the Jiang family on my body. My cultivation style was compatible with Luo Changfeng. The nascent divinity tribulation realm is divided into 3 stages, the Tao primal, the chaotic primal, and the combined Tao. The combined Tao stage is the only one where 2 can be merged as 1. At that moment, the sword on his back buzzed and vibrated. The sword moved and spun in the air, drawing several shadows, before merging into 1. That's Luo Changfeng's sword skill. No one in the Heavenly Sword sect mastered it except Zhou Jifeng, someone commented. Zhou Jifeng's sword fell, and thousands of sword shadows revolved around him, demonstrating his precise control. His clothes were shredded by the move, and the onlookers exclaimed in surprise again. The move did not seem powerful, but it was rare for someone to have such fine control over a sword. There was no doubt that the sword, which moved like the wind and the willow, was Luo Changfeng's style. Zhou Jifeng turned around and showed his back to everyone. Everyone saw the unmistakable, delicate mark on the back of his shoulder. Several people in the crowd immediately recognized the mark. Indeed, that's the unique mark of the Jiang family. The Jiang family brands this mark on their members' backs. It looks exactly like a birthmark. There's no mistaking it. The Jiang family was tragically wiped out 30 years ago. Rumor has it that the culprit was an elite swordsman. Zhou Jifeng looked around and said in a clear voice, the one who killed my family isn't the evil Sky Pavilion, but Luo Changfeng from the so-called Noble Path's Heavenly Sword sect. He said this with raw emotion as he pointed at the Heavenly Sword sect. While a few initially agreed, once several groups confirmed it, even the skeptics were convinced of the truth in Zhou Jifeng's words. Tui. The Heavenly Sword sect is despicable. Tui. They claim to be on the noble path, yet they commit acts that would enrage both gods and men. Many indignant onlookers expressed their opinions, spittle flying everywhere. A large public commotion can drown out many things. Once the crowd began to curse, their words were far worse than the contents of the 13 letters of challenge. Luo Xingkong, I feel ashamed for you having such a shameless son. If I were you, I would kill myself in some isolated place where no one would find me. Skipping 10,000 words of insults. How much did Luo Xingkong care about his reputation? He would not tolerate even the smallest blemish on his name, nor would he allow the sect's reputation to be tarnished. How could he endure the verbal abuse from the crowd? You, Luo Xingkong glared at Zhou Jifeng and staggered a few steps back. He was so infuriated he almost spat blood. Sect Master. 2 disciples rushed forward to support Luo Xingkong. Even then, the crowd did not relent with their insults. Instead, they only laughed at Luo Xingkong. Serves him right. He deserves it. The insults made Luo Xingkong feel dizzy. Ming Shirin smiled. The old geezer has sustained internal injuries. It seemed Luo Xingkong did not have long to live. No wonder he was in such a hurry for revenge. Zhou Jifeng regarded Luo Xingkong coldly. Pointing at him, he said, I couldn't avenge Luo Changfeng's death myself, so I'll kill you in his place. His sword danced, and dozens of neatly arranged energy blades shot toward Luo Xingkong. Luo Xingkong lifted his arms. The 2 disciples staggered backward. As the saying goes, even a scrawny camel is larger than a horse. Although he had internal injuries, Luo Xingkong was not someone Zhou Jifeng, in the divine court realm, could easily deal with. He spread his arms, and a wave of energy dispersed the energy blades. Whiz. An avatar appeared before Zhou Jifeng, blocking all of Luo Xingkong's attacks. Ming Shirin appeared in the air and said with a smile, "I'm your opponent. You think you can stop me?" Luo Xingkong roared in fury. Ming Shi clicked his tongue and taunted Luo Xingkong with a finger, saying, "They're right. You're really shameless." Luo Xingkong turned to look at Lu Zhou and said icily, "You killed my son. It's only fair that I kill one of your disciples." After saying that, he turned his attention to Ming Shirin, who was hovering in the air. He raised his right hand, and a long, thin streak of primal chi appeared, transforming into a sword. "The primal nurturing sword," someone in the crowd said. "A quasi-heaven-grade weapon," another added. The primal nurturing sword spun a few times above Luo Xingkong's palm. Energy blades appeared in the air, showering down toward Ming Shirin like a rain of blades. Ming Shirin recalled his avatar and descended to the ground. Bam! 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 His separation hook appeared. "You dare fight me with a one-leaf avatar?" Luo Xingkong increased the output of his energy. Suddenly, Ming Shirin charged through the energy blades and moved swiftly toward his opponent. Bam! He stabbed forward with the separation hook. Luo Xingkong raised his palm, parrying the blow with his energy and retreating from the impact. "Nice," the crowd exclaimed in surprise. "That was a good close-range move." As expected of a disciple from the evil Sky Pavilion. He knows how to dodge the attack and play to his advantage. At this moment, Ming Shirin had successfully closed the distance with Luo Xingkong. A heaven-grade weapon was no joke. Luo Xingkong stumbled a few steps backward before he finally managed to stabilize himself. Ming Shirin stood in his spot and smiled. "Who told you I only have one leaf?" Luo Xingkong frowned. "So what if you have 2 leaves?" "Who told you I only have 2 leaves?" Ming Shirin retorted with a smile. The onlookers were shocked. At this moment, Ming Shirin looked down at his feet. A green circle could be seen shining on the ground. It's the Buddhist bright mirror again. There's a Buddhist elite nearby. If the bright mirror was used as a formation, it had to be set up beforehand and could only be used once. If they wanted to use it again, they would need the help of a Buddhist elite. It seemed the Heavenly Sword Sect had received assistance. Was this person the source of the Heavenly Sword Sect's confidence? Meanwhile, the radiant circle on the ground expanded and covered Luo Xingkong as well. At the same time, 10 individuals flew over behind Luo Xingkong. People make mistakes. We should forgive whenever possible. This caught the attention of the onlookers near the Lotus Dais. "The nuns from Cloudshine Nunnery?" a few people exclaimed in surprise. More than 10 nuns appeared on the dais and bowed to greet everyone. "Wu Yan of Cloudshine Nunnery greets everyone," one of them said. The appearance of Wu Yan, the Buddhist master from Cloudshine Nunnery, caused everyone to fall silent. If the Heavenly Sword Sect had such a helper, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Luo Xingkong cupped his fists at Wu Yan and said, "Thank you for your help, Buddhist master." Wu Yan, the female Buddhist master, had risen to fame a century ago. She was the greatest elite of Cloudshine Nunnery. No one had expected that Cloudshine Nunnery would come to the aid of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Hua Wudao turned to look at Lu Zhou, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and said, "Pavilion master." "I know," Lu Zhou replied without opening his eyes. He had anticipated the possibility that their opponents might have outside help. Moreover, it seemed their opponents had more than one ally. Wu Yan glanced at Luo Xingkong, then raised her palm and softly chanted sutras, waving her horsetail whisk. A light blue radiant circle appeared under Luo Xingkong's feet, shining as brightly as the stars in the night sky. The Buddhist healing technique, the merciful arc of salvation, Luo Xingkong said, moved. "Thank you, Buddhist master." Wu Yan nodded and turned to look at Ming Shirin. "Dear benefactor, I have been observing from a pavilion in the distance. The Heavenly Sword Sect has already suffered a great blow. The evil Sky Pavilion would be discourteous if it insisted on oppressing the weak." Ming Shirin chuckled and said, "Don't preach about courtesy to me. I'm no righteous man. So what if I want to oppress the weak? What are you going to do about it? Fight me? He looked at his master, thinking to himself, King enjoy oppressing the weak through my affiliation with master. Benefactor, there's no need to use such crude words. There's a saying about justice being in the hearts of the people, and there can be no waves without the wind. I can't bear to watch this, so I'd like to discuss this with you. Mingxian rolled his eyes and said, Here comes another lecture. Wu Nian replied, I merely wish to put an end to this conflict so that it wouldn't escalate further. Why didn't you show up earlier then? Are you only showing up now to protect your little man? Mingxian sneered. You. Wu Nian, an elite of the Cloudshine nunnery, was respected and praised by many. How could she endure such snide remarks? Just as she was about to leap into rage, two words rang clearly in the air, Wu Nian. Everyone on the Lotus Dais clearly heard the voice, which seemed to have come from the cloud-splitting chariot. All eyes immediately shifted to the chariot. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. He stood at the bow of the flying chariot, looking down at the Lotus Dais with his hands on his back. It seemed like the evil Sky Pavilion's master, the greatest villain under the heavens, was finally about to make his move. Buddhist Master Wu Nian raised her head slightly. A look of shock briefly flitted across her face before she said, Old benefactor. Do you recognize me? Lu Zhou asked. Wu Nian shook her head and said, This is our first meeting. Is Jing Yan faring well these days? Lu Zhou asked. Old benefactor, do you know my master? Wu Nian asked, her voice slightly shaking. Lu Zhou sighed and said, It's the teacher's fault for not properly teaching and disciplining the pupil. How can Jing Yan have a disciple like you who can't differentiate between right and wrong? Why do you say that, old benefactor? Wu Nian asked. I thought she would focus on her cultivation and manage Cloudshine nunnery well when I granted her the Jade horsetail whisk. What a shame, mentioning the Jade horsetail whisk, Wu Nian's expression changed slightly. The Jade horsetail whisk is from the evil Sky Pavilion? The audience was in an uproar again. When Luo Xingkong saw Wu Nian's mood darken, he hastily said, Don't be fooled by the old villain. Please help me, Buddhist master. After saying this, he moved in front of Wu Nian, looked up, and shouted, Old villain, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Zhou surveyed the buildings around the Lotus Dais, wondering where the Heavenly Sword Sect's other helpers were hiding. Aren't they coming out? I thought you'd be able to tell right from wrong, being the former sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect. I thought you would offer something substantial on the Lotus Dais. I'm truly disappointed, Lu Zhou spoke calmly and slowly. You prattle on about compassion, duty, propriety, and integrity, yet you kill without mercy. You pride yourself on being part of the noble path, yet the words that come from your mouth are far from decent. On top of that, you remain oblivious to it all. You're truly a shame to your predecessors. You. Luo Xingkong suddenly felt his chest tighten. These words stung, especially since they came from Lu Zhou. Mingxian chimed in, You might not be aware, but you've become a laughingstock. Laughter rang out around the Lotus Dais promptly after Mingxian spoke. Regardless of whether they were from the noble path or a renowned sect, they knew Luo Changfeng had committed despicable acts. At this moment, Luo Xingkong seemed to be reminded of the insults and sneers from the crowd, which grew more profane by the minute. Someone shouted, Luo Xingkong, you've lived for so many centuries in vain. You can't even defeat his disciple, and you dare to challenge him. Do you have any shame? That old thief thinks too highly of himself. He's old and weak, with a battered body. All he can do now is bark furiously at his opponent. How brazen! Upon hearing these words, Luo Xingkong's eyes widened before he spat out a mouthful of blood due to the surging qi and boiling blood. Sect Master! Sect Master! The Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples rushed toward Luo Xingkong. His eyes were so wide they seemed about to pop out of their sockets, and his chest rose and fell heavily. When Buddhist Master Wu Nian saw this, she said, Ba. Step aside. The Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples took a step back. Wu Yan waved her horsetail whisk, and a faint blue light shone on Luo Xingkong. Lu Xingkong spat out another mouthful of blood. Ming Shirin shook his head and said, "This is the backlash from his anger." The merciful arc of salvation would only expedite his death instead of healing him. When Buddhist Master Wu Yan heard this, she immediately retracted her jade horsetail whisk. 10 nuns stepped forward and surrounded Luo Xingkong. They joined their palms together and began chanting a sutra. "Meditation learning?" Ming Shirin sneered and said, "Old thief, just give up. Why do you have to do this? Do you want to stay alive just to listen to the insults being hurled at you?" You. Luo Xingkong panted heavily. "Your problems will be over once you're dead. You won't have anything to hold on to. Listen to me, just go on your way. Moreover, there's no way you can defeat my master. It's really not that bad. You'll be the first person to be angered to death by the evil Sky Pavilion. You'll be famous." Luo Xingkong's anger reached his heart. His chaotic primal qi exploded in his meridian vessels, and he took his last breath. His head lolled to the side as the strength left his body. The entire place fell silent. The 10 nuns had stopped chanting the meditation learning as well. The onlookers were baffled and shocked. The great former sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Luo Xingkong, had been angered to death? A palpable silence loomed over the entire place. Even the sound of a needle dropping would have resounded loudly at that moment. Lu Zhou heard the notification of the 1,500 merit points reward from the system. It seemed that angering someone to death was also counted as the evil Sky Pavilion's doing. He really did not expect Luo Xingkong to die in such a way. Moreover, he had not even had a chance to make his move. This was destined to become a joke in the cultivation world. Ming Shirin said with feigned innocence, "Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. I was just kindly offering my advice." Ba. A hurtful remark is as cold as 6 months of winter. "I did what I could," Wu Yan sighed softly. She turned around and looked at her 10 disciples before calmly saying, "Let's return." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You're not going anywhere." Lu Zhou's disciples naturally understood what he meant. The first to move was Duan Muxing, who had been holding back for a long time. He flexed his arm, raised the Overlord spear, and threw it with all his might. The spear was enveloped in energy, its tip glinting in the light as it soared through the air. Anyone with a keen eye could easily see this was a fine heaven-grade weapon. Heaven-grade weapons were divided into different ranks, though the distinctions were a bit vague. The difference in heaven-grade weapons was most evident when Yu Shangrong's longevity sword broke Shui Ping's male and female dual swords. Apart from that, the effectiveness of a heaven-grade weapon also depended on the strength of its wielder. A heaven-grade weapon in the hands of a cultivator with a 5-leaf avatar was naturally much more powerful than one held by a nascent divinity Tribulation realm cultivator with a 1-leaf avatar. The crowd cheered as Duan Muxing threw his spear. Bang! The Overlord's spear struck the marble floor 3 feet from the Buddhist master Wu Yan, causing the floor to crack and spread over more than 10 meters. Meanwhile, little Yuaner unfurled her nirvana sash, which rolled out like a red carpet. She swiftly stepped on it, blocking the path of the nuns. Ming Shirin seemed calm as he leisurely approached one of the towering pillars and stabbed his separation hook into it. A contemptuous smile played on his face. The onlookers were once again in an uproar. Perhaps due to the opposing identities of the competitors, the crowd was especially riled up. Discovering the Heavenly Sword Sect's despicable deeds, they could not help but feel disgusted by the pretentious nuns from the Cloudshine Nunnery. Wu Yan was puzzled. Ba. Old benefactor, what's the meaning of this?" Lu Zhou looked down at the Buddhist master, Wu Yan, condescendingly, then shifted his attention to the horsetail whisk. "You may leave once you destroy your own cultivation base and leave the jade horsetail whisk here." Buddhist master Wu Yan was speechless. Lu Zhou spoke unhurriedly, his tone neither light nor solemn, as if discussing something trivial. Perhaps due to his status, when he spoke, everyone fell silent. Even without using primal chi, everyone could clearly hear his words. Old benefactor, the Cloudshine Nunnery has no quarrel with the evil Sky Pavilion. Why are you putting me in a difficult spot? Wu Nian asked innocently. Lu Zhou sighed and shook his head, not entertaining her. Instead, he said, "Did Jing Yan tell you nothing?" Wu Nian was perplexed. Her instincts told her the evil Sky Pavilion's master had a unique relationship with her master, Jing Yan. She had entered the Cloudshine Nunnery at a young age and grown up there, under Jing Yan's tutelage for a century, yet she had never heard her master mention the evil Sky Pavilion. Finally, she straightened her palms and said, "Old benefactor, I am confused by your words. Please kindly explain." Lu Zhou said, "Bastard." This was one of Ji Tiandao's more vivid memories. He recalled what had happened in the past centuries. Times and people changed, but some things remained the same. "Why are you cursing, old benefactor?" 10 nuns stepped forward and surrounded Buddhist master Wu Nian. Once surrounded, Wu Nian began chanting strange sutras. The 10 nuns straightened their palms and began to chant. Wu Nian bowed to Lu Zhou, who stood on the cloud-splitting chariot, and said, "Although I don't know the relationship you have with my master, I am blameless. If you're willing, I humbly invite you to the Cloudshine Nunnery to discuss this matter further. Farewell." Buzz. Radiant circles grew beneath the nuns' feet. These were enhanced, bright mirrors, capable of moving with the caster. The green radiant circles had intricate patterns and emitted a unique energy, a technique widely used and considered the most challenging enhancement in the Buddhist sections. The 11 of them levitated in the air, with Wu Nian at the center. The radiant circles enveloped them as they ascended. Duan Mu Sheng grunted and flew into the air. The Overlord spear, which had been lodged in the ground, was lifted by an unseen force. It buzzed and vibrated as it flew back into his hand. Whoosh! After restraining himself for too long, Duan Mu Sheng charged directly at the nuns. Seeing this, Wu Nian shook her head and sighed. This is the third disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, Duan Mu Sheng. I've heard he practices the Divine One technique and is extremely overbearing and fierce. Today's events certainly live up to his reputation. The radiant circles glowed brightly. Bam! The Overlord spear struck the radiant circle, but the 11 nuns continued to rise into the air. Duan Mu Sheng glared at them and shouted, "100 Tribulations Insight." His 2-leaf avatar appeared beside him. The 2 leaves spun so rapidly that they left afterimages, creating the illusion of 10 leaves, before merging into one. Wu Nian frowned slightly. Ba. Break! The jade horsetail whisk flashed, and densely packed droplets of energy descended from the radiant circle, like rain. At that moment, the 10 nuns chanted even more loudly. It was rare to see someone from a Buddhist sect fight in such a manner. The audience's hearts raced as they watched with their mouths agape. Their eyes were fixed on the evil Sky Pavilion's third disciple, Duan Mu Sheng. Duan Mu Sheng lifted his Overlord spear. Bang! 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 He deflected the rain of energy with his avatar, but the force of the impact forced him to descend. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as soon as Duan Mu Sheng's feet touched the marble floor. Debris and rubble flew everywhere, and the marble floor's surface was nearly covered in cracks. The onlookers retreated, looking up into the sky. Allow me. Hua Yueshing raised her arms and formed an energy bow, an arrow. With fluid movements, she fired a feathered arrow. Bam! The radiant circle blocked Hua Yueshing's arrow. They have an archer? The evil Sky Pavilion is too powerful. Although the arrow couldn't break the Buddhist bright mirror, only a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite could fire a shot like that. As soon as the crowd's voices faded, another 10 shots were fired, resembling 10 beams of golden light in the air. At that moment, little Yuaner and Mingshirind shot toward the nuns at lightning speed. The scarlet Nirvana sash was like a huge blooming rose, extremely eye-catching. Ming Shirin had a determined look in his eyes, and the separation hook gleamed in his hand. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan scoffed and said, "Ba. You asked for this." 4 Buddhist seals shot out of the jade horsetail whisk. The 10 nuns suddenly spread out in a formation, forming a large circle. The radiant circle seemed to follow their movements and enlarged as well. At this moment, it covered the center of the Lotus Dais. Energy surged from the circle. "The abyss of worldly suffering knows no bounds," she chanted. A wave of energy rolled out, like a massive wave. The chanting seemed to bring a feeling of sorrow that lingered in the air. Those caught in this sorrow found it difficult to extricate themselves. Hua Wudao was just about to stand up when Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, "Since I started this, I'll put an end to it." Hua Wudao nodded. Little Yuan, Ming Shirin, and Duanmu Xing were enveloped by this energy and could not move. Lu Zhou stepped out of the cloud-splitting chariot. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Lu Zhou's aura did not seem particularly powerful as he raised his hand. "Bastard!" His voice was deep and forceful, the sound wave rolling out across the Lotus Dais. It reached Wu Yan and her fellow nuns as well. They saw Lu Zhou walking toward them through the air and felt nervous despite themselves. The evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch is going to make a move. Lu Zhou raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. Indifferent, he lightly struck out with his palm. The air sizzled slightly as primal chi gathered. The air before Lu Zhou seemed to contort. At this moment, the character bind, the size of his palm, shot out. Among the crowd, there were those more knowledgeable. They knew what script it was. The binding mantra. The binding mantra shot toward the nuns, faster than Hua Yuexing's arrows. There were no flashy displays of size changes or radiant lights. Bang! The script resembled a meteor as it breached the energy circle effortlessly. How is that possible? Before Wu Yan could react, the binding mantra landed on her. She grunted, and the chanting stopped abruptly. The 10 nuns could not sustain the energy circle, which demanded a vast amount of energy. Their formation crumbled immediately. Enlightenment is immaterial, as is a clear heart. The more powerful the Buddhist bright mirror, the more energy it requires to sustain it. Without Wu Yan at the center, they lost their power. It was as if the central pillar had been removed from a magnificent building. No matter how impressive it was, it would still crumble. Waves of energy rippled out into the surroundings. The 10 nuns staggered back and spat out blood, flying several hundred meters from the center of the Lotus Dais. Wu Yan's expression changed drastically. When she tried to circulate her primal chi, she found her body empty. As soon as the energy circle disappeared, she fell down. Little Yuan retracted her nirvana sash. When Ming Shirin saw this, he cursed, "What trickery is this? I better dodge." He then moved to the side. Duanmu Xing adjusted the direction of his overlord spear to face the ground. Bang! The overlord spear stabbed into the marble floor once more. He stood on the end of the shaft with his arms crossed, looking at Wu Yan expressionlessly. Boom! Wu Yan crashed onto the cracked marble floor, a cultivator stripped of her cultivation base. Her body, strengthened by body tempering, landed on the floor like a massive piece of metal, leaving a human-shaped hole in the ground. Silence fell over the Lotus Dais as the onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The strongest elite of Cloudshine Nunnery, defeated by the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch in a single blow? Lu Zhou, however, appeared calm, as though he had not exerted much effort at all. Hua Wudao remarked in awe, "Your skills have truly broadened my horizons, Pavilion Master." As a knowledgeable and experienced person, he knew that casting a binding mantra required a profound cultivation base. Moreover, Wu Yan was within the range of the improved bright mirror when she was struck. Lu Zhou descended, placing one hand on his back and stroking his beard with the other. The onlookers dared not even breathe heavily, staring in awe at the greatest villain under the heavens. Little Yuan landed near Wu Yan, while the 10 nuns from the Cloudshine Nunnery lay on the ground, struggling to raise their heads. Lu Zhou stood next to Wu Yan and looked down at her. Her eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, a trail of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and her face was ghastly pale. Her lips trembled as she tried her best to escape the crater, but found herself unable to move. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and the jade horsetail whisk flew into his hand. Ding! Recovered the jade horsetail whisk. Refining required before use. Lu Zhou recalled the events, which, though Ji Tiandao's memories, felt as though he had experienced them personally. He couldn't get enough of the conversations on Cloudshine Peak, watching the moon on Lilac Mountain, and observing the fish in the 100 Leaves Lake. It felt as though all these moments had occurred just yesterday. He seemed to recall something before asking, "How is Jing Yan faring?" Wu Yan's eyes widened. "My master has long since passed away." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. He sighed and said, "Life, growth, sickness, and death, the so-called circle of life. There's no such thing as a circle in the world. The best state is simply being alive." Little Yuan was secretly taken aback by her master's slightly forlorn look. Ever since she joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, she had never heard of her master having a friend. Who knew he had a female Buddhist master as a friend? She could tell their relationship was quite close. She asked, curiously, "Master, who's Jing Yan?" Lu Zhou did not reply to little Yuan. Instead, he looked at Wu Yan and asked, "Who ordered you to meddle in my affairs?" Wu Yan couldn't help but shake her head and said, "No. No one. I made a bet and paid the price." Bet and pay? Lu Zhou found Wu Yan's choice of words strange. What did she wager? That the Heavenly Sword Sect would win? That the Evil Sky Pavilion would eventually lose? Wu Yan coughed and spat out another mouthful of blood. She tried to push herself up again. This time, she used all her strength and finally managed to get out of the hole. Seeing her battered appearance, the onlooker swallowed hard, inwardly shocked. The greatest villain in the world was still so terrifying. "Where is Jing Yan buried?" Lu Zhou asked. "Near Cloudshine Peak and 100 Leaves Lake." Lu Zhou shook his head apathetically. "I remember this jade horsetail whisk acknowledged Jing Yan as its master." "How did you end up with it?" "Answer truthfully. If there's the slightest lie, this day next year will mark the anniversary of your death." Wu Yan shuddered. She had thought, with her strength, she could at least escape. She never imagined she would be at the mercy of the Evil Sky Pavilion. At that moment, she realized how ridiculous her thoughts were. Finally, she replied in a low voice, "After my master passed away, I had no choice but to take over as the abbess of Cloudshine Nunnery. My master gave me the jade horsetail whisk." After speaking, she slumped to the ground. Lu Zhou looked at Wu Yan, sighed, and said, "The Buddhist sect is truly unfortunate." Wu Yan remained silent, having nothing to say. With his hands behind his back, Lu Zhou continued, "I will be taking back the jade horsetail whisk. Are you willing to live without your cultivation base?" When Wu Yan heard this, her eyes widened. She hurriedly got up, flustered. "No, no, no." She moved toward Lu Zhou, the pride and superiority she had moments ago completely vanished. She was about to touch his feet when a surge of energy blasted her away. The 10 nuns of Cloudshine Nunnery leaped up simultaneously and moved to the center of the dais. Meanwhile, inside the 3rd pavilion, far from the Lotus dais. "Retreat. The plan has failed." Inside the 5th pavilion, the plan has failed. "Retreat." Within the 8th pavilion. The plan has failed. Everyone, pull back. The cultivators in each pavilion abandoned the buildings as quickly as they could, fleeing the Lotus dais without looking back. However, in the 9th pavilion an order was given. Prepare for action. Lu Zhou didn't even glance at the 10 nuns as he continued walking toward Wu Yan. When the 10 nuns gathered midair, Mingshi moved at lightning speed, little Yuan unfurled her nirvana sash, and Duanmuxing brandished his overlord spear. On the cloud-splitting chariot, Hua Yuexing held her breath. Her eyes glinted with determination as she widened her stance and got into position. "Leave the rest to me." The separation hook glinted coldly in the light and shot at one of the nuns. The overlord spear pierced another nun. Not to be outdone, the Nirvana sash took down a nun as well. The three of them, having heard Hua Yueshing's words, stopped after taking out one target each. Ding! Killed 3 Divine Court realm targets. Reward, 300 merit points. This is a sin. A sin. Wu Nian's eyes reddened as she looked at her 10 disciples. She wanted to save them, but alas, everything happened too quickly. She could not react in time. 7 arrows formed by energy shot out, sailing through the air at a rapid speed. They flew in different directions, striking the 7 remaining nuns from Cloudshine Nunnery. The nuns fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Hua Yueshing said awkwardly, "I'm sorry. I still need to work harder." Ming Shirin replied, "You're doing fine. You just need a little more force behind your strikes." "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Fourth." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou didn't hesitate and raised his right hand. With his cultivation base in the Divine Court realm, he was invincible against someone whose cultivation was sealed. He gathered primal chi in his palm, and an energy seal appeared. Then, he struck Wu Nian's dantian. Boom! Wu Nian grunted and rolled across the ground. Lu Zhou withdrew his hand and placed it on his back before he said, "The Jade Horsetail Whisk's owner shouldn't tarnish herself with the filth from the secular world, nor should she concern herself with the affairs of men. She should remain steadfast in the face of fame and riches. This is a small punishment for you." After he finished speaking, he tossed the Jade Horsetail Whisk to little Yuan, who was standing behind him. Little Yuan deftly caught the horsetail whisk. She remembered her master had promised to give her the Jade Horsetail Whisk. She had longed for the weapon, even though it had been given away. However, now, as she studied the horsetail whisk and recalled it had been used by this despicable old nun, she felt repelled by it. "Master, since I have the Nirvana sash, you can give this to senior brother," she hurriedly said, tossing the horsetail whisk to Duan Musheng. When Duan Musheng saw this, he hastily sent out a wave of energy and pushed the horsetail whisk away. He sent it toward Ming Shirin and said, "Old Fourth, you can have it." Recalling the poor quality of Ming Shirin's weapon, he thought the Jade Horsetail Whisk would be a significant improvement. Ming Shirin looked at the horsetail whisk with a hint of distaste and said, "No, no, no. This weapon doesn't suit me." He hurriedly raised his hand and sent it toward the cloud-splitting chariot. "Let Elder Hua have it." Hua Wudao frowned. It was true that horsetail whisks were usually used by the older generation, but they were mostly used by Taoist priests or monks. He was neither a Taoist priest nor a monk. What use would he have for this? For this reason, he shook his head and said, "This should be given to someone else." The female cultivators on the flying chariot beamed as they looked at it. For cultivators at their levels, such an item was something they had always dreamed of owning. It was something they could only obtain by chance. Despite it being a horsetail whisk that did not suit them, they still wanted it. Although Hua Yueshing wanted the Jade Horsetail Whisk as well, her desire was not as strong compared to the female cultivators. The onlookers watched with their mouths agape. An item that most people spent their whole lives seeking was treated with such little value by the people from Evil Sky Pavilion. They were tossing it around like a piece of trash that nobody wanted. They could only shake their heads, vexed. Lu Zhou glanced at it and said in a deep voice, "Preposterous." Silence descended. Little Yuan was startled. She lowered her head and said, "I've made a mistake." "Take the Jade Horsetail Whisk," Lu Zhou said calmly, but his tone brooked no arguments. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators on the flying chariot dismissed their thoughts about the horsetail whisk. They did not think it was unreasonable. After all, with their cultivation bases, would they even be able to use the Jade Horsetail Whisk to its full potential? Moreover, possessing a valuable item might bring trouble to an innocent person. If they did not have the strength to hold on to the weapon, it was better for them to be without it. At this moment, Wu Nian sat up with great difficulty. She looked at Lu Zhou, who stood near her, but did not say anything. She turned to look at Luo Xingkong's corpse. The bright mirror's effects had completely vanished. Her eyelids twitched. I've made a mistake. Luo Xingkong's body gradually changed color, his skin turning black as though burned by a black flame. The Cloudshine Nunnery was not the only ally the Heavenly Sword Sect sought. It seemed they had colluded with other forces, as evidenced by the sudden appearance of the black flame. It was too late for Wu Nian to regret her actions. She knew why Luo Xingkong was injured. It seemed to be his ace in the hole. The onlookers were shocked. What's that? Some arcane art that Luo Xingkong cultivated? The Heavenly Sword Sect disciples were puzzled by this as well. Lu Zhou looked at Luo Xingkong. A sacrificial offering? Hua Wudao recognized it too. He cupped his fists and said, "We shouldn't linger here any longer. Kindly board the chariot, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou nodded. Sacrificial offerings were performed to invoke greater power, meaning that before Luo Xingkong arrived, he had already sold his body or soul to someone. Someone must have set a trap on the Lotus Dais. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. He had waited for the Heavenly Sword Sect's accomplices to show up, but only the Cloudshine Nunnery had arrived. Would the stronger accomplices reveal themselves? The onlookers also seemed to sense something amiss, though they couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. They began to look around uneasily. Some of the more timid cultivators quickly took the opportunity to flee from the Lotus Dais. At this moment, a flying chariot could be seen soaring away next to the third pavilion. The Nether Sect's flying chariot? The Nether Sect is here? Well, they're leaving now. They're running away. The flying chariot sped away. In fact, the Nether Sect's flying chariot was not the only one. Many cultivators were fleeing the Lotus Dais in small groups. Run. Something bad's going to happen. That was how human psychology worked. People tended to follow the crowd. Moreover, they could see Luo Xingkong's body being used as a sacrificial offering. The entire place descended into chaos. Lu Zhou rose into the air and surveyed the surroundings again. Little Yuan grew energetic when she saw the Nether Sect's flying chariot. Master. That's the Nether Sect's flying chariot. Should we give chase? Lu Zhou shook his head. The Nether Sect's flying chariot had flown away quite some time ago. How were they going to catch up to it? Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Xing rose into the air. Boom. Boom boom. At this moment, a series of explosions echoed through the towering pavilions around the Lotus Dais. With the dais at the center, a mass of black energy began to roll out. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. It's the power of the sacrifice. A grand shaman is controlling his puppet. Lu Zhou calmly returned to the flying chariot. He placed his hands behind his back and continued looking down at the scene below. Is this Luo Xingkong's source of confidence? He speculated inwardly. Is this Emoli's doing? However, Emoli was injured. She could not have unleashed strength comparable to a grand shaman. A grand shaman was equivalent to an 8-leaf cultivator. Among the fleeing cultivators, a few were shrouded by the black mass of energy. Hua Wudao looked at the scene and said, "A controlling technique. It seems the Heavenly Sword Sect has been preparing for this for a long time. This benefits another party," Little Yuan remarked. Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Xing returned to the flying chariot. From behind a rock near a distant pavilion, Si Wuya silently observed the flying chariot above the Lotus Dais. It seems the Heavenly Sword Sect went all out. Sect Master, it's dangerous here. We should retreat. The Lotus Dais is now under the control of a grand shaman, and the cloud-splitting chariot wouldn't be able to escape. No need, Si Wuya shook his head. Let's wait a while. Chapter 252, The Heavenly Sword Sect's Hidden Trump Card. The 9 massive pillars surrounding the Lotus Dais burst forth with energies resembling black chains, transforming into a colossal black net. Run! Those bastards from the Heavenly Sword Sect. It was impossible that the Heavenly Sword sect did not have a trump card, given their boldness in luring the evil Sky Pavilion here. It seemed they were willing to risk their lives to exact revenge. This was all part of Luo Xingkong's plan. Although the sacrificial offering was successful, the fight to the death played out somewhat differently than he had imagined. At this moment, the cloud-splitting chariot started moving. "Old villain, you won't escape." A peculiar voice rang out from the crowd, followed by a cackle echoing across the Lotus dais. Lu Zhou raised a hand. "Stop." The cloud-splitting chariot halted. The 9 pillars cast a wide net, enveloping the pavilions, the upper and lower parts of the Lotus dais, and the onlookers on the pedals. The black net was designed to capture everyone present. Heads began to fly near the Lotus dais. The cultivators shrouded in black gas began slaughtering those around them. Their cultivation bases were too low, leaving them defenseless. The black puppets wreaked havoc, plunging the Lotus dais into chaos. The sheer number of people only added to the pandemonium. Lu Zhou watched this scene with an unperturbed expression. Hua Wudao and Hua Yuexing, however, frowned. They were from the noble path, after all, and could not accept such a brutal method of killing. The Grand Shaman controlled the puppets, enhancing his powers by consuming the others. This was a truly vicious method, but Lu Zhou was not worried. His only concern was that the person behind it would not show themselves. He continued to wait, regardless of whether the flying chariot could leave this place or not. He planned to wait for the mastermind to appear and use his deadly strike card. A Grand Shaman would be worth at least 1,500 merit points. "Master, there's no need to save them. These people would have paid to see things escalate. Their lives or deaths have nothing to do with us," Ming Shirin said. Little Yuan chimed in, "That's right. I'm sure they were cursing us before we arrived." At that moment, one of the black puppets seemed to have gone berserk, lunging at the cloud-splitting chariot like a fierce beast. The black gas seemed to hiss as it moved. Duan Muxing shouted angrily, "Get lost." He tossed his overlord spear. Bam! The puppet's facial features were hidden by the black gas, and only its unnaturally glowing green eyes were visible. The puppet raised its arms and parried the overlord spear, sending it spinning. Duan Muxing raised his hand, and the overlord spear flew back into his grip. Lu Zhou said apathetically, "Take care of this." "Yes, master." Duan Muxing was dissatisfied with his failure. Since his first attack did not do the job, he would attack again. He flew out of the flying chariot, energy rippling out from the tips of his toes into the surroundings. This showed how fired up he was. When he made a move, he would go all out. Bam! 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 ****. Duan Muxing advanced on the puppet with a crushing force, his spear creating thousands of shadows that struck with devastating power. "Let me at him as well." Ming Shirin was eager to join the fray. Without hesitation, he shot toward them. Little Yuan giggled and said, "I want in too." She activated her cloud-treading boots and wrapped herself in the Nirvana sash, charging toward the other 3 black puppets. Hua Yuexing raised her bow and fired. Feathered arrows formed between her left index and middle fingers. Twang! 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 Her shots struck numerous puppets below them, but they only staggered backward for a moment and did not fall. Hua Wudao said, "Hit their critical spots." "MHM." Hua Yuexing fired her arrows again. At this moment, more and more puppets appeared near the Lotus dais. Hua Wudao noticed the abnormality and said, "It's not just the sacrifices. Those who are killed will also be controlled." Zhao Yu had been focusing on maintaining the flying chariot's flight. When she heard Hua Wudao's words, she exclaimed in shock, "The dead can come back to life. This isn't some resurrection technique. Ordinary cultivators have to circulate primal qi and condense it into energy to move objects. Witchcraft relies on formations, formation veins, and rituals to manipulate the primal qi in the natural environment and control a person's heart and mind." Hua Wudao explained, even an elite like Lin Luo could be controlled, let alone these small fries. Zhao Yu said, but it's still meaningless. These puppets have such a low cultivation base, they won't be able to do anything to us. No. Hua Wudao shook his head. A dead cultivator can only be eliminated if we kill the spellcaster or if we overpower them. They can't feel pain and are fearless, having lost the ability to feel fear like normal humans. Meanwhile, this sacrificial offering's grand formation will continue to absorb the power of the dead. A grain of sand can turn into a mountain. We shouldn't underestimate them. Zhao Yu cupped her fists and said, I understand. Lu Zhou remained silent as he observed the battle below. He thought to himself, where is the grand shaman hiding? What relation does he have with Emily? Or is this the fourth prince, exiled to the borders, whom Hua Yuexing mentioned? As long as I can take out the grand shaman, there's nothing to fear. Bam! 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 Duan Muxing charged forward, a terrifying energy surging from his body. Thousands of spear shadows finally destroyed a puppet. This is fucking tiring. Why are these puppets so hard to kill? Bam! Mingshi Yin's separation hook destroyed a puppet at this moment. He said, just destroy the witchcraft spell. They're already dead to begin with. The others looked at Mingshi Yin. Mingshi Yin moved at lightning speed, targeting the black energy veins on the puppets' bodies. Realization dawned on everyone. Old Fourth is indeed smart. Duan Muxing quickly attacked another black puppet nearby with his overlord spear. More black puppets fell. However, even more puppets took their places. There were as many as 50 black puppets on the Lotus Dais. Hua Yuexing continued shooting at the weak points of the veins. Although her cultivation base was low, her archery skills were astonishing. From a distance, she dealt with many puppets without having to move around like Duan Muxing and the others. The puppets fell, and the black gas rose from their bodies, absorbed by the chain-like energies above them. No merit points? This means the dead cultivators were in the Brahman Sea realm or below. This isn't worth it. Lu Zhou shook his head. Fortunately, he had many disciples fighting for him. If he had to deal with the puppets using his item cards, he might not even know how he died. Hua Wudao was not an expert in offense, so he chose to stay on the flying chariot. As expected, more and more puppets began to lunge at the flying chariot. 6 compatible seal. Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal appeared in a dazzling light, enveloping the flying chariot. The black puppets rammed into the seal and were instantly repelled. From afar, Si Wuya frowned when he saw this. Hua Wudao seems to have had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Did he manage to get rid of his weak points? The 9 towering pillars shook. At the center of the web of black energy, a black circle began to appear. Si Wuya's frown did not ease as he muttered, they're trying to capture energy like this? It was common knowledge that formations could not be laid on the Lotus Dais. However, the sacrificial offering technique had worked in conjunction with the 9 pillars. Who knew Luo Xingkong would be willing to offer his life as a sacrifice? The 9 pillars now carried the strength of the sacrificial offering. Sect Master, the Nether Sect has returned. Should we greet them? The Nether Sect's flying chariot could be seen hovering near the 3rd pavilion. There's no need for that. Understood. Si Wuyao looked at the Nether Sect's flying chariot and wondered to himself, Eldest senior brother, will you lend them a hand? The 6 compatible seal expanded and contracted, repelling the cultivators. Seeing this, the cultivators on the ground were shocked. They didn't have time to marvel at the evil Sky Pavilion's strength and were doing everything they could to leave the Lotus Dais as soon as possible. Alas, the towering pillars around the Lotus Dais were shrouded in a black, chain-like energy that seemed to bar their escape. It appeared they were trapped in an enormous cage. Hua Wudao looked at the gleaming black energy chains and said, don't worry, Pavilion Master. As long as I'm here, I can guarantee the flying chariot's safety. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Given Hua Wudao's strength and cultivation base, protecting the flying chariot would not be a problem. However, he found it puzzling that the opponent was using only witchcraft to control weak puppets, despite the grand display. It was clear this would not be enough to take down the evil Sky Pavilion. As he looked around, he noticed that only a puddle remained of Lu Xingkong's body. The cultivation elite had sacrificed himself, offering a huge amount of energy. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing, Ming Shirin, and Little Yuaner took out many puppets. The low-level cultivators fleeing on the ground looked like sheep awaiting slaughter, doing their best to dodge the attacks. Fortunately, cultivators were much more resilient, both physically and mentally, compared to mere mortals. Buzz. The black energy chains crackled, as though electric currents ran through them. A dark blue light glinted on their surfaces. Hua Wudao exclaimed in surprise, "They're trying to kill everyone in the compound in one fell swoop. How vicious." More dead cultivators, controlled by the witchcraft spell, continued to lunge at Lu Zhou's 3 disciples in a frenzy. One of the puppets roared, "You won't get away." Lu Zhou was not worried about his disciples' safety. The puppets would occasionally charge at the cloud-splitting chariot as well, but none could breach the 6 compatible seal. "What's that?" Zhao Yu suddenly cried out. Since she was manning the helm, she had the best view. She had seen something flashing at the point where the black energy chains intersected. A power convergence point. "It's where the power is the strongest and weakest at the same time," Lu Zhou said. Hua Wudao nodded. "Indeed. The other party intends to destroy all of us with that power." "Is it really that powerful?" Zhao Yu could see that the puppets were not strong at all. "The terrifying thing about witchcraft isn't its might, but the corrosion of one's will and body," Lu Zhou explained. "What should we do now?" "Bzzt." The sounds of the black chains crackling grew louder. Hua Wudao sighed, the Buddhist great meditation learning, the Taoist heart-cleansing mantra, or the Confucian expansive heavenly energy can suppress this. Although the Yun sect has Taoist roots, I've only studied the 6 compatible seal and have never learned mantras. I truly regret it now. The Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian schools had split into many branches, and it was impossible to master everything. Zhao Yu surveyed the scene and then said to the female cultivators on board, who were helping to keep the flying chariot afloat, "Don't be afraid. Since Master is here, there's no need for us to fear witchcraft." Lu Zhou's expression didn't change, but inwardly he thought, "I can't do anything if I don't see the spellcaster. Could it be that everyone, including him, would get caught up in this?" Buzz, the crackling of the black energy chains grew even louder. The low-level cultivators on the ground seemed to have noticed this, too. They felt a greater sense of danger and began to group together to fend off the endless stream of puppets. At this moment, the point where the chains intersected began to shine brightly. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. The light was as bright as the sun, making it painful to keep their eyes open. All of a sudden, the puppets stopped moving. They stood rigidly as black gas rose around them. A shadow flitted past the blinding energy, followed by a thunderous roar. Roarg. The lion's roar sound technique. It's not a grand shaman? Hua Wudao immediately activated his 9-cut 6 compatible seal. 9 huge characters shone with a golden radiance, blocking the sound wave. Ming Shirin and Duan Muxing activated their protective energies and retreated toward the pillars. Little Yuaner, however, seemed unaffected. Her cloud feather raiment glowed faintly, negating the sound technique. Ming Shirin looked at Little Yuaner with envy. Logically, an elite at this level wouldn't stop at just one sound technique. But the figure didn't unleash any more techniques. Lu Zhou said apathetically, "It's not human." When he looked at the figure, he saw no information from the system suggesting it was human. Mysterious and peculiar beasts could be found everywhere in Great Yin, the Misty Forest, and Rongbei. Although humans had compiled an encyclopedia of wild beasts, no one would dare claim it included all the beasts under the heavens. "It's not human? How's that possible?" Zhao Yu was puzzled. "Even if it's not human, it can't have materialized out of thin air, right? Lu Zhou looked at the shadow in the ball of light and said, "It's a projection." Hua Wudao nodded, "A kind of witchcraft. This spellcaster is surely a rare genius cultivator." The formations on the Lotus Dais and the sacrificial and offering formations laid out using the 9 towering pillars, and the precise control, were perfect. These indicated the mastermind was a genius. The shadow's deep voice rang in everyone's ears. The figure spoke slowly, and its voice was muffled as if the speaker was underwater. "Are you the evil Sky Pavilion's master?" Lu Zhou replied, "Who are you?" The shadow did not answer the question. Instead, it said, "I hope you can break through this formation." If this had been a normal battle, the cultivators would not have given the witchcraft spell this much time to activate. Although witchcraft was powerful, its flaw was glaringly obvious. It required a long casting time. However, once successfully cast, it was absolutely terrifying. The energy chains began to shake, and the buzzing noise intensified at this moment. The shadow figure said confidently, "It seems I'm going to defeat the greatest elite in Great Yen today." Several clusters of purple energy flew toward the flying chariot. "I'll block them." Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi and Little Yuan moved simultaneously. The puppets also sprang into action, holding back 3 of them. They had no choice but to deal with the puppets. Facing the incoming energy balls, Lu Zhou flew directly toward them. "Pavilion Master! Master! Senior!" The shadow figure exclaimed in shock, "What?" To gain the power to silence all, to maintain and manifest samadhi. As soon as Lu Zhou left the flying chariot, the heavenly writing's extraordinary power activated as he willed it. His body shimmered with a faint bluish light, and an azure lotus appeared beneath his feet, carrying him forward. This, although Hua Wudao was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still puzzled by this sight. Who would manifest their lotus, but not their avatar? This was the second time he had seen this azure lotus. The first time was when Lu Zhou was in seclusion. When the azure lotus power surged, it shattered his 9 cuts in an instant. How could he not be shocked upon seeing it again? Is this the power of the barrier? This was the only explanation he could think of. Dozens of purple energy beams shot toward Lu Zhou, but were all deflected by the azure lotus and the light. Like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while maintaining samadhi. The shadow commanded in a slightly agitated tone, "Stop him." The puppets immediately rose into the sky and charged at Lu Zhou. Recalling the scene of the hidden chamber exploding and the terrifying blast when the azure lotus bloomed, Hua Wudao could already guess the outcome. Little Yuan, Mingshi, Zhao Yu, and Duanmu Sheng focused their attention on the azure lotus beneath their master's feet. Meanwhile, the brightness where the black energy chains intersected reached its peak. As the azure lotus bloomed, its petals unfurled, sending a ripple of energy into the surroundings like a great wave. This was the power of silencing. All the puppets fell to the ground and were destroyed in an instant. The shadow in the ball of light said in a frightened and trembling voice, "Th." This power, before it could finish its sentence, the intersection point was overwhelmed by the azure lotus and disappeared. The black energy chains snapped and shattered like glass. Simultaneously, the blue light illuminated the Lotus Dais, causing the black energy to dissipate. Lu Zhou did not look down at the situation below, instead, he gazed straight ahead. After a while, he still did not hear any notifications from the system. The light of the blue lotus gradually faded, and silence settled over the Lotus Dais. Is it possible that this power wasn't enough to kill the Grand Shaman in one strike? Lu Zhou recalled that Hua Wudao and the others had only suffered minor injuries in the hidden chamber. However, his power at that time was not nearly as strong as it was now. This time, he had unleashed everything he had. Logically, the Grand Shaman should have been killed. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly sensed that most of his primal qi had been depleted. "HM? Hold it, stay in the air. Don't King fall. There's a huge crowd here, I can't fall." Lu Zhou slowly turned around with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings. Where are the others? Mingxian was thrown back against a pillar, his limbs spread apart. Duan Muxing had stabbed the overlord's spear into the ground and was holding onto it for support. Even little Yuan, with her cloud feather raiment, was hiding behind a pillar, as though she was frightened. The flying chariot. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The flying chariot didn't seem to be in good shape, it was teetering, and there were a few cracks on it. Hua Wudao was kneeling on one knee near the helm, holding it with one hand while maintaining the 6 compatible seal with the other. His face glistened with sweat. Lu Zhou felt helpless. This grand technique didn't discriminate between friends and foes. He looked down. The low-level cultivators, on the other hand, were unscathed. They had hidden among the lotus petals and were spared the impact. Now that things seemed to have calmed down, they walked out of their hiding places and looked up at the sky, where they saw the nonchalant master of Evil Sky Pavilion hovering in the air. "Thank you for saving us, Patriarch. Thank you for saving us, Patriarch." The crowd fell to their knees in unison. Ding. Received genuine praise from 225 people. Reward, 2,250 merit points. It was better than nothing. Lu Zhou treated this as compensation for taking out the Grand Shaman. Finally, he looked at the kneeling crowd and said with a flick of his sleeve, "Well? Get lost." The crowd dispersed without any hesitation, hurrying to leave this perilous place. "Thank you so much. Who said the Patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion is a person who commits all sorts of crimes? From this day on, the Patriarch is the person I respect the most." The disciples were stunned by these words. All of a sudden, the sound of an explosion rang out from one of the pavilions near one of the Lotus Dais pillars. How strange. Lu Zhou looked in the direction of the sound. A flying chariot? The Nether Sect's flying chariot swayed and teetered as it flew away. "Master, the Nether Sect's flying chariot has been hit by your almighty strength. I'll go after it." Duan Muxing moved quickly. In 2 steps, he leaped into the air. Lu Zhou did not speak. In his current condition, he could not possibly give chase. Behind a tree near another pavilion, Si Wuya frowned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The power of the barrier? As expected, Master has absorbed the power of the barrier. Sect Master, the old senior is still strong. The factions from the noble path have deserted this place. Isn't this the outcome you wanted? No. Si Wuya raised his hand and said, quite the opposite. Once the power of the barrier is depleted, what will happen then? Understood. I'll send someone to continue monitoring the movements of those from the noble path. On the Lotus Dais, Lu Zhou slowly moved to the cloud-splitting chariot. Outwardly, he seemed to be in perfect condition. He said, "Man the helm." Mingxian leaped up and moved to the chariot's helm. He did not waste any time and began to channel his primal qi to stabilize the flying chariot. Hua Wudao exhaled in relief. He removed his palm from the helm and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou without saying a word. Meanwhile, an expression of reverence could be seen on Hua Yuexing's face. If she had not personally witnessed it, she would not have believed the Evil Sky Pavilion's master was so powerful. It was completely beyond her imagination. "Master, the formation veins on the flying chariot's left side are slightly damaged. We might experience some turbulence during our flight," Lu Zhou nodded. "No matter. I'll try to control the speed. It won't be a problem for us to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion," little Yuan added. "Third senior brother isn't back yet. We don't have to wait for him." Mingxian knew deep in his heart that his eldest senior brother, despite leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion, would not act viciously toward his third senior brother. For this reason, he decided there was no need to wait for Duan Muxing. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. "Pavilion Master, may I ask, about that azure lotus?" Lu Zhou raised a hand to interrupt. "All techniques under the heavens share certain similarities. Whether from the Taoist sects, the Buddhist sects, or the Confucian school, they are all means to the same end. The predecessors compiled books and discovered cultivation paths. The successors learn, achieve breakthroughs, and invent new things. Hua Wudao bowed. I've learned something new today. I thought I was merely unlucky for losing to you 20 years ago. Now, it's clear to me that the difference between us isn't only in our cultivation bases. I truly regret my past attitude. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and remained silent. He walked up to the helm and saw the towering pillars growing smaller and smaller behind the chariot. A grand shaman had created the sacrificial formation with the pillars. However, it seemed this was all the so-called genius could accomplish. The towering pillars were completely destroyed. The power of the technique had obliterated everything on the Lotus Dais. Fortunately, the cloud-splitting chariot, which was behind Lu Zhou, was protected by the 9-cut-6 compatible seal. In contrast, the Nether Sect's flying chariot was not so fortunate. Despite being far away, it could not escape the impact. Moreover, it lacked the protection of someone like Hua Wudao, who specialized in tortoiseshell techniques. The further it flew, the larger the cracks in its hull became. Crack! 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 Sect Master, the flying chariot is about to break. Don't stop. Yu Jinghai commanded with a grim expression. Don't you dare stop. Creak! 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 The flying chariot made creaking noises as the cracks grew. Hua Chongyang, the first seat of the Azure Dragon Hall, was personally manning the helm. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Even a skilled housewife would be troubled by an empty stove. No matter how skilled he was at steering, there was not much he could do if the flying chariot was damaged. He had no choice but to slow down as the cracks spread. Unable to endure it any longer, he finally said, Sect Master, the flying chariot can't take it anymore. Shut up. Yu Jinghai's expression remained grim. They had to escape even if the flying chariot fell apart. Fear still lingered in his heart when he thought about the blooming azure lotus. He was confused. How and why was his master still so strong at his age? In any case, he could not go wrong with fleeing. Hua Chongyang mustered his courage and said, What I mean is, with the flying chariot's speed, we're better off flying on our own. Yu Jinghai stood up. He walked to the helm and looked down. The flying chariot teetered and continued moving slowly. How is this different from a mere mortal running on land? Indeed, it was better for them to fly on their own. Yu Jinghai placed his hands on his back and said, Abandon ship. As you command, Sect Master. The Nether Sect's disciples leaped out of the flying chariot without wasting any time. When Hua Chongyang saw Yu Jinghai was still standing in the flying chariot, he said, Sect Master, we can always build a new flying chariot. He didn't add that if they lost their lives here, then everything would be over. Yu Jinghai nodded and leaped out. Hua Chongyang also left the flying chariot. Swoosh, the teetering flying chariot instantly plummeted as soon as the primal chi was cut off. Yu Jinghai and Hua Chongyang hovered in the air, taking one last look at the falling chariot. At the same moment, not far away, a muscular figure wielding the Overlord spear approached them quickly. Duan Muxing shouted, Traitor! He wielded the Overlord spear in his right hand, leveling it with his body as he flew parallel to the ground. A cone-shaped energy began to form at the tip of his spear. Yu Jinghai moved, his gaze focusing on the figure. Ah, it's third junior brother, not master. That's good. He remained in place and raised a hand, his right palm shrouded in a thick energy seal. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Yu Jinghai parried the Overlord spear strikes. HM? Yu Jinghai was internally shocked. He grunted and struck with a palm. Bam. It was the great dark heavenly palm. This palm strike was several times larger than the previous one, flying toward Duan Muxing like a massive cake. Their energies collided. Duan Muxing felt his arm go numb. He flipped in midair and slowly descended. Seeing this, Hua Chongyang said, "Leave this to me." "No need." Yu Jinghai descended slowly. The three of them landed simultaneously. The Nether Sect's disciples quickly gathered behind Yu Jinghai and Hua Chongyang. Both parties faced each other. Duan Muxing stabbed his overlord's spear into the ground. Bam! Duan Muxing looked straight at Yu Jinghai and said, "Traitor." Yu Jinghai shook his head. "Third junior brother. It's been so many years, and your temper is still the same." "It's better than yours," Duan Muxing retorted. "Where's Master?" Yu Jinghai looked past Duan Muxing. "Master has ordered me to bring you back. If you're willing to admit your wrongs, he might spare your life." Duan Muxing was not like Ming Shirin, he did not mince his words. Yu Jinghai did not rise to his current position without good judgment. He saw that it was empty behind Duan Muxing and felt himself relax. "Third junior brother, your Divine One technique has improved greatly. If I hadn't used my great dark heavenly palm earlier, I would have been injured." "Cut the nonsense. I'm asking if you'll come with me," Duan Muxing said, not falling for Yu Jinghai's diversion tactics. Yu Jinghai sighed and shook his head. "I have no choice. Many in the world want me dead. The noble path and the fiend path wish for my demise." Duan Muxing was puzzled. He looked at his eldest senior brother with a blank expression, not understanding why he would suddenly say such random things. Yu Jinghai continued, "Isn't there a place for me in this wide world?" Seeing Duan Muxing's confusion, he heaved another long sigh. "I guess you don't understand my words. How wonderful if old Seventh were here. He's sure to understand how I feel." Duan Muxing replied with a straight face, "If he were here, I would have captured him first." "Can you though?" Yu Jinghai asked. "Well." Duan Muxing looked at Hua Chongyang, who was standing next to Yu Jinghai. Although Hua Chongyang did not make any moves, Duan Muxing could tell he was an elite. Moreover, Hua Chongyang was stronger than him. Even if Hua Chongyang was not there, Duan Muxing knew he could not win against Yu Jinghai. He had only chased after Yu Jinghai in the hope that Yu Jinghai was injured by his master's grand technique. Alas, luck was not on his side. Finally, he asked, "Are you the mastermind behind the incidents on the Lotus Dais and the Heavenly Sword Sect?" Yu Jinghai chuckled and said with distaste, "My Nether Sect working with the lowly Heavenly Sword Sect? The Heavenly Sword Sect is one of the top targets that my sect wants to annihilate. The Heavenly Sword Sect has long lost its strength since the demise of its sect master, Luo Changfeng. Luo Xingkong was only holding on to his last breath. This was a great opportunity for the Nether Sect to take them down," Yu Jinghai said. "You wanted to help Master?" Duan Muxing was slightly surprised. "No." Yu Jinghai shook his head. "I'm helping myself." "What's your objective?" Duan Muxing asked. Yu Jinghai smiled faintly. He walked up to Duan Muxing, who took a step back despite himself. "Don't be afraid," Yu Jinghai patted his shoulder. "Is Master doing well?" "He's fine," Duan Muxing replied, his face showing a wary expression. "Really?" "Of course, it's real. If you think he's not fine, why are you running away?" Duan Muxing retorted. Yu Jinghai was momentarily speechless. He quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "Have you ever seen anyone run away so slowly?" The term running away seemed out of place in a discussion between elites. Duan Muxing scratched his head and said, "You're right, if I were you, I would have abandoned ship and run away a long time ago." Hua Chongyang was speechless. Yu Jinghai's expression remained calm, as if he were discussing the weather. After a moment of silence, Yu Jinghai suddenly said, "Did Master speak about me?" Duan Muxing shook his head. He wanted to add, "Why would he? Your name only angers him." Moreover, none of them dared to mention Yu Jinghai's name recklessly in front of their master. "Then, did he speak about second junior brother?" Yu Jinghai asked again. "No," Duan Muxing replied. that's good. Yu Jinghai patted Duan Muxing's shoulder and said, you should return. Duan Muxing looked at Yu Jinghai seriously and said, give me half a year. For what? Half a year later, we'll have a match, Duan Muxing said. Yu Jinghai nodded and praised him. It's good that you're bold enough to challenge me. Continue to work hard when you return. I'll defeat you, Duan Muxing said. Yu Jinghai frowned slightly and said with a sigh, that's what your second senior brother said as well. Second senior brother's talents far surpass mine, but do they surpass yours, eldest senior brother? Duan Muxing asked, slightly confused. He had a vague understanding of the conflict between Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong. Recently, the tension between them seemed to be escalating. Yu Shangrong had challenged many elites and had never lost a single fight. Yu Shangrong's cultivation base and strength should be on par with Yu Jinghai, so why hadn't the outcome been decided? Of course not, Yu Jinghai said, turning around with his back to Duan Muxing. I hope you won't repeat your senior brother's mistake. Duan Muxing was momentarily speechless. He knew he was talented and diligent. However, he paled in comparison to his second senior brother. It seemed even his second senior brother was no match for his eldest senior brother, so how could he possibly be a match? After Yu Jinghai finished speaking, he leaped from the ground and rose into the sky. Hua Chongyang cupped his fists at Duan Muxing and hurriedly followed his sect master. The Nether sect's disciples left the area in unison. Duan Muxing looked at Yu Jinghai's retreating back. Is he really not running away? Yu Jinghai wasn't flying very fast. It seemed like he was strolling in a park, with Hua Chongyang following closely behind. Having ascertained that his master was not coming, he was naturally very relaxed. This was the outcome he had hoped for. Sect master, with the heavenly sword out of the way, what's our next move? Hua Chongyang asked. We should target the weaker ones, Yu Jinghai replied. Yu Jinghai came to a halt, placing his hands on his back as he surveyed the mountains and rivers before him. His mood seemed to have improved. He asked, how is Bai Yuqing's recuperation coming along? I'm afraid he won't be participating in any battles for the next 6 months, Hua Chongyang said. Yu Jinghai sighed softly and said, it's my fault. I've been too lenient with second junior brother. Hua Chongyang shook his head, feeling slightly helpless. Although he and Bai Yuqing were elites, they were powerless before an unpredictable super-elite like the Sword Devil. At the nascent divinity tribulation realm, beyond the 5-leaf stage, each additional leaf made a significant difference in strength. Finally, Hua Chongyang asked, should I search for Mr. Seventh? No need, Yu Jinghai replied, shaking his head. Second junior brother is most likely still by his side. Upon hearing this, Hua Chongyang fell silent and hastily lowered his head. He did not want to share the same fate as Bai Yuqing, did not want to be injured and spend 6 months recuperating. If he were lucky, that was the best he could hope for. Sword freak Chen Wenjie didn't even have the chance to recuperate and was directly sent to his death. Send someone to investigate the people behind the sacrificial offering formation on the Lotus Dais. Meanwhile, try to contact 7th junior brother. As you command, sect master. And if we run into senior sword devil? Avoid him. The two of them no longer lingered and flew away. Half a day later, at the evil sky pavilion, the cloud-splitting chariot had finally arrived. Considering everything, the journey had been relatively smooth. Before they could even alight from the flying chariot, Pan Zhong ran up to them, hand on his chest. Pavilion Master, Elder Hua. You're finally back. Pan Zhong said, kneeling on one knee. Seeing Pan Zhong's anxious expression, Ming Shirin leaped off the flying chariot and asked, what's the matter? Tioch. Tioch. Thief, Pan Zhong was so flustered he stumbled over his words, a flush appearing on his face. Thief? Ming Shirin repeated. Pan Zhong took a deep breath and finished his sentence. There was a thief in the evil sky pavilion. Nonsense. Who dares to steal from the evil sky pavilion? Ming Shirin said. Pan Zhong replied, you'll have to ask Senior Lin Luo about that. Fortunately, he was there at the time. Many people coveted the treasures in the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm as he looked at Golden Court Mountain's barrier. Although the barrier was only at 1/3 strength, no ordinary thief could breach it. He walked with light, steady steps, despite having depleted most of his strength, and he still appeared composed. Soon, he arrived in the Great Hall, where many female cultivators were already waiting. Lin Luo stood up, cupped his fists in greeting to Lu Zhou and Hua Wudao, then sat back down. Lu Zhou returned to his seat, the one above all others, and said nothing. Lin Luo broke the silence. The thieves are the 5 mice from Upper Prime City. They were the ones who caused the internal feud in Upper Prime City back then. I led the 4 dark knights and quelled the disturbance, but the 5 mice were nowhere to be found. I really didn't expect them to come to the evil sky pavilion. He paused for a moment before adding, how bold of them. Hua Wudao nodded. The Upper Prime's 5 mice are skilled in theft and are extremely cunning. Their name in the cultivation world is second only to Yanzi Yunsan. The only difference is that Yunsan acts alone while the 5 mice act in a group. Ming Shirin was puzzled. How did they get past the barrier? No matter how weak the Golden Court Mountain's barrier had become, ordinary thieves would not be able to breach it. Lin Luo explained, the 5 mice are skilled in theft because they have mastered an arcane art. This arcane art shares some similarities with the Tao of invisibility that I learned. In the past decade, the 5 mice have infiltrated many sects, breaching barriers and stealing from them. That's how they gained their moniker, the 5 mice. Lu Zhou nodded. He remembered capturing Yanzi Yunsan with the binding cage, but Yanzi Yunsan had escaped into the ground. Thieves usually had their own unique methods. They were a cunning bunch. At that moment, Pan Zhong came in and said, Pavilion Master, we've carried out an inventory. Only a few pieces of trash from the East Pavilion are missing. Trash? Everyone was baffled. Why would someone steal trash? Nothing else is missing? Ming Shirin asked. No. Perhaps they got frightened halfway through? Pan Zhong felt they were rather courageous for even attempting to steal from the evil sky pavilion. When Senior Lung showed up, they fled. Ming Shirin nodded, stroking his chin, and said, that makes sense. When Lu Zhou and the others left, only a team of old and weak men remained on the mountain. It was only natural they failed to capture the 5 mice. This incident was not serious, yet it was not negligible. It was negligible because nothing of importance was lost, but it could not be considered insignificant since it was related to the Golden Court Mountain's barrier. If they did not mend the barrier, even if the 5 mice were killed, other mice would still covet the evil sky pavilion's treasures. Moreover, the barrier was continuing to weaken. Lu Zhou felt it was meaningless to mend the barrier now. He did not have enough strength to do it himself, and it would take his disciples several years based on their cultivation levels. In a few years, the Noble Path would attempt to invade the Golden Court Mountain, under the assumption that his life was almost over. For this reason, he did not want to waste a peak form trial card just to mend the barrier. Lin Luo said, I have something on my mind, but I wonder if it's appropriate to say it. Speak, Lu Zhou said. The Black Knights have fought the Upper Prime's 5 mice before. Their strength and cultivation levels aren't profound. They usually work together to preserve their own lives. I suspect. Lin Luo paused before continuing, the Upper Prime's 5 mice are closely connected with the Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Si Wuya. Why do you say that? After all, baseless speculation would hardly convince others. There had to be solid reasoning behind it. Lin Luo explained, many years ago, I heard the 5 mice encountered the dark net. For the 5 mice to infiltrate the Evil Sky Pavilion without stealing anything. It's clear they have an objective in mind. They must have come here for the peacock plume. Since they failed this time, I'm afraid this won't be the last we see of them. Master. This traitor is behaving arrogantly even with his cultivation base restricted. I seek permission to descend the mountain and bring him back here for questioning. Mingxirin said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, deep in thought. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Can you find him?" An awkward expression appeared on Mingxiyin's face. The last time he tried to track Si Wuya, it took him a long time and a lot of effort to find him. After scaring the snake out of hiding, Si Wuya would surely be on his guard now. It wouldn't be easy to find him again. Moreover, Mingxiyin knew he wasn't as smart as Si Wuya. At that moment, Lu Zhou remembered the box in the East Pavilion. He stood up slowly and said, "That will be all." The others stood up and saluted him with a cupped fist. In a secluded hut, Si Wuya sat with his legs crossed. "Sect Master, there's a letter from the 5 mice," a subordinate said. "They failed?" Si Wuya opened his eyes. He knew that if they had succeeded, they wouldn't have sent a letter but returned with the peacock plume. Yes. In the letter, by Qin Jun, the leader of the 5 mice, says they encountered Leng Luo at the evil sky pavilion and had to retreat. Leng Luo. Master even has someone so proud under his command. Si Wuya shook his head. That person repelled the Black Knights with a single move at Slender West Lake. The Upper Prime's 5 mice have been captured by him before. It's understandable why they fear Leng Luo. Forget it. Then, the peacock plume. We won't have another chance. If they didn't succeed when they had the perfect opportunity, they likely wouldn't succeed again. However, the 5 mice did bring this back. The subordinate pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Si Wuya flattened it, and a drawing of a box appeared before his eyes. Although it was only a draft, he could still recognize it. He smiled faintly and said, "Send word to the Evil Sky Pavilion." The next day, in the Evil Sky Pavilion, inside the East Pavilion, Lu Zhou did not amass much extraordinary power overnight. He opened his eyes and called up the system dashboard. Merit points, 19,380. I obtained 7,550 merit points on the Lotus Dais. Alas, I'm still more than 600 points short of being able to purchase the 8 methods connected. Lu Zhou was not particularly determined to buy avatars. It was just that, based on his understanding of the system, he had a feeling that it would be much more difficult to strike the jackpot in the lucky draws in the future. However, such is human nature, even if one knew the chances of winning were low, they would still feel compelled to try their luck. "I'll make 5 draws, he muttered. After 5 draws, Lu Zhou sighed softly. As expected. I should just save up to purchase the avatar. Just as Lu Zhou was about to continue studying the heavenly writing, a voice rang from outside. Zhao Yu stood outside the pavilion and bowed. Master, a letter from Si Wuya. Read it, Lu Zhou projected his voice to her. Zhao Yu said, Si Wuya mentions that he has information about the box you want to unlock. However, he has a request. He wants the peacock plume and for you to remove the binding mantra in exchange for the information. After a moment's silence, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, Rascal. Zhao Yu sensed her master's fury and hastily said, Please stay your anger, master. The rascal thinks too highly of himself. Does he think he can negotiate with me just because he has left Golden Court Mountain? You are right, master. Si Wuya is too audacious. Zhao Yu said. There was a brief moment of silence before Lu Zhou said, Any word from Jiang Aijian? It did not seem to be in Jiang Aijian's character to be unresponsive for so long. Master, in reply to your question, Jiang Aijian hasn't sent a reply yet, Zhao Yu said. Very well. You're dismissed. I'll be taking my leave. After Zhao Yu left, Lu Zhou checked the mission list on the system dashboard. Under the mission to instruct his disciples, the clue about the key was not marked as completed. He thought about it and decided to search his memories for information on the box. Perhaps he might find some clues. However, many of the memories were too distant and blurry. He did not find anything after searching for a while. He wondered aloud, could this have something to do with the lost memories as well? Since his transmigration, Lu Zhou had grown accustomed to this wizened body. He was not worried about aging, since he had the reversal cards. However, it seemed there was no way for him to recover his memories. After pondering for some time, he made no progress. He shook his head and returned to studying the heavenly writing. The next morning, Lu Zhou barely opened his eyes when Zhao Yu approached with a letter in her hands. Zhao Yu saw her master making strange movements in the courtyard of the East Pavilion and did not dare to interrupt him. She waited for a while before finally approaching, bowing, and saying, "Master, a letter." Lu Zhou stopped what he was doing and asked, "Who's it from?" "Initially, I wanted to read it, but the contents seemed important. I didn't think it was appropriate for me to read it. Therefore, I quickly brought it here," Zhao Yu said. "Read it." "Understood." Zhao Yu opened the letter and read, "I was foolish yesterday and hope that you will forgive me, Master. Though I have left Golden Court Mountain, I have never thought of making an enemy of you. As a token of my sincerity, I have ordered someone to send the information to you." After she finished reading the letter, she put it away and said, "Indeed, there's a nun at the mountain's base requesting an audience. I suspected Old Seventh was up to no good, so I didn't grant her entry. I await your orders, Master." "A nun?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. "From the Cloudshine Nunnery." When he heard the words Cloudshine Nunnery, Lu Zhou remained outwardly calm, though he was puzzled. Could this be fate? His memories of the Cloudshine Nunnery were strangely vivid. Nonetheless, he hadn't thought the nunnery had anything to do with the key. "Let her in. I'll bring her here." Zhao Yu left the East Pavilion. Lu Zhou continued to stretch his limbs. A short while later, Zhao Yu led a nun to the East Pavilion. "Master, this is Senior Nun Jing from the Cloudshine Nunnery. Only, Jing of Cloudshine Nunnery is here to see the old benefactor." Lu Zhou stopped what he was doing and looked at the nun. She wore humble nun's robes, a cap, and held Buddhist beads. She was somewhat old, with a hint of silver in her hair. Lu Zhou said apathetically, "Stand up and speak." Jing rose to her feet. She took out a scarlet brocade box from her sleeve and said, "I am returning this to its owner." Lu Zhou waved his arm. The brocade box flew into his palm. Jing said slowly, "Master Jing Yan left this behind. When I learned that you were searching for it urgently, I came to return it." "Jing Yan left this?" "You left this at Cloudshine Peak after the discourse. Alas, after all these years, you didn't come to retrieve it, old benefactor," Jing said. Lu Zhou looked at the brocade box in his hand. He summoned some energy, and with a pop, the box opened. Ding. Completed the mission, searching for the lost key January 1st. Reward, 1000 merit points. Indeed, an antique-looking key was inside the box. Perhaps it was an item from the distant past, and his memory of it was blurry. Lu Zhou stowed the key away and asked, "What's the situation at Cloudshine Nunnery right now?" "Speaking of that, I want to thank you for punishing Wu Yan. Wu Yan disregarded the Cloudshine Nunnery's rules and committed crimes everywhere. She got what she deserved. Now that she has lost her cultivation base, she's no longer the abbess of the Cloudshine Nunnery," Jing said. "This outcome was expected." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "How did you find out that I was looking for this urgently?" Jing sounded puzzled when she said, "Didn't the evil Sky Pavilion's benefactor send word about it?" Zhao Yu chimed in, "As expected, it's that traitor." "Traitor?" Jing was puzzled. Zhao Yu said, "It has nothing to do with you, senior nun. You've been in the nunnery for a long time, so it's understandable that you're not aware of certain things. If there's nothing else, you're welcome to leave." Zhao Yu was unaware of her master's relationship with the Cloudshine Nunnery. After the incident at the Lotus Dais, her impression of the Cloudshine Nunnery was not favorable, despite Jing's politeness and her criticism of Wu Yan. Moreover, the evil Sky Pavilion was not a place Jing belonged. Jing straightened her fingers and said, "I have something else to say." "What is it?" asked Zhao Yu. The Jade Horsetail Whisk is the foundation of Cloudshine Nunnery. If possible, I hope the old benefactor can. Lu Zhou interrupted her, saying indifferently, I gave the Jade Horsetail Whisk to Jing Yin. Didn't she tell you this? Well. If I could give it to her, I can also take it back, Lu Zhou stated. Since Lu Zhou had made his intentions clear, Xian Jing no longer dared to make any further requests. A helpless expression appeared on her face as she sighed. She could not blame the evil Sky Pavilion for this situation. If Wu Nian had not acted recklessly, they would not be in this predicament. Finally, she straightened her palm, bowed, and said, Do take care, old benefactor. I will be taking my leave now. With that, she left the pavilion. I'll be taking my leave as well, master, Zhao Yu said, following the nun. The east pavilion fell silent again. Lu Zhou entered the pavilion and saw the box in the corner. He waved his arm, and the box flew toward him. He took out the key from the scarlet box. When his fingers touched the key, a cold sensation seeped into his skin. It seemed the key was made from extraordinary materials, no wonder it remained unchanged in the outside world without any corrosion. The keyhole on the box was not large. Lu Zhou held the slim box in his hand, inserted the key, and turned it. Click. A clicking noise sounded, like the noise of someone's neck being snapped. Shortly after, the veins on the box's surface began to glow brightly. A dark, electric-like radiance shot out from the keyhole and traveled through the veins on the box's surface. What a masterful design! Lu Zhou praised. When the electric-like radiance faded, another clicking noise rang in the air. The box opened along the veins on the top side and split in half. Perhaps it had been sealed for too long, as a rotten smell wafted out of the box. Lu Zhou waved his hands to disperse the stench. Ding. Obtained open heavenly writing remnant sheet X1. Ding. Obtained old parchment drawing. Lu Zhou touched the open heavenly writing remnant sheet. It dissolved into spots of light and vanished. He looked at the system dashboard. In his item inventory, there was a new addition, Open Heavenly Writing Remnant Sheet, Part 1. He remembered that he had obtained an open heavenly writing from the sky fragments before. In other words, these pieces would allow him to activate the next technique. This realization greatly motivated him. Old parchment drawing. Lu Zhou turned his attention to the old parchment drawing at the bottom of the box and picked it up. He carefully placed it on the table. The outer layer was already rotting away. Lu Zhou removed the outer layer and slowly unfurled it, only to find a blurry drawing. The old drawing was huge, covering the entire surface of the table. Lu Zhou wondered if it was a treasure map. A map? Although it was blurry, Lu Zhou could still tell it was a map. It seemed to be a map of one of the central regions of Great Yin. The outline of the area so closely resembled Great Yin that he knew he was right. Lu Zhou paced with his hands behind his back, studying the map and pondering over it. He was familiar with the functions of the open heavenly writing. However, he did not know what this map was for. He could not even see it clearly, and there were no markings on it. There was nothing to indicate mountains or rivers. After observing it for a short while, he found nothing special about the map. He placed the old drawing back on the table. Then, he returned to his usual spot and sat cross-legged. He opened the system dashboard. Merit points, 20,230 points. There was an excess of 230 points. Lu Zhou did 4 lucky draws. As expected, he received 4 thank you messages. Fortunately, he still had 20,000 merit points left. He did not feel much spending his merit points. Should I continue to draw or buy the 8 methods connected? No, I can't think like a gambler. Lu Zhou considered it briefly. He was safe in the evil Sky Pavilion for now. Moreover, he had enough item cards. Even if the noble path were to attack Golden Court Mountain at this moment, he could easily repel them. The avatar could be bought at any moment. After all, he did not have any bottlenecks in his cultivation base. If he achieved a breakthrough, his strength would increase rapidly. He was in no hurry. He decided to check the price of the items. Meanwhile, inside the secluded hut, Si Wuya opened his eyes and muttered, "Fortunately, the peacock plume is safe." He lowered his head and parted his robes, looking at the bind character on his chest. The blood-red script showed no signs of fading. He frowned deeply. Why is this mantra so peculiar? Up until now, he had tried several methods, yet he was unable to break the mantra. At that moment, a grey-robed subordinate flew in and kneeled on one knee. "Sect Master, Mr. First has arrived," he said. "Bring him in." Si Wuya was about to rise to his feet when he heard Yu Xinghai's hearty laughter. "Seventh junior brother, we meet again." Si Wuya cupped his fists and replied, "Greetings, eldest senior brother. We're both brothers. There's no need for formalities. Look who I brought with me." Yu Xinghai turned to face the entrance. An old man in a Daoist hat and robes walked in, holding a horsetail whisk. Si Wuya looked at him and exclaimed in surprise, "Daoist priest Qin Jun?" Daoist priest Qin Jun is one of the celestial masters, Sect's experts in mantras. "I went through much trouble to invite him here," Yu Xinghai said. "Thank you for going through the trouble for me, eldest senior brother." Daoist priest Zhang Yunshan cupped his fists and said, "I know Mr. First personally. Due to the recent conflicts between the 10 great sects and the evil Sky Pavilion, I couldn't simply leave the mountain. Please forgive my delay, Mr. Seventh." Although he claimed to know Yu Xinghai personally, who knew if it was true? However, Si Wuya did not think it necessary to dwell on this matter. He finally said, "Thank you for coming." Yu Xinghai turned to ask, "Are you confident, Daoist priest Yunshan?" Zhang Yunshan replied, "I've been studying mantras for nearly a century. I won't go so far as to speak about my expertise, but there's always a way to break mantras." "That's great. Do show us." Daoist priest Zhang Yunshan and Yu Xinghai walked into the secluded hut. Si Wuya removed his upper clothing, and the bind character appeared before Zhang Yunshan's eyes. Zhang Yunshan inspected the bind character and nodded, as if he understood the situation. "I'm quite sure I can break this mantra in just a moment." "I'm relieved to hear that," Yu Xinghai said, standing with his hands on his back. Zhang Yunshan stood behind Si Wuya. Si Wuya understood what he needed to do and sat down with his legs crossed. Zhang Yunshan raised his right hand, and a golden energy seal, resembling a script, appeared on his palm. He then placed his palm on Si Wuya's back. Chapter 258, There's no end to disciplining his disciples. The moment his palm connected with Si Wuya's back, something peculiar happened. A blast of energy shot out from Si Wuya's back. Bam! At such close range, Daoist priest Zhang Yunshan could not react in time. He did not even have a chance to protect himself before the golden light backlash hit him squarely in the chest, sending him flying back. The secluded hut was a wooden structure. When Zhang Yunshan hit one of the pillars at the back, it broke immediately. Si Wuya felt nothing as he turned around to look. Yu Xinghai was shocked and hurriedly walked over to the back of the hut to check. "Daoist priest?" Zhang Yunshan was in agony, his expression twisted with pain. However, when he heard Yu Xinghai's voice, he hurriedly looked up and forced a smile before saying, "I'm fine. I only wanted to test the strength of the mantra to make it easier for me to break it." "That's good. Please continue." Yu Xinghai made an inviting gesture. Zhang Yunshan returned to stand behind Si Wuya. He was now wiser. With his previous experience, he no longer dared to underestimate the mantra. What a powerful mantra. I've never been hit with a backlash before, even though I've broken many binding mantras. Zhang Yunshan put the horsetail whisk down and raised both of his palms. 2 golden energy seals appeared in his hands, brighter than the one before. He stared unblinkingly at Si Wuya's back. Then, before slapping his palms down, he said in a deep voice, "Break." Bam! When the golden energy seals landed on Si Wuya's back, a burst of energy exploded immediately. The impact of the collision sent Si Wuya flying forward as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Similar to before, the Daoist priest, Zhang Yunshan, reeled back and this time also spat out a mouthful of blood. Seventh junior brother. Yu Xinghai's expression darkened as he waved his arm. A gentle energy caught Si Wuya and brought him back to his original position before he hit the ground. Yu Xinghai had no time to worry about Zhang Yunshan's condition. He walked up to Si Wuya and examined him. Si Wuya was pale, with blood trickling from the corners of his lips, clearly injured. Meanwhile, Ding punished the rascal, Si Wuya. Reward, 500 merit points. Does he think he can break the binding mantra? Lu Zhou shook his head and closed his eyes. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. It seemed that disciplining his disciples had no end. He realized the rascal had likely tried to break the mantra and, as a result, was injured by the backlash. This, too, was a form of punishment. Yu Xinghai frowned. After all, he was the one who had brought Zhang Yunshan here. If Si Wuya was hurt, he could hardly avoid responsibility. Moreover, Si Wuya had taken the binding mantra for him. Not only had he failed to help Si Wuya the mantra, but he had inadvertently harmed him as well. How could he not feel guilty? Eldest senior brother, I'm all right. This is to be expected. Si Wuya straightened his back and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Yu Xinghai grunted in response. He walked to the back of the secluded hut and looked down at Zhang Yunshan, who was sprawled on the ground. Zhang Yunshan, he said. Zhang Yunshan sensed the abnormality in Yu Xinghai's tone, and his heart skipped a beat. He hastily rose to his feet, wiped the trail of blood from his mouth, and said, "Please give me another chance. I was careless and didn't expect the mantra to be this powerful. I've never seen a mantra like this before. Why is there a backlash whenever I try to break it?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghai said coldly, "The weak have many excuses." Sect Master Yu, what do you mean? I've given you a chance. Alas, you didn't treasure it. You. Zhang Yunshan, of course, knew what Yu Xinghai meant. Yu Xinghai turned around, his back facing Zhang Yunshan. Zhang Yunshan said in a deep voice, "You promised that if I break the mantra, you'd bury the hatchet between the Nether Sect and the Celestial Masters Sect. Are you going back on your word?" Yu Xinghai did not waste his breath with Zhang Yunshan. He waved his arm dismissively and said, "Send him on his way." A figure moved quickly to where they stood. The space seemed to contort, the rippling energy around it a breathtaking sight. Bam! Zhang Yunshan was hit by an energy in the chest and sent flying back. Soon after, Hua Chongyang's figure appeared. "Unfortunately, you didn't break the mantra. On top of that, you wanted to harm Mr. Seventh?" Zhang Yunshan spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, he struggled to his feet and turned to run. Hua Chongyang continued, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Yunshan's attempt to escape. "When you tried to break the mantra, you were thinking about planting a new one. That's why there was a backlash. You can only blame yourself for your fate." As soon as Hua Chongyang finished speaking, he vanished and reappeared above Zhang Yunshan. His avatar materialized, raised its fist, and brought it down. Meanwhile, Si Wuya did not even spare a glance at Zhang Yunshan. He only shook his head and said, "Is that necessary?" Yu Xinghai replied, "I know what I'm doing." "Are you planning to attack the Celestial Master Sect?" Si Wuya asked. Yu Xinghai shook his head. "This is just an interlude. He wanted to die, and I'm merely fulfilling his wish." Si Wuya fell silent. Yu Xinghai sighed. "I didn't expect this mantra to be so powerful. Not even Zhang Yunshan could break it. I nearly harmed you." "It's nothing," Si Wuya said. "All these years, I've hardly used my martial strength. With your magnanimity, seventh junior brother, it's truly a shame you're not in the Nether Sect. The position of strategist is meant for you," Yu Xinghai said. Si Wuya felt slightly helpless. He had been offered the position of a strategist year after year since he left the evil sky pavilion. He deftly changed the topic. Second senior brother was here not long ago. Really? He wanted me to convey a message to you. He said that a blade needs to be whetted regularly to maintain its sharpness. He wants to have a battle with you in half a year. Si Wuya did not withhold or twist Yu Shengrong's words and conveyed the message honestly. Yu Jinghai chuckled. The sound of Hua Chongyang beating up Zhang Yunshan rang in the air as Yu Jinghai said, just as well. That's what I want. Si Wuya asked, Master said that once we've joined the evil sky pavilion, we're free to do what we want, but we're not allowed to kill one of our own. That's the iron rule of the evil sky pavilion since its foundation. Senior brother, are you really going to do this? Yu Jinghai replied, you should ask second junior brother this question. But, you're our eldest senior brother. Yes, you're the eldest senior brother. The eldest should be more accommodating. The eldest should be more tolerant. The eldest should be more resilient. Whenever Yu Jinghai thought about this, he would fall silent. This time was no different. A moment later, Yu Jinghai patted Si Wuya's shoulder and walked out of the secluded hut. Before he left, he said, let's not talk about such gloomy things. I'll find a way to break that mantra on you. There's no need to trouble yourself, senior brother. I'll think of a way to break it myself. After all, this is Master's doing. I'm afraid he's the only one who can undo it. Yu Jinghai stopped in his tracks and said, what do you plan to do? Si Wuya smiled without saying anything. He bowed at Yu Jinghai and said, safe journey, senior brother. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had woken up from studying the heavenly writing. He seemed to have remembered something. He stood up and walked toward the table where the old parchment drawing was. He studied it, muttering to himself, place the open heavenly writing's remnant piece on the parchment drawing. He looked at the other parts of the drawing beside the clearer outline. This is the palace where the remnant piece of open heavenly writing should be, right? Lu Zhou had overlooked that important point. It should have been clear that the parchment drawing should be placed together with the open heavenly writing. Whether it was the old drawing or the map, they shared a common and important function, to mark geographical locations. Lu Zhou bent forward to study the old parchment drawing. After a moment, he discovered that the blank parts of the old drawing were genuinely blank. There was nothing hidden there. Apart from that, the blurry parts were only outlines. Fortunately, Lu Zhou was very familiar with Great Yin. Even if the information was not shown on the map, he could make a rough guess based on the position of the palace. Yang Province, Jing Province, Liang Province, Yi Province, Qing Province, Yong Province, Lu Zhou counted aloud, Misty Forest, Rongxi, Rongbei. In the east, there are the seas and the Great Whirlpool. The borders were blank. Lu Zhou looked all the way to the edges and then moved his eyes to the west. Beyond Liang Province was the western region where the other tribes dwelled, including Rongbei. They were all blank. Lu Zhou returned his gaze to Great Yan's divine capital. It was better to believe than to doubt. Zhao Yu. Lu Zhou's deep voice echoed out of the East Pavilion with forceful primal qi. Zhao Yu was cultivating in the courtyard of the South Pavilion. She hastily stopped what she was doing and hurried over to the East Pavilion. Fifth senior sister. Little Yuaner appeared in the air with her nirvana sash. Junior sister, I have no time to spar with you now. Master just summoned me. You've misunderstood me, senior sister. I want to go with you. The two of them headed toward the East Pavilion. Shortly after, they arrived. Greetings, Master. The two of them stood outside Lu Zhou's living quarters and greeted him in unison. Lu Zhou walked out, glanced at them, and said, send word to Jiang Aijin. I need him to search for an item from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhao Yu said, Master, I've been trying to contact Jiang Aijin for the past few days, but he hasn't responded yet. Little Yuaner huffed, I knew that shameless man can't be trusted. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, pondering the matter. Based on his experience with Jiang Jin, he did not believe him to be someone who would betray his trust. Moreover, Jiang Jin valued his life greatly and was not one to seek trouble. Lu Zhou suddenly recalled that Jiang Jin had mentioned in his last letter that Wei Zhuyan was in Jing province to quell a disturbance. Perhaps Li Jingyi was there as well. Could he have followed them there? Since we can't contact him, we'll look for him. Zhao Yu, head to the palace, Lu Zhou said. Zhao Yu's expression changed slightly. She spoke hesitantly, Master, my cultivation base is still weak. Should we send fourth senior brother instead? Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu suspiciously. She was usually eager to carry out missions and had never shown fear before. Are you scared? He asked. I'm merely worried I might impede your plans, Master, Zhao Yu replied. Lu Zhou finally said, summon fourth senior brother, here. Yes, Master. Zhao Yu hastily turned and walked away. Lu Zhou watched Zhao Yu's retreating back. She seemed flustered and in a rush. This little girl appears to be hiding something. However, ever since the incident with Yi Tianqin ended, Zhao Yu's loyalty has been steadily increasing. In fact, it is still growing. When the palace was mentioned, she seemed slightly afraid. Is she related to someone in the palace? Lu Zhou recalled the scene when he recruited her. He remembered that Zhao Yu came from humble beginnings. He saw that her cultivation talent was great and decided to take her in. She should not have any connection with the palace. I should pay more attention to her from now on. For the time being, she can do whatever she wants. Strict supervision would only do more harm than good. Master, I've made some breakthroughs with my Nirvana sash recently. Little Eunuch boasted. Is that so? Master, it's been a long time since you've given me some instructions. It was clear what little Eunuch wanted. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He had been busy with other matters and had indeed seldom taught his disciples. Ask away. Little Eunuch bluntly replied, I want to spar with you and see where I'm lacking through battle. Lu Zhou remained silent, continuing to stroke his beard. This kind of battle between a master and a disciple could not even be considered a sparring session. Such sessions were for instruction, not for defeating the opponent. This required a deep cultivation base on the master's part, as the master had to see through the disciples' tactics, understand their weaknesses, and consequently, instruct them. Lu Zhou considered his own cultivation base. Forget it. I should just let her play on her own. At this moment, Mingshi came in and said, Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Send word to Jiang Jin. Tell him to find out if there's anything in the palace that belongs to the evil Sky Pavilion. If he doesn't reply, go investigate it yourself. Yes, Master. Mingshi turned to leave. Lu Zhou stopped him. Wait. Your orders, Master? Mingshi turned around. Your little junior sister has made some improvements lately. You should spar with her, Lu Zhou said slowly. Mingshi nodded and said, Yes, Master. I've been studying the Bluewood Heart method lately and have improved as well. If there's a chance, I hope you can give me some instructions, Master. Lu Zhou said sternly, Impudent. I dare not. I've made a mistake. Mingshi suddenly realized he had spoken too boldly. His little junior sister was favored by their master, so she could naturally make bold requests. Imitating her behavior was seeking death. Lu Zhou said indifferently, Seek out your third senior brother. Yes, Master. Duanmu Xing's talent and cultivation base were not inferior to Mingshi. If intelligence wasn't considered, Duanmu Xing was actually superior to Mingshi. What if Duanmu Xing also comes to ask for instructions? Lu Zhou thought. Hua Wudao's face appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. However, Hua Wudao was also very likely to ask to spar with him. After all, Hua Wudao had a knot in his heart since losing to him 20 years ago. Who would be fit to instruct Hua Wudao? Leng Luo and Pan Lydian would not be recovering anytime soon. Wait, Lu Zhou called out to Mingshi again. Your orders, master? Mingshi turned around and bowed once more. Elder Hua made significant contributions during the battle on the Lotus Dais. If there's nothing urgent, let him rest. Mingshi was puzzled. Why did his master suddenly mention Hua Wudao? He's in perfect shape, right? Why would he need to rest? However, as a disciple, it was his duty to obey. He did not question his master and hastily bowed, saying, I'll deliver the message to him. Mingshi gave little Yuaner a meaningful look. The two of them then left the courtyard. Afterward, Lu Zhou returned to his room. He glanced at the parchment drawing on the table, then turned and went behind the screen, where he sat down with his legs crossed. He called up the system dashboard again. Little Yuaner's request had reminded him that a cultivation base was everything to a cultivator. The issue was, if he bought the 8 methods connected now, his cultivation base would improve, causing the prices of the item cards to increase. He should have bought more cards before this. Lu Zhou tapped on the mall tab to check the prices. A plethora of curses appeared in his mind. When did the prices go up? He remembered checking the price not long ago. Could the opening of the box and the possession of the remnant piece be the reasons for the price hike? That was the only thing he had done recently. If that was the case, his previous inferences were inaccurate. In other words, the frequency of use, purchases, and the improvement of his cultivation base were only part of the factors. Perhaps the most crucial factor in determining the price hikes was the items he gained from the system. Like a test, it was easy to raise one's marks from a low point to an average point. However, it would get progressively difficult to raise them after that point. Forget it. It's a good thing that it increased. I'm only troubling myself by worrying about gains and losses. Lu Zhou scanned the prices. Deadly Strike card, 1,500. Impeccable card, 1,000. Critical Heal card, 600. Thunderblast, 500. Cage Bind, 800. Since the prices have already risen, they wouldn't rise again so soon, right? Finally, Lu Zhou decided to buy the 8 methods connected. Ding. Obtained the avatar, 8 methods connected. Spent 20,000 merit points. Equip. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and remained silent, feeling the changes in his body from the 8 methods connected. For cultivators, using an avatar for the first time was also an opportunity to cultivate the body. The cultivator's physical body and mind would undergo a transformation. The transformation of the avatar was also the transformation of the cultivator. The 8 methods connected were tempered and transformed from the cold, the heat, the incorporeal, the solid, the surface, the inside, the yin, and the yang. Once the 8 methods connected avatar was formed, the cultivator would gain a high resistance to the factors mentioned above. In other words, the cultivator would become healthier and less prone to illness, making it easier to survive in harsh environments. Throughout the transformation process, if the cultivator failed to endure any step, the transformation would fail. However, for Lu Zhou, there was no such worry. His unique cultivation method meant he was destined to have a different experience compared to others. Meanwhile, in a certain hall of the palace in the divine capital, a woman dressed in extravagant scarlet robes was looking at her reflection in the mirror. Then, she coughed softly. On the other side of the screen, a man in black with a strange mask on his face appeared, his hands behind his back. Junior brother Emoli. You really gave me a difficult task, the masked man said. It's junior sister to you, Emoli retorted. The masked man's expression was indiscernible. He turned away and looked at the scenery outside, saying, just because His Highness the Second Prince has this fetish? Emoli was silent. After a long pause, she said, as long as I can achieve my goals, I'll do whatever it takes. The Great Yan's imperial family isn't as simple as you think. The 4th prince is back. His Highness has another rival now, the masked man said. That's why I'm asking for your help, senior brother, Emoli said. I've fought that old villain before. My Tanyu beast is heavily wounded and won't be able to fight for some time, the masked man said. Upon hearing this, Emily sighed. I didn't expect the old villain to be capable of that. However, I still believe in you, senior brother. You're the greatest witchcraft genius of Lulan in 300 years. You're currently in your prime. On the other hand, look at that old villain. Everyone in the cultivation world is waiting for his time to run out. Once he's dead, nobody will be able to stop my plans. The masked man remained silent. Emily continued, my injuries haven't fully healed yet. I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. At that moment, a female servant's voice rang out. Milady, His Second Highness summons you. Understood, Emily replied. His Second Highness wishes to meet the genius cultivator you mentioned, the servant added. Emily chuckled. Senior brother, didn't I tell you? You'll definitely make a name for yourself in Great Yin. 2 days later, in the Evil Sky Pavilion, inside the East Pavilion, a unique energy fluctuated continuously, sometimes cold, sometimes hot. Zhao Yu, Little Yuan, and Duan Muxing felt the fluctuations and gathered in the East Pavilion. What's happening? Asked one. This energy fluctuation. It seems someone is forming their 8 methods connected avatar, Duan Muxing said, frowning. Little Yuan placed a finger to her lips and shushed him. Fourth senior brother has said that no matter what strange things happen around Master, we should never speak of it and act as if we're unaware. Zhao Yun nodded. You're right. We should act as if we didn't see anything. Whiz. A more powerful surge of energy rippled through the surroundings. After a moment, Hua Wudao appeared, hands behind his back. Experienced and knowledgeable, he naturally understood the meaning of these energy fluctuations. 8 methods connected, he murmured. Hua Wudao raised his brows in shock as he looked at the surging primal qi and energy above the East Pavilion. What's this? He trailed off as he raised his hand. Zhao Yu said, Elder Hua, do you know what's happening? The few disciples couldn't make sense of what they were seeing. For them, all they knew was that their master rarely followed the orthodox way of doing things. Hua Wudao nodded and said, your cultivation bases aren't profound enough yet. Look closely. He pointed at the roiling and turbulent primal qi and the energy leaking out into the surroundings. The 8 methods connected tempers the body and will. A cultivator who successfully forms his 8 methods connected will experience a huge improvement in his cultivation base. However, the Pavilion Master is already at the peak of the nascent divinity tribulation realm and is a peak 8-leaf cultivator. Think about it, why would he need to form a low-rank avatar like the 8 methods connected? Why? Zhao Yu, Little Yuan, and Duan Muxing wore humble expressions, showing they were sincerely seeking enlightenment from Hua Wudao. He's constantly improving himself, Hua Wudao said confidently and knowingly. If 2 cultivators at the same level were to fight without weapons and armor, what do you think would be the deciding factor between them? Luck? Duan Muxing scratched his head. Hua Wudao was speechless. Zhao Yu and Little Yuan looked at their third senior brother, Duan Muxing, and nodded, seemingly agreeing with his answer. Hua Wudao coughed before he said solemnly, it's technique and experience. Look at the primal qi fluctuations above the East Pavilion, they are both cold and warm at the same time. It's like a harmonization of yin and yang. They are extremely uniform and stable. A cultivator with little to no talent would easily cause a chaotic flow of primal qi when trying to form their avatars. The slightest mistake during the forming process would cause them to fail. Usually, a cultivator would successfully form the 8 methods connected avatar within 3 attempts. Those who succeed on the first try are considered geniuses. Those who succeed on the second try are considered above average. Those who succeed on the third try are average. Bam! The 8 forms of energy successfully gathered above the East Pavilion, swirling and connecting. Your words are an enlightenment, Elder Hua. Everything seems clear now. When I first studied the Divine One technique, I found it extremely difficult. Now, practicing the opening chapters of the Divine One method is much easier. My skills have improved, and my experience gives me an advantage in battles, Duan Muxing said, looking at the East Pavilion. Indeed, Hua Wudao said, continuing to look at the East Pavilion. That was enlightening, Zhao Yu added, cupping her fists. The energy gradually calmed, and the East Pavilion returned to its former stillness. You have a point, Elder Hua, Mingxirin said, walking in at that moment. It was clear he had just returned from running an errand. Fourth senior brother, Zhao Yu, and little Yuan greeted Mingxirin. I remember when Master was cultivating in the hidden chamber, and we accidentally disturbed him. You might not believe this, Elder Hua, but I couldn't even withstand the blast when Master connected his 8 meridians. If Master hadn't held back, I would have been injured, Mingxirin explained. Hua Wudao nodded and said, as expected of a true elite. At this moment, Lu Zhou, who had successfully formed the 8 methods connected, opened his eyes slowly. He did not anticipate it would take this long. However, apart from the extended time, there was nothing out of the ordinary. He did not encounter any obstacles when forming the avatar. The circulation of primal qi and the formation of the avatar were exceptionally smooth. Lu Zhou checked his cultivation base. Indeed, it was already at the Dao controlling stage of the Divine Court realm, just one step away from the Dao transforming stage. At this stage, he could easily master his chosen path of cultivation. Every cultivator's cultivation path is typically decided in the early stages of the Divine Court realm, often in disciplines such as the saber, the sword, archery, or the spear. Many cultivators choose their paths early on. The true completion of their paths comes at the Dao shaping stage of the Divine Court realm. At the Dao controlling stage, the chosen path is manifested through their weapons, which is why heaven-grade weapons are so precious. Dao controlling stage of the Divine Court realm, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Lu Zhou also assessed the status of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. It was only about 1/3 of its full capacity, but he was content. He seemed to be comprehending the heavenly writing at a much quicker pace now. At this moment, Lu Zhou heard the commotion outside the pavilion. With a voice infused with primal qi, he chided them, the audacity. The sound wave rolled out from the East Pavilion, causing Mingxirin, Hua Wudao, and the others to take several steps back. Master. Pavilion Master. Even someone like Hua Wudao, who took pride in his status, had to bow his head. Lu Zhou emerged with his hands behind his back, glancing at the people in the courtyard. Do all of you have a lot of free time on your hands? No, Mingxirin hastily bowed and said, Master, I've contacted Jiang Aijian. He said the box you asked him to investigate isn't in the palace. As for other items that belong to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he mentioned he needs more time to investigate the matter. Additionally, he suspects Si Wuya is investigating him. For this reason, he hasn't and won't be contacting the Evil Sky Pavilion for the time being. It's that rascal again. It seemed the binding mantra's punishment couldn't make Si Wuya behave. Jiang Aijian also mentioned, he's aware of the incident on the Lotus Dais. He suspects the elite you fought is a Lulan elite from Rongxi. A Lulan elite? Hua Wudao was slightly taken aback. Little Yuaner asked in confusion, is he powerful? Many years ago, when Lulan and Great Yen went to war, the people suffered greatly. Many lost their homes, all because of the witchcraft cultivators of Lulan. Even so, Lulan suffered heavy losses. Since then, the cultivators of Great Yen no longer underestimated witchcraft, Hua Wudao explained. Are there no witchcraft experts in Great Yen? Witchcraft itself originated from Great Yen. However, due to its obvious weaknesses, few actually cultivate it. Only a handful of determined witchcraft cultivators keep it alive here, Hua Wudao replied. Mingxirin nodded and bowed at Lu Zhou, saying, Master, this piece of information should be reliable. We have to guard against him since he's capable of unleashing such a powerful spell on the Lotus Dais. Lu Zhou still had some unanswered questions in his heart. The being he encountered at the energy intersection on the Lotus Dais was not human but some kind of beast. In that case, that person was most likely the beast's master. He stroked his beard and asked, "Was your movement exposed when you went to the divine capital?" "Absolutely not," Mingxirin said confidently. "Old Seventh is indeed intelligent, but he won't go so far as to have someone monitor me while I'm using the toilet, right?" Everyone looked at him with a disgusted expression. Although he had a point, the way he spoke was too crude. In any case, it seemed Mingxirin did not have any trouble covering his tracks. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous noise resonated in the air. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. The back of the mountain. The cave of reflection. Lu Zhou looked up at the barrier. Although it had weakened, it should still hold up. Moreover, the sound did not come from the barrier. At this moment, Zhou Jifeng sprinted all the way from the back of the mountain. He fell to one knee and said, "Pavilion Master, Mr. 8th, something has happened to him." Lu Zhou remained silent. He flicked his sleeves and made his way to the back of the mountain, with the others trailing after him. Mingxirin mumbled under his breath, "That idiot, old 8th, can't he stay still for a second?" Zhou Jifeng walked next to Mingxirin and nervously said, Mr. 8th has lost the Zen tunic." A short while later, Lu Zhou led the others to the cave of reflection. They saw Pan Zhong standing at the cave's entrance, with a blank expression on his face. Boom! 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 As soon as they arrived, they heard the deafening sound of rocks breaking. Boom! 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 What? That's impossible. It can't be possible. Pan Zhong mumbled in a daze. What are you talking about? What's impossible? Mingxirin asked. I was the one who restricted Mr. 8th's cultivation base. How did it come undone? Pan Zhong felt as if his confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. An expression of shock and incredulity could be seen on his face. Oh, that. What's there to be surprised about? Mingxirin rolled his eyes. Bam! 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 Zhu Honggong kept launching energy seals at the walls. This is chaotic energy. This is caused by forced cultivation. We must suppress it as quickly as we can, Hua Wudao said when he saw the bursts of energy around Zhu Honggong. Chaotic energy? Cultivating an incomplete cultivation method usually causes chaotic energy. The cultivator has to fill in the blanks of the incomplete method to improve their cultivation base. If they are a genius, this might be beneficial. However, if they are not, this is what happens, Hua Wudao explained. The words incomplete cultivation methods caused the disciples to shudder. They no longer dared to continue the conversation and only looked at their master. Lu Zhou shook his head. He looked at Zhu Honggong in the cave of reflection and said, "He's making a rod for his own back." After he finished speaking, he walked into the cave. At that moment, Zhu Honggong looked up and saw his master. Master? He was about to launch a 9 Tribulations Thunderblast from his palms, so he quickly and forcibly reversed the direction of his attack, sending it to his chest instead. The blast from the attack sent him reeling several meters back before he crashed to the floor. Ouch! Zhu Honggong cried out as he rolled on the ground. At least, he recognized me and stopped himself from hurting me, even at the cost of hurting himself. He still has a conscience. Lu Zhou raised his palm and sent an energy seal over. Bam! The gentle energy seal landed on Zhu Honggong's chest. Zhu Honggong felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and he calmed down. The heat and energy that roiled and surged from his body seemed to subside as well. Upon seeing this, everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. Hua Wudao looked at Zhao Yu, Mingxirin, and the others, and said, "This is what I mean when I speak about skill and experience." Zhu Honggong is a Tao-transforming divine court realm cultivator, after all. The primal qi in his body is extremely chaotic, so forcibly suppressing it would only make matters worse. Instead, using a gentler and weaker energy is much more helpful. Don't underestimate that palm strike. If one doesn't have extraordinarily precise control over one's powers, it would be extremely difficult to ensure the other party remains unharmed. Zhao Yu said, I've learned a lot from you, Elder Hua. Hua Wudao only smiled and said, it's nothing to speak of. Sometimes, I envy all of you. Envy? A master merely takes you in, while cultivation depends on the individual. The Pavilion master is occupied with many matters every day and may not have much time to instruct you in cultivation. However, the Pavilion master's actions are worth much more than verbal instructions or teachings. Alas, I'm getting old, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to learn. Hua Wudao sighed. Why did that sound wrong? Nevertheless, Zhao Yu and the others nodded their heads. There was nothing wrong with Elder Hua's words. They merely sounded awkward due to his identity, position, and age. Perhaps he was just trying to flatter their master? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing Zhu Honggong, old 8th. He was rendered speechless when he heard Hua Wudao's lengthy explanation. In truth, he had not put much thought into the palm strike he had sent out. His only intention was to calm Zhu Honggong's chaotic energy. He did not truly consider whether he would injure Zhu Honggong, given Zhu Honggong's hardiness. After catching his breath, Zhu Honggong shuddered and hastily kneeled. Master, you're here. He thanked the heavens for managing to redirect his attack to himself earlier. Otherwise, he really did not dare to imagine the consequences. Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong sternly. Speak. What's the matter? Master. 3 days ago, the 5 rats came and stole my Zen tunic. The Zen tunic helps suppress my chaotic energy. Please help me, Master. Zhu Honggong said fearfully. The 5 rats of Upper Prime City? Zhu Honggong, old 8th, raised his voice, speaking with such righteousness that it would inspire admiration from those who did not know better. They wanted to take me away from Golden Court Mountain. However, there's no way I'd leave with them. I resolutely rejected their preposterous request without any hesitation. This exasperated the 5 mice, so they stole my Zen tunic. They are truly despicable. The sun and moon can bear witness to my loyalty. I hope you do not suspect my loyalty to you, Master. Ming Shirin was speechless. Is this the same idiotic old 8th I know? He's really got a glib tongue. Lu Zhou asked, how many levels of the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast have you cultivated? Zhu Honggong's forehead was drenched in sweat as he stammered, in reply to your question, Master, the 7th phenomenon. Lu Zhou said disapprovingly, the audacity. Were you thinking of filling in the blanks for the 2 remaining levels with your cultivation base and experience? I dare not. Zhu Honggong quickly cowed out and said, I'm stupid. When I cultivated the 4th level, compassion, and the 5th level, indifference, something went wrong. My primal chi flared up, and I nearly descended into depravity. Lu Zhou said, so, that rascal, old 7th, took the Heavenly Choice Temple's Zen tunic to suppress your primal chi? Zhu Honggong seemed like a deflated balloon at this moment. He had no choice but to nod and say, yes. Ming Shirin cupped his fists as he stood outside the cave. Master. We cannot be tricked by old 7th. He is currently afflicted by the binding mantra and wants to lure you into making a move. Lu Zhou turned around slowly. I'm guessing that old 8th's condition can only be managed by a binding mantra. Otherwise, this will happen again in the future. Since the binding mantra is cast by you, you'll naturally be the only one who can undo it. For this reason, I suspect that old 7th has planted some connective spell or seal on old 8th to break the mantra placed on him. Ming Shirin said. The so-called connective spell is one of the arcane arts from the Taoist sections. Cultivators who are connected by this art can share the same damage or healing for a certain amount of time. Then, the Buddhist sects improvised on this art and developed the Buddha's Shine, which is a healing art with an area of effect that can treat many wounds at the same time. However, due to the large amount of power needed to cast this technique, it is rarely used. Zhu Honggong was rendered speechless by Mingshi Yin's words. Mingshi Yin looked at Zhu Honggong, ridiculing Si Wuya inwardly. Old seventh, you can't even fool me with this trick. Do you really think you can fool master? Keep dreaming. Mingshi Yin has a point, Hua Wudao said in agreement. Lu Zhou did not nod nor shake his head. Instead, his gaze fell on old eighth, Zhu Honggong, as he said, old eighth. I'm waiting for your explanation. Clearly, Si Wuya would not have come up with this method if Zhu Honggong had not agreed to collude with him. Zhu Honggong's face was wet with tears as he said pitifully, Master. I'm wrongly accused. I'm wrongly accused. Wrongly accused, my ass. Old seventh has helped you many times. You have every reason to help in return, Mingshi Yin said. Lu Zhou said, inspect him. After all, a single examination would reveal whether this was true. If there really was a connective spell, Mingshi Yin's suspicion would be proven correct. If not, their suspicion would be wrong. I'll do it. Duanmu Xing tossed his overlord spear to Pan Zhong, who was standing nearby. Pan Zhong staggered, nearly falling from the weight of the overlord's spear. Fortunately, he circulated his primal qi in time and managed to support its weight. Mingshi Yin stepped aside to let Duanmu Xing walk into the cave of reflection. With Duanmu Xing's strength, he easily picked up Zhu Honggong like an eagle snatching a chick, without even using his primal qi. He placed a palm on Zhu Honggong and let his primal qi flow through Zhu Honggong's body. Don't move, he said sternly. Zhu Honggong tried not to laugh but couldn't help it. I'm not trying to move, third senior brother, but he laughed again before managing to say, but it tickles. I can't help it. Inwardly, he thought, do you think I want this? Or that I have no shame? There are people around, after all. No matter what, I'm still a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmu Xing ignored Zhu Honggong and examined him thoroughly and seriously, leaving no stone unturned. Zhu Honggong did not dare to resist with his primal qi and allowed his senior brother to do as he pleased. After a few moments, Duanmu Xing finished the examination. He bowed to Lu Zhou and said, Master, I've examined him and found nothing suspicious. Mingshi Yin was stunned. I'm done for. I was too paranoid. Master is definitely going to rebuke me. However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, this doesn't mean that a spell won't be cast on him in the future. Old Fourth has a point. I'm wrongly accused. Zhu Honggong's face was wet with tears. He had never felt so aggrieved in his entire life. Mingshi Yin sighed inwardly in relief before he said, Old Eighth, you can save your breath and stop trying to talk your way out of this. The 5 mice took your Zen tunic and didn't even bring you along. Do you think Old Seventh will help you? He's only using you. Upon hearing the word Zen tunic, Zhu Honggong froze. He cherished that item the most. Taking the Zen tunic away was akin to taking his life away. Suddenly, he looked up and said, Master. I have something to say. Speak. I know you want to punish 7th senior brother. I have a plan. Zhu Honggong said. Mingshi Yin was confused. Everyone regarded Zhu Honggong with complicated looks. He's trying to propose a plan with that brain of his? It doesn't sound reliable at all. You're proposing a plan? All you can come up with are rotten suggestions, Mingshi Yin said mockingly. Zhu Honggong smiled sheepishly. He had already gotten used to being ridiculed, so he had developed a thick skin over the years. He said, Master, I know where Old Seventh and the 5 mice usually meet. Zhu Honggong's words shocked everyone. Mingshi Yin asked skeptically, based on Old Seventh's character, how could he have let you know about the secret? Zhu Honggong said, I accidentally found out about it. Moreover, 7th senior brother trusted me back then. So, that's why you turned your back on him and are betraying him now? Mingshi Yin said, pouring a figurative bucket of cold water over Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong felt like crying. 4th senior brother, can you please stop saying these things? You'll be the cause of my death one day. Where is this place? Lu Zhou asked. While Zhu Honggong's information might not mean much, it was better than nothing. Moreover, they had to be wary of the possibility that the rogue, Old Seventh, might set up a trap. Even so, Lu Zhou wasn't particularly worried. All he needed to do was see Si Wuya. When faced with absolute power, plots and schemes were like a thin sheet of paper. Long Breeze Restaurant in Upper Prime City, Zhu Honggong hastily replied. The Black Knights quelled a disturbance in Upper Prime City before. How dare the 5 mice stay there? Jiao Yu asked, surprised. The most dangerous place can also be the safest. Nobody knows what the mice look like. Even if you ran into one of them on the street, you probably wouldn't recognize them. It's not surprising they meet in Upper Prime City, Ming Shirin said. Lu Zhou turned to look at Ming Shirin and said, Ming Shirin. Yes, master. You'll go to Upper Prime City and bring Si Wuya back, Lu Zhou continued. Also, tell the 5 mice that they'd better come here and apologize, or else. When Ming Shirin heard his master's or else, he shuddered slightly. He couldn't afford to be careless with this task. Capturing Si Wuya, whose cultivation base was restricted, should not be too difficult. He had failed to catch the hare by the stump in the past and had been feeling dissatisfied ever since. Now that he had this information, he had to make the most of it. One should always learn from one's mistakes. Second senior brother was around at that time. I wonder who will be by Old Seventh's side this time? A peerless genius like Yu Shangrong could not possibly become Si Wuya's personal bodyguard. Yes, master. Ming Shirin retreated to the side. It was already dark outside, but he was in no hurry to depart. Zhu Honggong kowtowed out and said, Master, does this count as a merit? Please, master, senior brother, help me retrieve my Zen tunic. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Zhu Honggong as he said, Rascal, since you withheld information, how do you think we should deal with you? Startled, Zhu Honggong no longer dared to make any requests at that moment and hastily said, I've made a mistake. At this moment, the others finally realized what had happened. Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, had known about the rendezvous point all along and had kept it from them until now. He obviously had selfish motives. 50 strokes of the rod. Old Third will be the executioner. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and turned around. Zhu Honggong's fear intensified when he saw his master showed no signs of leaving. Clearly, his master intended to supervise the punishment. These 50 strokes were definitely going to hurt more than the 100 strokes he received previously. Yes, master. Shortly after, Duan Muxing returned to the Cave of Reflection with a rod in hand. Without any preamble, he lifted Zhu Honggong and placed him on the stone table. Senior brother. Senior brother, please, softly, softly. I'm sorry, junior brother. Rules are rules. It's better for me to be heavy-handed. This is, for your own good. If people don't abide by the rules of the Golden Court Mountain, how can we regain our former glory? Duan Muxing said. Smack. Yell. Ouch. A sound akin to pigs being slaughtered rang in the air. Ding. Harsher punishment for Zhu Honggong. Reward, 500 merit points. Lu Zhou did not even glance at Zhu Honggong. He placed his hands behind his back and left the Cave of Reflection. Safe journey, master. Safe journey, Pavilion master. The others bowed. After Lu Zhou left the Cave of Reflection, the others sighed in relief. Ming Shirin said with a smile, Old Eighth, you brought this upon yourself. You should be grateful that your punishment is only 50 strokes. That's far better than destroying your cultivation base or killing you. Thank you, senior brother. Ouch. Smack. Smack. Even for cultivators with bodies strengthened by body tempering and their protective energies, being beaten in this manner was still painful. Moreover, Duan Muxing was a straightforward person and not one to pull his punches. There was no mercy in his beating of Zhu Honggong. Tears streamed down Zhu Honggong's face from the beating. Ming Shirin shook his head and said with a smile, "I'll think of some way to retrieve the Zen tunic for you." When Zhu Honggong heard this, he was overjoyed. Although he was being beaten by the plank, he cupped his fists and struggled to say, "You're the... Ouch. You treat me the best, senior brother." Ming Shirin no longer looked at him. He turned around and left. Pan Zhong hastily ran over and said, "You truly have a meticulous mind and outstanding intelligence, Mr. Fourth. If you didn't see through the tricks, we would have all been fooled by Mr. Seventh. I mean, the traitor. Is there anything else?" Ming Shirin found this strange. "No, nothing. I genuinely admire you, that's all." "There are no lies in my words," Pan Zhong said seriously. "I like that. They're all flattery, but they sound so sincere," Ming Shirin said before vanishing from sight in just a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, just outside the secluded hut, Si Wuya no longer attempted to break the binding mantra as he had before. Instead, he reclined on a bamboo chair and basked in the sun. On the rack next to him were various books about mantras, slightly messy. Since when did Master learn to cast such a high-level mantra? Si Wuya couldn't find the answer to this question. It confounded him. He had asked his men to get these books so he could find a way to break the mantra. He had tried most of the methods mentioned in the books, but alas, none of them worked. At this moment, a grey-robed cultivator, one of his subordinates, flew toward him from afar. The subordinate landed on one knee and said, "Sect Master, as per your orders, I've investigated the evil Sky Pavilion, and they have no contact with any Buddhist or Taoist elites." Si Wuya stood up slowly, walking along the secluded hut with his hands behind his back. The Buddhist elite at the Holy Altar in Remnant, the Taoist elite at the Measure Heaven River, and the 9 Cuts Hand Seals at Tongzi Town. Even the unknown power on the Lotus Dais, none of these has anything to do with external help. Si Wuya had personally witnessed the scene on the Lotus Dais. He was certain the power originated from the barrier. "There aren't any clues about that yet," Si Wuya nodded and said with a smile, "In any case, I'm certain my master is looking for new ways." "He's the same as ever." "Sect Master, should I continue the investigations?" "There's no need for that." Si Wuya shook his head and asked, "Did you find out who's the evil Sky Pavilion spy?" "For now, all we know is that he's skilled, but we don't know who he is." "What about the palace?" "We have no clues about that either. However, we did receive another piece of information. An elite from Rongshi's Lulan is now in the palace. That person should be the mastermind behind the grand formation on the Lotus Dais. Emily does have some tricks up her sleeve," Si Wuya said, "that'll be all." "Understood." The grey-robed cultivator left. Si Wuya returned to the secluded hut and sat on the bamboo chair. He closed his eyes and briefly rested. After a while, another subordinate appeared. "Sect Master, a report from Upper Prime City." "Let me hear it." "The Upper Prime's 5 mice have stolen Mr. 8's Zen tunic. They said it's to compensate for their trip to the evil Sky Pavilion." The moment the subordinate finished speaking, Si Wuya's eyes snapped open. His expressionless face belied the frustration in his voice. "Idiots. Sect Master, the Upper Prime's 5 mice aren't members of the Darknet after all. They're difficult to control. Should we seize this opportunity to get rid of them?" Si Wuya did not reply to his subordinate. He muttered to himself for a moment before he said, "Send word to the 5 mice. Tell them that we'll meet at Upper Prime City in 2 days. Sect Master, it might not be the best idea to venture out in your current condition." "I can carry out the task for you," the subordinate said. "It's all right," Si Wuya said. "The elite from Rongshi's Lulan is already here. Upper Prime City has been peaceful for too long. It's time we set it aflame." "Understood. I'll see to it right away." The second morning, at the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou slowly woke up from his comprehension state. He checked his extraordinary power and found it half full. Fortunately, his speed of comprehension had become quicker. Previously, he needed 7 to 10 days to completely restore his extraordinary power. Based on his current speed, he would only need 5 days now. He did not continue studying the heavenly writing. Instead, he stood up, walked to the table, and looked at the parchment drawing. The parchment drawing looked no different from the day before. Only the Divine Capital's palace seemed clearer. The other parts of the drawing were either a blur or blank. Perhaps, the other remnants of the open heavenly writing are inside the palace. How was he supposed to look for them? Although Jiang Jin possessed remarkable abilities, this task was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Jiang Jin did not even know what the open heavenly writing looked like. Should I personally make a trip there? Nobody knew about the open heavenly writing except him. Master. Old Eighth still the same. His primal chi is still in chaos, Duan Muxing's voice rang out suddenly. Have Pan Zhong go over there to seal his meridians, Dan Tian, and see of Qi. If they can't be sealed, fight with him until he runs out of primal Qi, Lu Zhou said. That's a brilliant idea, Master. Why didn't I think of that? Duan Muxing was delighted. Then, he mumbled, it's been a long time since I sparred with someone. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lu Zhou asked, where's Zhao Yu? Zhao Yu has been acting strange lately. I should pay more attention to her. Moreover, Zhao Yu was usually the one who passed on these messages. Why did Duan Muxing come instead? Junior sister Zhao Yu is feeling unwell and is resting in the South Pavilion, Duan Muxing replied. Unwell? At the Tao-forming stage of the Divine Court realm, ordinary ailments no longer affected a cultivator. Lu Zhou emerged from the pavilion and saw Duan Muxing standing there respectfully. Go and check on Old Eighth, he said. I'll head over right away. Duan Muxing turned and left. Lu Zhou then went to the South Pavilion. It was eerily quiet there. Only Zhao Yu. Master? A startled voice rang from inside the room, but Zhao Yu did not show her face. Lu Zhou walked over with his hands behind his back but did not immediately enter. He detected a hint of nervousness and pain in Zhao Yu's voice. As he approached the door, he felt a dark and cold aura. He frowned and waved his arm. A blast of energy forced the door open, and Lu Zhou's gaze immediately fell on Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was not resting. Instead, she was cowering and shivering, huddled in a corner. Her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her body was constantly releasing cold air. The contrast between the cold and warmth in the air made her hair damp, and a thin layer of ice could be seen on her clothes. A shocked expression could be seen on Zhao Yu's face at this moment. She truly did not expect her master to visit at this time. She endured the cold, got up, and then kneeled on the ground. Her teeth were chattering as she quickly greeted him, Gigi greetings, master. As soon as Lu Zhou saw Zhao Yu's condition, he roughly understood what had happened. He shook his head helplessly. These disciples. None of them would ever let him rest. The brilliant Jade technique was an intriguing cultivation method. Zhao Yu had personally chosen this method. At full strength, when she used the circulation technique, her skin would become translucent, as if she were enveloped in a layer of cold mist. When the primal chi outside her body transformed into energy, there was an exchange between heat and cold. It was clear that Zhao Yu had encountered some trouble. Her cultivation method was not at fault, but her impatience and eagerness for results had led to issues. Without sufficient protective energy to ward off the cold, forcing her cultivation had only caused her pain. Lu Zhou stood before Zhao Yu and sighed, what's the reason? I made a mistake. I shouldn't have been so anxious to achieve a breakthrough, Zhao Yu said, her head lowered. Is that all? I dare not say, Zhao Yu stammered. Go on, speak. Zhao Yu nodded hesitantly and said, I don't know what's happening. Ever since I started cultivating the completed method, the flow of my primal chi has become turbulent. I can't cultivate as quickly as before. Lu Zhou was puzzled. None of his other disciples had experienced this. In fact, they had all seen an increase in their cultivation speed after receiving the completed methods. Zhao Yu had joined the pavilion before little Yuan, and even if she was not as talented as little Yuan, she shouldn't have fallen so far behind. Don't move. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a gentle primal qi rose from his palm, settling on Zhao Yu. As expected, when the primal qi entered Zhao Yu's extraordinary 8 meridians, the cold air retaliated, trying to expel Lu Zhou's primal qi. That's not right. This isn't the cold from the brilliant Jade technique. This seemed unique and peculiar, as if it had existed within her for a long time. Lu Zhou raised a palm again. Raise your head. Although Lu Zhou's temper was much different from before, his imposing manner and past actions made Zhao Yu feel nervous. After a brief moment, she lifted her head. Lu Zhou said, "Let me ask you, what cultivation method did you practice before joining the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Zhao Yu shook her head and said, "None." Don't lie to me. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Zhao Yu felt frightened seeing Lu Zhou staring at her so intensely. She would not dare to lie. She said, "I'm telling the truth." Lu Zhou nodded, stroking his beard. "I gave you the brilliant Jade technique. How many levels have you mastered?" Zhao Yu replied, "I'm not very smart and have only managed to master 6 levels. I'm still not too familiar with the 7th level. The 8th and 9th levels you taught me are difficult to understand, and I haven't had the time to practice them yet." In that case, the final 2 levels of the cultivation method were not responsible for her current state. At most, they might have only triggered the problem. The cold poison within Zhao Yu's body was the cause of her condition. Think about it again. Before you practiced the brilliant Jade technique, have you ever met another cultivator and practiced an unknown cultivation method? Or were you injured? Lu Zhou asked. The origin of the cold poison remained a mystery. However, there was no doubt that it did not just appear out of nowhere. Zhao Yu was not the most talented among the 9 disciples, but she was still better than most people outside. If she had cultivated properly, she would not have made such a basic mistake. It was likely that the cold poison was caused by someone else. Zhao Yu was lost in thought. After a while, she said softly, "I was 9 when I joined the pavilion. There are many things I can't remember clearly." "What about the time before that?" Lu Zhou asked. It was easier to sort out the events after she joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, she would have to recall what happened before. Zhao Yu was stunned and appeared flustered. Lu Zhou said with a slightly pointed tone, "Are you hiding something from me?" "I dare not." Zhao Yu immediately bowed and stammered, "As someone told me that I was from the palace. However, I don't believe it." From the start of her speech to the end, she kept shaking her head in denial. "Who told you this?" Lu Zhou asked. "I don't know him, but I can tell he's an elite. He should be from the palace as well. I had just met junior sister Tianqin at the time. Junior sister Tianqin asked me to activate the formation, and I met the person on Blue Sun Mountain." "You know what happened after that, Master," Zhao Yu replied. Lu Zhou would never forget how Yi Tianqin had led a group of cultivators to ambush them on Blue Sun Mountain. Yi Tianqin was perhaps the boldest of his 9 disciples. Now that Lu Zhou thought about it, he wondered if Yi Tianqin, who had been chased out of the Evil Sky Pavilion for so long, was still alive. "Since you're from the palace, you should start your investigation there," Lu Zhou said. Zhao Yu had the opportunity to investigate the palace before this, but she gave it to Ming Shirin. "I abide by the Evil Sky Pavilion's rules. I severed my ties with my past when I joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. I dare not violate that," Zhao Yu said. "If I'm not mistaken, the cold poison afflicting you is from the Darking Palm. That's an extremely dark Taoist seal. Aren't you going to find out about it?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yu shook her head. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the jade pendant hanging from her waist. He recalled the scene when he recruited disciples. This was the jade pendant she had carried since childhood. Now, it did seem suspicious. How could someone from a humble family have such a precious jade pendant? You there. Your orders, Pavilion Master, a female cultivator said from outside the door. Bring Hua Yueshing here. Understood. Shortly after, Hua Yueshing appeared in the south pavilion. When she reached outside Zhao Yu's room, she bowed and said, Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou emerged with his hands behind his back and asked, How long did you serve in the palace? In reply to your question, Pavilion Master, less than a year. During that time, did you meet any elites skilled in the darking palm? Darking palm? Hua Yueshing appeared puzzled. She shook her head and said, I've never met such a person. However, there are many elites from various sects in the palace. It's not impossible that there might be an elite skilled in the darking palm there. This answer was no different from not having one. Never mind. You're dismissed. Lu Zhou waved his hand. I'll take my leave then. Hua Yueshing turned around and left the south pavilion. Outside the pavilion, she mumbled to herself, the pavilion master is really gentle. Lu Zhou returned to the room. He looked at Zhao Yu's pale face and said, Sit up straight. When Zhao Yu heard this, she was overjoyed. She hastily kowtowed and said, Thank you, master. Loyalty plus 5%. She quickly sat up straight and crossed her legs. Lu Zhou walked behind her and sat down with his legs crossed. His cultivation base was only at the Dao controlling stage of the Divine Court realm, while Zhao Yu was already at the Dao transforming stage of the same realm. Since she could not repel the cold poison, it was definitely impossible for him to do so. Nonetheless, he decided to try using the extraordinary power. Even if he failed, there would be no loss to him. Don't resist. Understood. Lu Zhou raised his palm. Primal Qi surged out of his palm like the tide. At the same time, he felt the extraordinary power of the heavenly writing following his command. It merged more smoothly with his Primal Qi now. Bang! His Primal Qi flowed through the door of the corporeal soul, the heart transporter, and other acupuncture points into her major meridians. Without any warning, Zhao Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She merely grunted. She did not move away, nor did she resist. As expected, the cold poison retaliated at once. Lu Zhou said indifferently, Preposterous. A mere cold poison is trying to retaliate? The arrow that was knocked had to be fired. As Lu Zhou circulated his primal qi, the extraordinary power of the heavenly writing erupted. The transparent primal qi seemed to be tinged with blue, appearing extremely magnificent. It looked as if blue fireflies were hovering around his palm. In the blink of an eye, the cold poison in Zhao Yu's meridians was gradually cleared by Lu Zhou's primal qi and the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. A thin layer of fog appeared on the surface of Zhao Yu's body, and heat rose from the top of her head. In just a short moment, the cold poison in Zhao Yu's meridians began to weaken at an alarming rate before it disappeared completely. Warmth spread through her body, and the thin layer of ice on her clothes and body quickly melted from the heat. Meanwhile, Hua Yueshing, who had just left the south pavilion, was lost in her thoughts. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Perhaps, during her time in the palace, she was accustomed to doing everything Lady Jade told her to do without questioning the reason. Now that she had joined the evil Sky Pavilion, she found herself doing the same. Hua Yueshing stopped in her tracks and mumbled to herself, Why did the pavilion master ask me that question? She scratched her head, unable to figure it out. At that moment, she saw Pan Zhong and Pan Lydian. Pan Zhong saw Hua Yueshing standing outside the south pavilion from afar. He walked over, cupped his fists, and said, La Lady Hua. Hello. What did you call me? Hua Yueshing frowned. Oh, that's not what I meant. Elder sister Hua, Pan Zhong corrected himself. Hua Yueshing felt speechless. Pan Lydian smacked Pan Zhong's neck, resenting him for failing to meet his expectations. Lady Yueshing, he said, correcting Pan Zhong's form of address and giving him a scornful look. His expression seemed to suggest that it was no wonder Pan Zhong was still single. Pan Zhong cupped his fists awkwardly and repeated, Lady Yueshing. Hua Yueshing was not one to fuss over minor matters. She cupped her fists in response to the two of them. Pan Zhong asked, Have you seen the Pavilion Master? Do you have some business with him, Senior? Hua Yueshing looked at Pan Lydian and inquired. Pan Lydian said, I was fortunate enough to receive the Sable Magnolia. Now, my Dantian Sea of Qi is open. I should thank him in person for this act of charity. You've recovered your cultivation base, Senior? Hua Yueshing had heard stories and legends about the Clarity Sect's greatest elite, Pan Lydian. Such a person only existed in the tales her elders told. When she heard that his cultivation base had recovered, she was naturally shocked. Pan Lydian shook his head. I wouldn't say it's fully recovered. It'll take time. In 5 years, I should be able to regain my full strength. Pan Zhong nodded with a smile. Pan Lydian had been conversing with Pan Zhong recently, and they had grown closer. However, Pan Lydian still refused to admit he was Pan Lydian. As a result, Pan Zhong only thought this senior treated him better because they were both former members of the Clarity Sect. They acted like long-lost acquaintances, disregarding their age difference. Sometimes, they even forgot the formalities of seniority. Pan Lydian did not seem to mind. Congratulations, old senior, Hua Yueshing said. You haven't told me where the Pavilion Master is. I went to the East Pavilion and the Great Hall, but I couldn't find him, Pan Lydian said. Hua Yueshing replied, He's in the South Pavilion. He should be coming out soon. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Hua. Damn it, Pan Zhong hastily slapped himself. He had misspoken. Hua Yueshing could only look on helplessly. They both returned to the South Pavilion with her. As the three of them arrived at the South Pavilion, a faint blue energy rippled out from Zhao Yu's body, spreading like a massive wave into the surroundings. Look out! Hua Yueshing, Pan Lydian, and Pan Zhong activated their protective energies simultaneously, forming transparent shields that shielded them from the energy wave. Bam! Alas, their barriers lasted only for mere seconds, before shattering like glass. The three of them staggered backward as the wave slowly subsided. They looked at Zhao Yu's room with a frightened expression. Pan Zhong was speechless. Hua Yueshing was baffled and wondered aloud, what power is this? Pan Lydian stood up slowly and looked at the barrier in the sky. The power of the barrier. No wonder, why is the Pavilion Master using the barrier's power? Hua Yueshing could not understand. She was not the only one confused. Even the knowledgeable and experienced Pan Lydian was puzzled. At this moment, Lu Zhou emerged from the room with his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze across Hua Yueshing, Pan Zhong, and Pan Lydian, before it lingered on Pan Lydian. How does it feel to have your cultivation base back? Although it would be a long journey before Pan Lydian fully regained his strength, at least he had hope now. Pan Lydian bowed and said, I have come to thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master. From this day on, my life belongs to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Yueshing and Pan Zhong looked at Pan Lydian in unison. Lu Zhou noticed that Pan Lydian's loyalty was steadily increasing. His words were a testament to his new allegiance. When Pan Lydian spoke, he was neither servile nor domineering, neither rushed nor slow. He remained calm and collected. His words, delivered with this demeanor, carried a sense of power. A person's resilience shows in times of difficulty, and their loyalty reveals itself in times of hardship. Pan Lydian was the first to express his loyalty so sincerely. Besides being genuine, it was pleasing to the ear. Hua Yueshing and Pan Zhong, however, looked awkward. In their minds, they thought, ginger gets spicier with age. Compared to him, we're still green. Pan Lydian continued, when I went to the East Pavilion earlier, I felt a powerful surge of energy spreading out. Your cultivation base truly widened my horizons, Pavilion Master. I've never seen such a unique power before. I'm afraid you are the only one under the heavens who can pull this off. Hua Yuesheng and Pan Zhong were puzzled. Lu Zhou remained silent, for Pan Lydian had spoken the truth. Lu Zhou suddenly remembered that Pan Lydian had traveled far and wide. Pan Lydian's knowledge was not inferior to his own. He asked, when Zhao Yu was young, she was struck by the darking palm and was afflicted with cold poison. Have you heard about this before, Elder Pan? Darking palm? Pan Lydian frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, the darking palm is an extremely sinister Taoist technique. Indeed, I know of someone who uses the darking palm. Lu Zhou remained silent. Hua Yuesheng and Pan Zhong looked over at the same time. Pan Lydian did not just travel far and wide. It was said that after leaving Clarity Sect, he was in frequent contact with certain individuals in the palace, though no one knew what he did during his time away. That person is Li Yunjiao, an elite by the Empress Dowager's side. Li Yunjiao? Hua Yuesheng's eyes widened. At that moment, Zhao Yu's hacking coughs echoed from the room. When the cough subsided, she said weakly, Master. I remember now. The person who came to see me was Li Yunjiao. Lu Zhou did not enter the room, nor did he turn around when he said, Are you sure? I am, Pan Lydian smiled and said. Li Yunjiao is a famous eunuch by the Empress Dowager's side. He has Taoist roots. He practiced some arcane arts and sank into depravity. However, he benefited from his misfortune, and somehow, his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. The Daoist sect expelled him to preserve their reputation. Many years later, he became a great elite. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Li Yunjiao to be a famous eunuch. However, he did not find it strange that there were so many elites in the palace, despite not frequently visiting or fighting any of the palace elites. Perhaps the palace elites were wary of his title as the greatest villain under the heavens, or perhaps they were restricted by the palace's rules. Who knew? Lu Zhou was certain that an elite like Li Yunjiao lived a good life in the palace, even as a eunuch. There would be no shortage of people trying to curry favor with him, after all. Alas, not being a true man was probably a source of regret for Li Yunjiao. Finally, Lu Zhou said, Why would Li Yunjiao harm you after he had looked for you before? I don't know, Zhao Yu replied. The cold poison within her body had just been dispelled, so she was still weak. Even her voice sounded weak when she spoke. Lu Zhou shook his head. Forget it. Rest for 2 days. He waved his arm and left the south pavilion. Zhao Yu struggled to rise to her feet. A stunned expression on her face, she walked to the door and looked at her master's retreating back. His words had greatly shocked her. Master. Master is concerned about me? Zhao Yu coughed again, before her breathing gradually stabilized. It's gone? She was greatly surprised. Previously, she had been unaware that she was afflicted with a cold poison. She had assumed it was the effect of the brilliant Jade technique. The heat and cold she felt were consistent with the brilliant Jade technique, after all. After cultivating it to its peak, the layer of frost on her skin would intimidate her enemies. Apart from that, she had not expected the cold poison to come from the darking palm. Zhao Yu circulated her primal qi again, letting it flow through her 8 extraordinary meridians. It moved smoothly without obstruction. The self-healing effects of her primal qi were now much more noticeable. When she recalled her master's words earlier, she felt remorseful. Compared to this, the sufferings she had endured before seemed insignificant. Ding. Instructing Zhao Yu. Reward, 200 merit points. What was considered instructing? A senior instructing a junior, and the strong instructing the weak. That was instruction. When Lu Zhou received the notification, he was slightly surprised, but he did not find it strange. He continued on his way to the Great Hall, with Pan Lydian and Pan Zhong following behind. After Lu Zhou entered the Great Hall, he slowly sat down and asked, Elder Pan, do you know Li Yunjiao well? Pan Lydian cupped his fists. I've been in contact with people from the palace since I left the Clarity Sect. To be honest, I joined the army back then and went to the front lines. I killed countless enemies at Rongxi. Because of this, I rarely run into people from the palace. I don't know much about Li Yunjiao. Pan Zhong was slightly startled when he heard this. He did not expect this dirty-looking beggar to have such a glorious past worth bragging about. Although cultivators joining the army were not rare, most chose to focus on cultivation. Typically, in a 10,000-strong army, there would be 5 to 6 cultivators, a grand cultivator, and 100 to 1,000 mortal commanders. Most of these cultivators were not very talented, having only undergone body tempering and mystic enlightening. They joined the military in hopes of gaining achievements. However, it was unexpected for an elite like Pavilion to join the army as well. With your cultivation base, you could have turned the tide of the battle. Surely, achieving glory on the front line would have been easy for you? Lu Zhou asked. He was curious why Pavilion, who had undoubtedly contributed greatly to the war, was now an old beggar. After I left the Clarity Sect, my cultivation base quickly weakened. At that time I was no longer an elite, Pavilion explained. Pan Zhong exclaimed, Old Pan, did the Clarity Sect do something to you? Pavilion had grown accustomed to this form of address. He replied, There's no point in discussing it. Lu Zhou said, In any case, I'll have to personally visit the divine capital. Pavilion quickly responded, I'm willing to accompany you. Lu Zhou nodded. You're dismissed. I'll be taking my leave. I'll be taking my leave as well. Pavilion and Pan Zhong then left the great hall. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he observed the two. He was slightly surprised at how easily they had gotten along and their smooth transition to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Well, in any case, that was how someone from the Evil Sky Pavilion should be. Lu Zhou called out softly, Yuan-er. Master. Little Yuan-er skipped into the great hall, waving her nirvana sash around. Is there any news about old Fourth? No. Fourth senior brother only departed for Upper Prime City early this morning. He should just be arriving now, little Yuan-er said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, still seated. After a while, he said, I'm tired. Oh. I'll take my leave, then. Lu Zhou had used some of his extraordinary power to help Xiao Yu purge the cold poison from her body. He needed to replenish what he had lost over the next 2 days. Without the item cards, the extraordinary power from the heavenly writing was his biggest asset. As for Xiao Yu's past, that investigation would have to wait. 2 days later, in Upper Prime City. In a room on the 3rd floor of Long Wind Restaurant, Si Wuyao leaned against the railing, looking out the window at Upper Prime City. Once the temporary capital of Great Yin, Upper Prime City was now a shadow of its former glorious self. The 5 mice had plunged Upper Prime City into turmoil and chaos, and the rebel army had also caused disturbances, nearly destroying the city. Alas, these were not the last of the disasters that awaited Upper Prime City. Another ill fate loomed ahead. A grey-robed cultivator bowed and said, Sect Master, our men are in place. We can move out once you give the order. Si Wuya glanced at him, then looked out the window again and said, Zhixing, how long have you been with me? Yi Zhixing was slightly taken aback by this question. He did not know why his sect master would ask him such a thing, but he replied, 10 years. So, it's been 10 years. I swear to follow you to the death, sect master. Yi Zhixing said. Si Wuya sighed and shook his head. Zhixing, tell me, am I making a mistake? Yi Zhixing hastened to bow and said, Why do you say that, sect master? Thanks to you, the Darknet has survived until today. You stopped the tens of thousands of cultivators in Rongbei, supported Mr. First from the Nether Sect, and burned down the Black Forest. Si Wuya raised a hand to stop him from continuing. Every time these topics came up, Yi Zhixing spoke as if they were priceless treasures. Maybe it's just me, but I feel there are too many things that are out of my control. Yi Zhixing regarded Si Wuya with a complex look in his eyes before saying, You can't lose your confidence. Then, he fell to one knee. Zing. Yi Zhixing drew his sword and said expressionlessly, Sect Master, I'll kill whoever you tell me to. I won't hesitate, even if you ask me to go to the evil sky pavilion. Si Wuya frowned. Impudent. I've been careless with my words. I don't dare to disrespect the evil sky pavilion. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Stand up. Si Wuya would never punish his trusted subordinate. After all, it was thanks to the core members that the Darknet was successful today. Thank you, Sect Master. Si Wuya looked out the window again. The upper prime's 5 mice. When will they be here? Yi Zhixing bowed and said, We've promised to meet this morning. However, I wonder if I should say this. Speak. The 5 mice have robbed Mr. 8's Zen tunic without your approval. This will surely anger the old senior. Mr. 8 has always been. Yi Zhixing paused. He was looking for a word that sounded better than cowardly but could not find one. He could only hem and haw as he searched for the right word. I understand what you're trying to say. Are you worried that old 8th will reveal the rendezvous point? You're intelligent, Sect Master. Yi Zhixing cupped his fists. You have a close relationship with Mr. 8th. We should stop using some of our common rendezvous points. I'm worried that the old senior would send someone out of anger. Si Wuya smiled. 4th senior brother is the only one who's difficult to deal with, but he can't do anything to me either. What if the old senior personally comes? All we have to do is run. Si Wuya's tone was flippant when he said this. There was no hint of embarrassment in his voice. Yi Zhixing did not find it embarrassing either. After all, in the face of a peerless elite, fleeing was nothing to feel ashamed about. At this moment, a figure flitted past the roof, disappearing as soon as it appeared. A few afterimages appeared in its wake, before vanishing like the wind. It seemed to deliberately appear in Si Wuya's sight. The others did not seem to notice. After a while, the figure appeared again opposite him. You have a sharp eye, Sect Master. A man with black gloves and a mustache sat lazily on the floor. Lu Qiuping, are you here alone? Si Wuya asked. Yes, I'm enough. Big brother said you're too cunning. Who knows if you'd set a trap to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Lu Qiuping, who was sitting lazily on the floor, was one of the 5 mice, skilled in escaping. Si Wuya said, So, how's it going to be? According to our rules, you'll have to compensate us, whether we fail or succeed, Lu Qiuping said with a smile. Yi Zhixing scoffed. According to the Darknet's rules, those who fail their missions should be punished. How dare you ask for payment? I'm not one of you. Your rules don't apply to me. We're not members of the 5 mice either, so don't apply your rules to us, Yi Zhixing retorted. Are you looking for a fight? Zing, Yi Zhixing drew his sword. The sword glinted coldly in the light, reflecting the sunlight onto Lu Qiuping's face. Lu Qiuping continued to sit and chuckled. Hey, I'm just kidding. There's no need for you to draw your sword. Surrender the Zen tunic, Si Wuya demanded. The Zen tunic is with Big Brother. It's not with me. Don't give me that look. I only came here to greet you. You're a disciple of the evil sky pavilion, after all. Since we can't cross you, we can only hide from you. From this day on, all ties between us are severed. We don't owe each other anything, Lu Qiuping said. Upon hearing this, Si Wuya's expression remained unchanged. The reason I contacted you was because I believed in your abilities, and I hoped you'd be of some use. Despite Si Wuya's blank expression, Lu Qiuping could sense the abnormalities in his voice. I had no intention of holding the failure of your mission in the evil sky pavilion against you, but you shouldn't have taken the Zen tunic. What do you mean? Si Wuya flicked the wine cup in his hand. The wine cup drew a perfect arc in the air and fell onto the street with a crash, shattering into pieces. Yi Zhixing's gaze hardened, and his sword vibrated with a sharp zing. The entire room was shrouded in a unique energy. Lu Qiuping's expression changed drastically. He stomped his feet and leaped up into the air with lightning-fast, nimble movements. A flash of green energy in his palm repelled the energy that shrouded the room. Two gray-robed figures approached him. Bam! Lu Qiuping fell, but he managed to slip through the roof, as slippery as an eel. Yi Zhixing exclaimed, as expected of a member of the Five Mice. Si Wuya was in no hurry. He remained seated as though nothing had happened. We can make our move now. Understood. Yi Zhixing produced a black cylinder from his pouch, lit it at the window, and a projectile was fired. A deafening whistle sounded in the air, accompanied by a flash of light. This caught the attention of the pedestrians on the street, all of whom stopped to look. There were dozens of small groups of cultivators scattered at several corners of the street, beginning to move. They didn't attack the common folk but headed to a specific location. Upper Prime City was plunged into chaos at that moment. The instant Lu Qiuping, one of the Five Mice, landed, he saw two gray-robed cultivators approaching him. Si Wuya, just you wait. His voice had barely faded when he turned and bumped into someone. A man with a mustache, dressed in other region clothing, grabbed Lu Qiuping's arm and spoke stiltedly in Great Yan's language. Why you? You bumped into me? Get out of my way. Scram. Crack. The man in other region clothing tightened his grip. Ah. Lu Qiuping felt as if his bone was shattered. The man in other region clothing hastily said, I am sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Qiuping wanted to cry. He was no fool. There was no way this person was mortal, given that he could easily break the arm of a cultivator who had undergone body tempering. However, he had no time to waste with this man. His pursuers were hot on his heels, and if caught, he would be done for. He turned, wanting to flee. Don't go. The man in other region clothing did not release his grip. Lu Qiuping's expression darkened, and he said, Big brother. Can you please let me go now? I can't. The gray-robed cultivators were already on the ground, flanking both of them. Seeing this, Lu Qiuping knew his situation was dire. There was a flash of green in his hand as he drew closer to Lu Qiuping. The man in the other region clothes widened his eyes. Oh, no, are you planning to kill me? Despite his words, his grip tightened even more. Crack. With that, Lu Qiuping's entire arm was broken. The blade in his hand, which shone with a strange light, fell to the ground. He shrieked. He wanted to move, but he could not at all. No matter how he pulled and struggled, he could not free his arm. The gray-robed cultivators approached and cupped their fists. Thank you for helping us, strong man. The man in the other region clothes waved his hand and said, It's nothing. May I know your name? Since you helped us capture this thief, we'll surely visit you to thank you. You're welcome. My surname is Ri. As soon as the man in the other region clothing finished speaking, Yi Zhixing supported Si Wuya as they emerged from the third floor's window and descended slowly. Tears streamed down Lu Qiuping's face as he endured the pain in his arm and said, St. Strong man, surely we can discuss this? Smack. The man from the other region slapped Lu Qiuping and said, I have nothing to say to you. Lu Qiuping could have sworn he saw stars after being slapped. His cheek stung from the hit. The initially quiet street began to turn lively. The occasional sounds of fighting and swords clashing rang in the air. Soon, a fire broke out. Smoke billowed in the sky above the city. After Si Wuya landed, he smiled faintly and said, Fourth senior brother, why the disguise? Fourth senior brother? An expression of shock appeared on the faces of the two gray-robed cultivators and Yi Zhixing. Lu Qiuping, whose arm was broken, looked up in fear. Indeed, the person was the evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Ming Shirin. Old Seventh, you can see through this disguise, too? Ming Shirin rolled his eyes. He had completely changed his appearance, the way he spoke, and the way he dressed. Yet, Si Wuya managed to see through the disguise with just a glance. There aren't many who go by the surname Ri, Si Wuya said. Ming Shirin did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he said, Old Seventh, I caught a mouse for you. Aren't you going to thank me? Lu Qiuping's knees buckled. If Ming Shirin had not been holding his arm with a death grip, he would have fallen long ago. He felt as though he was going to wet his pants. Si Wuya said, Thank you, fourth senior brother. Lu Qiuping said, Big brother, one should spare a life whenever possible. Shut up, Ming Shirin glared at Lu Qiuping and said, You dare ask me to spare your life after stealing from the evil sky pavilion? Keep dreaming. Lu Qiuping looked at Si Wuya and said, The 5 mice have no quarrel with the darknet. I'll tell you what, there's no need for any payment between us. Rules are written by men and can be changed by men. What do you say? Ouch. Lu Qiuping cried out in pain when Ming Shirin tightened his grip on his arm again. Ming Shiyin's voice was deep as he said threateningly, I'm not from the King Darknet. Stop talking about stupid rules or the Darknet. Lu Qiuping was rendered speechless. Si Wuya spread his arms in a helpless gesture. The Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples who left the pavilion founded their own organizations and did not join each other's sections. Ming Shirin was not a member of the Darknet, so the rule did not apply to him. Even if he were a member of the Darknet, he was still likely to not follow the rules. He asked, Where's the Zen tunic? Lu Qiuping said, Enduring the pain, I don't have it. I'm only here to meet Sect Master C. We won't meddle in the Evil Sky Pavilion's affairs from now on. Please have mercy, brother. Who's your King brother? Your T to me. Ah. A wail louder than before resounded in the street. This time, Ming Shirin broke Lu Qiuping's leg with a kick before letting go of his arm. Lu Qiuping fell limply to the ground. Ming Shirin removed his fake mustache and tossed his jacket aside, revealing his original appearance. Then, he said with a smile, Keep an eye on this mouse. I have business with your sect master. Yi Zhixing raised his sword and said, Mr. Fourth, please forgive me, but I cannot agree to your request. Get lost, Ming Shirin said, his face straight. After all the delays, he was growing impatient. Si Wuya said calmly, Zhixing, stand down. Sect master? Are you going to disobey me? I dare not. Yi Zhixing retreated to the side. Si Wuya walked over with his hands behind his back and stood in front of Ming Shirin. There was barely half a meter between them. When Ming Shirin saw Si Wuya place his hands behind his back, he mirrored the pose, feeling more like an elite. Si Wuya smiled and said, Fourth senior brother, would you care to take this inside? Spare me. Second senior brother isn't here today. No one is here to protect you. Ming Shirin was determined to capture Si Wuya this time. Perhaps, after listening to me, you'll change your mind, fourth senior brother. In that case, I won't listen. I know you're good at leading others astray. Even without your cultivation base, your subordinates are still so loyal. What have you been feeding them? Ming Shirin turned to look at Yi Zhixing and said, Hey there, you with the sword, are you interested in joining the Evil Sky Pavilion? No, wait, you aren't qualified. Forget it. Yi Zhixing was puzzled. Si Wuya said, Since you know my cultivation base has been sealed, senior brother, do you think I'd leave myself vulnerable? The smoke grew thicker, and the sounds of fighting nearby intensified. Some cultivators who could fly took their battles to the skies. Ming Shirin was baffled. Why is Upper Prime City suddenly in chaos? Yi Zhixing said, Mr. Fourth. To tell you the truth, we have 3,000 men in Upper Prime City at the moment. Ming Shiyin's expression remained calm as he said disapprovingly, Are you trying to threaten me? You're a bunch of insignificant small fries. Old Seventh, let's hear what kind of marvelous story you've come up with this time. Si Wuya said, This way, fourth senior brother. They went up the stairs of Long Wind Restaurant. 2 gray-robed cultivators guarded Lu Qiuping, not giving him an opportunity to run away. The Long Wind Restaurant was deserted. The two of them sat down opposite each other. Speak. Ming Shirin said impatiently. Si Wuya waved his hand, and a subordinate served them tea. Si Wuya said, actually, I knew you would come, senior brother. And yet, I chose to come to Upper Prime City anyway. Do you know why? I'm not a tapeworm in your stomach. How would I know? Upper Prime City is now in chaos. General Shang, who's stationed here, will definitely be flustered, Si Wuya said. When Ming Shirin heard this, he said, what are you trying to do? Fourth senior brother. If I tell you, will you give up on capturing me? Tui. Do you think you have the right to bargain with me? You might not believe this. However, I came to Upper Prime City to help Master, Si Wuya said. I wonder why I'm having difficulties believing your words, Ming Shirin said sarcastically. The Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier is weakening. The Noble Path is eyeing the Evil Sky Pavilion as though it's their prey. Si Wuya raised his teacup, took a sip, and said, my men are everywhere. I received some news. What news? The palace is organizing an unprecedented mission to annihilate the Evil Sky Pavilion. Despite his words, Si Wuya remained exceptionally calm. His expression clearly showed that it didn't matter to him whether Ming Shirin believed him or not. He continued to drink from his teacup casually. The Evil Sky Pavilion is no stranger to these vengeful and futile missions. We'll kill them as they come, Ming Shirin said. Si Wuya shook his head. I'll admit that Master is still powerful. However, even if you can fend them off this time, do you think you can fend them off forever? Senior brother, I'm sure you know the answer as well as I do. There's no need to fool yourself. Ming Shirin fell silent. Si Wuya continued, apart from the siege by the 10 great sects, the palace had a hand in the incidents at the Measure Heaven River's Qin Tongzi Town's 10 shamans, and the grand formation on the Lotus Dais. Emoli alone has brought so many troubles to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion is too eye-catching lately. All the factions who have conflicts in the palace are now united against the Evil Sky Pavilion. Let alone 5 years, do you think the Evil Sky Pavilion would still be as glorious in 2 years' time? Ming Shirin said with a frown, we'll talk about the future when it comes. The future? Si Wuya shook his head. If it were anybody else, I would have been too lazy to explain. However, since you're my senior brother, I have no choice but to be honest with you. Moreover, you're intelligent, so I won't be able to fool you. You can save your flattery for someone else, Ming Shirin said. Si Wuya smiled. He poured a cup of tea for Ming Shirin. Currently, the 10 great sects on the Noble Path aren't what they once were. The Clarity sect is gone, and the Righteous sect is barely staying afloat with Zhang Yunshan's help. The 5 Buddhist sects put their own safety above everything else. With Master's powers, I don't think they'll dare to make any moves in the near future. However, the palace isn't like the 10 great sections. You must know what's keeping Great Yen going until this day. The answer was obvious. If the palace's strength was inferior to the 10 great sects, the elites of those sects would have taken control of the palace. Is the palace that powerful? Ming Shirin asked skeptically. Do you know what moves the human heart? Si Wuya asked confidently. Ming Shirin shook his head. Power, status, gold, wealth, women. Cultivation base, cultivation methods, reputation, treasures that can be encountered but not sought, and the world. Quite profane and materialistic. Men aren't saints. How many of us aren't materialistic? If you're not, why don't you give me your separation hook, 4th senior brother? Si Wuya chuckled. I'm just joking. Anyway, back to the topic. The palace is able to provide all these things, therefore, they're able to attract many elites from all over the world. Don't forget, senior brother, the Imperial Guards have never left the divine capital. Even when there was a rebellion in Anyang City, the Imperial Guards were not mobilized. The Evil Sky Pavilion possessed many heaven-grade weapons and cultivation methods. The 10 great sects might not even compare to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Naturally, many envied the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ming Shirin shook his head and said, at the end of the day, you're saying the evil Sky Pavilion will fall one day, right? You claim to want to help the evil Sky Pavilion. Is this the method you have in mind? Smoke permeated Upper Prime City, accompanied by the sounds of killing. Many cultivators were shot down from the skies. Si Wuya stood up. He looked out the window and said, this is a necessary sacrifice. General Shang of Upper Prime City is stationed here. If he dies, Upper Prime City will surely descend into chaos. Wei Zhuoyan has led the 3 armies to Liang Province. The palace won't mobilize the Imperial Guards, so they'll likely use other forces to quell the disturbance here. This way, the palace won't have the time to deal with the evil Sky Pavilion. If it doesn't work the first time, I'll try again. If it fails the second time, I'll try 10 times. I'll keep trying until it works. Ming Shirin spat out the water he had just drunk. He laughed and said, this is your grand plan? I'd have to be brain-dead to believe you. He thought to himself, with the great effort you put into creating such an extensive network of information and founding the Darknet, and with capable subordinates in your sect, you're telling me this is all you're up to? I'd be a fool to believe you. Si Wuya had anticipated Ming Shirin's doubt. He poured Ming Shirin another cup of tea. He continued talking in a strange tone, if 10 times won't do, I'll try 100 times. An ant hole can cause the collapse of a great dike. 100-foot room can burn from smoke through a gap. When that day comes, no one will be a threat to the evil Sky Pavilion. Ming Shirin was puzzled. After a moment's silence, he smacked the table in front of him. He chuckled and said, I think I understand now. I didn't know you had such ambitions. Do you think everything will go according to your plan? You say you're trying to help the evil Sky Pavilion, but it's only an excuse to save your own skin. I have no such ambitions, Si Wuya shook his head. If not me, then who? As soon as Ming Shirin spoke, his mind suddenly went blank as realization dawned on him. He slumped back against the chair. A broad back appeared in his mind, and the answer was clear. You think my method is child's play? In that case, do you have any better idea, senior brother? Si Wuya asked. How could Ming Shirin have any suggestions in this matter? If he did, the evil Sky Pavilion would not have been under siege twice. Clop. 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 The hurried sound of hooves rang out from the streets. It seemed the soldiers were here to quell the disturbance. Yi Zhixing took a look outside, then turned to Si Wuya, cupped his fists, and said, Sect Master, it's time to leave. All right. Si Wuya looked at Ming Shirin and said, it's good that eldest senior brother has such ambitions. At the very least, the evil Sky Pavilion won't be attacked like before. After that, Yi Zhixing supported Si Wuya as they leaped out the window. Ming Shirin raised his teacup. He nodded and mumbled, he has a point. He continued drinking, but then his mind suddenly cleared. Wait a minute. The plan can still be carried out even if he's captured. I was fooled again. Ming Shirin hurriedly leaped out of the window, but Si Wuya was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, 2 gray-robed cultivators tossed Lu Qiuping onto the ground. They bowed midair. Fourth Mister, there's no need to give chase. I've never seen the Sect Master tell another person so much. Even if the Sect Master didn't explain himself, you still wouldn't be able to capture him. Whiz. Whiz. 2 four-leaf avatars appeared. Ming Shirin looked at them disdainfully as the 2 avatars combined to form a 6-leaf avatar. They unleashed a grand technique, and a burst of light flashed before they disappeared from Ming Shirin's sight. Ming Shirin glanced at Lu Qiuping and asked in a deep voice, what are you looking at? Do you want me to gouge your eyeballs out? No, don't. Fourth Mister, please don't. Lu Qiuping wanted to cry, but no tears came. At that moment, Ming Shirin saw a familiar messenger bird flying toward him from afar. HM? A letter from Junior's sister? The messenger bird recognized Ming Shirin and flew toward his raised hand, where a letter appeared. Ming Shirin's face frowned as he read the letter's content. No way, Master is going to the divine capital? What kind of place was the divine capital? It was a place where elites gathered and the imperial guards were stationed. According to Si Wuya, Old Seventh, the various factions in the palace had united to deal with the evil Sky Pavilion. Wouldn't it be akin to walking into a lion's den if his master were to go to the divine capital now? Which idiot suggested this to Master? Ming Shi'in destroyed the letter, grabbed Lu Qiuping's collar, and flew toward the divine capital. As Ming Shi'in flew over the city, he saw it was in complete chaos. He shook his head and sighed. To avoid being mistaken for an enemy, he circulated his primal chi and rose even higher into the sky. He looked in the direction of the divine capital and cursed under his breath, "It's so damn far away." Lu Qiuping continued to plead, Mr. Fourth. "Please spare me." Ming Shi'in scoffed and said, "You dared to steal my junior brother's Zen tunic." Then, he chuckled, but a hint of anger was evident in his laughter. Lu Qiuping broke out in cold sweat and hastily said, "I'll ask my big brother to return the Zen tunic." "It can be done. It can be done." Ming Shi'in shouted, "Silence." Half a day later, in the forest outside the divine capital, Witzard descended slowly. "Master, the divine capital is up ahead." Little Yuan leaped off Witzard. Lu Zhou looked in the direction of the divine capital, stroked his beard, and nodded. Little Yuan ran up to Witzard's side, supported Zhao Yu, who had leaped down, and said, "What did I tell you, senior sister Zhao Yu? Witzard is much more comfortable than the flying chariot." Zhao Yu nodded. Perhaps because she had just recovered, her expression seemed slightly unnatural. She looked in the direction of the divine capital and said hesitantly, "Master, are we really going to the divine capital?" Lu Zhou replied apathetically, "This is related to your past. We can't afford to be careless." Her master had already spoken, so Zhao Yu did not voice her opinion. Zhao Yu was not overly interested in this trip to the divine capital. After all, she had just barely freed herself from the cold poison. She was more interested in cultivating than anything else. Little Yuan, on the other hand, was more eager to go out and play than to cultivate. The divine capital was one of the busiest places in Great Yin, after all. She had long wanted to visit the capital. It was a pity that, prior to this, her master had not brought her here. Now that she had the chance to visit, how could she not feel delighted? They kept a low profile. The three of them did not travel in the flying chariot, which was damaged and needed repair. When they entered the city, the amazing architecture, organized streets, and bustling crowds exceeded their expectations. Even Lu Zhou was surprised, though he had no interest in these things. He ordered, "Let's go." Little Yuan had no choice but to calm her excitement and helplessly follow her master. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, was obedient. She followed her master without complaint. "Master, where are we going?" Little Yuan asked. "The Prince of Qi Mansion." "The Prince of Qi Mansion?" Little Yuan was confused. Zhao Yu walked up to Little Yuan and whispered, "He's an acquaintance of Master." Master has a friend like this?" Zhao Yu hushed her as she trembled in fear. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I should stay away from you. I'm not you, after all. I'm not as loved by Master as you are." If she had said this, she would have been severely punished. The two of them stole a glance at their master. When they noticed that their master was not angered, they sighed in relief. Lu Zhou continued walking, stroking his beard as he said, "Yuan." Thud. Little Yuan suddenly fell to her knees. She covered her ears with her hands and said, "Master. I've made a mistake. I won't do it again." The pedestrians started looking at them. Why is she kneeling in the middle of the street? What a peculiar group. Lu Zhou turned around with a questioning expression. Why is this little girl kneeling all of a sudden? "Get up," Lu Zhou said indifferently. "Hey, old mister. This isn't right. Your granddaughter seems like a nice lass. Look at how cute she is." How can you treat her so coldly? One passerby remarked. Yeah. This little girl immediately admitted her mistake and even kneeled on the ground. Compared to the ungrateful brat in my house, she's an angel, another added. Little girl, get up quickly. Your grandfather is old. His mind must be muddled as well, a third chimed in. Lu Zhou was speechless. These passers-by sure are creative and imaginative. They're such an annoying bunch. Little Eunuch suddenly rose to her feet in a huff. She stomped her foot on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked. The crowd immediately stepped back, their mouths agape in shock. What the, how contrary to her appearance. What a fierce young lady. One more word about my grandfather, and I'll beat you up. Little Eunuch said angrily. The crowd immediately scattered. Our kindness is treated as ill intention. Why were we so nosy anyway? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He was pleased with little Eunuch's actions. Before this, she would have threatened to kill those people's families. This time, she only threatened to beat them up. It was truly a huge improvement. Keep up, Lu Zhou said. Oh, little Eunuch and Zhao Yu sighed with relief at the same time. When the two passed by an intersection, little Eunuch pointed at a few low-ranked cultivators carrying sabers and said, Master, those people are from the Nether Sect. Lu Zhou looked in the direction she pointed. Little Eunuch continued, the Nether Sect is the largest fiend sect in Great Yin. Many factions try to stay out of their way. Yet, they're bold enough to recruit members openly. Isn't the imperial family going to do anything about this? There's no need to care about this, Lu Zhou shook his head and continued deeper into the city. Zhao Yu said, the Nether Sect is, indeed, a fiend sect, but to the imperial family, it is no different from the 10 great sects of the Noble Path. They just stay out of each other's business. The Nether Sect recruiting disciples is no different from the Noble Path doing so. Naturally, the imperial family won't meddle in this. Moreover, knowing Eldest brothers, the traitor's methods, I'm sure he went through the right people beforehand. Oh, little Eunuch nodded, though she didn't understand anything. The Nether Sect had never openly interfered with the imperial family's business. Instead, they had been quietly assimilating smaller fiend sects. As they walked past the city area, they found themselves in a residential district, where their surroundings were much quieter. Guided by Lu Zhou's hazy memories, the three made their way to the Prince of Qi mansion, which seemed unchanged over the years. Master, I'll go knock on the door, she said. It was the residence of a high-ranking individual, after all. The number of steps leading up to the door alone was more than in ordinary homes. Before she could even knock, the doors creaked and slowly swung open. Several house servants emerged from the Prince of Qi mansion. Eventually, an aged butler stepped forward and asked, Who are you? Little Eunuch turned to look at her master. Where's Qin Jun? Lu Zhou asked calmly. The butler was incensed. How could this visitor have the nerve to address his master by his name? This was no ordinary butler. He had been in the Prince of Qi mansion for 2 decades and was deeply loved by the mansion's members. He was meticulous and thorough in his work, remembering most of their visitors, including their appearances and preferences. He was also skilled in reading people. He narrowed his eyes as he sized Lu Zhou up. HM? The butler's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to have some recollection of this man. He no longer dared to act carelessly. He bowed and greeted Lu Zhou, Greetings. If I'm not mistaken, you're from Golden Court Mountain, yes, sir? This butler was highly intelligent and had high emotional intelligence. He neither asked for a name nor mentioned Lu Zhou's name or the title of the greatest villain. Instead, he only asked about the place Lu Zhou was from, avoiding any offense. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. You recognize me? Upon receiving confirmation from Lu Zhou, the old butler did not hesitate. Thud. He fell to his knees immediately, kowtowed, and said, Greetings, O old sir. As smart as he was, he carefully avoided using titles that might offend the guest. Little Yuan and Zhao Yu were startled by the sight. Their master was known throughout the world as the greatest villain, with a notorious reputation. Even those unaffiliated with the evil Sky Pavilion would do their best to avoid him upon hearing his name. Yet, this old butler knelt and kowtowed. It seemed their master did have some special connection to this place. Zhao Yu said, "Answer the question." Little Yuan nodded and echoed, "Answer the question." There were many rules in the palace. Even though they were not yet in the imperial city, people here would kneel at a moment's notice. The old butler replied, "I have seen master's portrait in my master's room." "My portrait?" Lu Zhou searched his memories. He recalled the first meeting with the Prince of Qin Jun, but did not remember leaving any portraits behind. He guessed Qin Jun must have hired an artist to draw it. "Oh, well, that's unimportant." Lu Zhou had used the reversal cards, which altered his appearance, but his demeanor remained unchanged. This old butler was indeed special for recognizing him. If he acquired more reversal cards in the future, he would look younger, making it even harder for most people to recognize him. "This way, please, master." The old butler knew how to treat his guests well. He understood their status and forewent the usual formalities, quickly rising and gesturing for them to follow. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased, and then strode into the Prince of Qi mansion. In the living room, the old butler served them the finest tea the mansion had to offer. Lu Zhou did not mind these details. Instead, he asked, "Where's Qin Jun?" The old butler stood to the side and spoke respectfully, "Sir, my master has gone to the imperial city. He should be back in half a day. In the meantime, please make yourself comfortable." The butler's words had barely faded when an energetic and loud voice rang out, "Old Hong. I heard we have a few honored guests?" The old butler, Hong Fu, turned around and looked out the door. "Young master, young lady." The newcomers were an elegant young man and a graceful young lady, followed by 4 servant girls. As soon as they entered, they saw Lu Zhou sitting in a dignified manner on the seat of honor. According to the rules of hospitality, even a distinguished guest could not take this seat without a good reason. However, before the young man could speak, Hong Fu said, "Young master, we must be respectful. Even if the master is here, he should still be courteous." Hong Fu was truly a skilled man. He knew the young master was immature and quick to act rashly, so he spoke first to prevent the young master from saying anything that could cause unnecessary trouble. The young man, Qin Shua, nodded and toned down his haughty demeanor. Old Hong had served the mansion for many years and had always been a cautious man. Based on his words, it was clear they had to treat this guest with respect. Therefore, although Qin Shua did not know this guest, he bowed to Lu Zhou and said, "Greetings, old mister." Lu Zhou raised his teacup and paid no heed to him. He found it meaningless to talk to people of no importance. Qin Shua's attention was drawn to the tea. Was this not the big red robe that his father loved the most? Even if a notable person from the imperial city was there, his father would not easily serve them the big red robe he had been keeping for a long time. Hong Fu's expression froze for a second before he walked up and made an inviting gesture. "Young master, the old mister has traveled far to be here. Why don't you adjourn to another place?" "Old Hong, you. Please, listen to me this once. If you want to find fault with me after this, I will have no complaints," the young girl beside him said. "Brother, old Hong has stayed by father's side for 20 years. That's longer than you or I have been with father. If this is old Hong's wish, then we should listen to him." Qin Shua nodded. He bowed deeply to Lu Zhou, Zhao Yu, and little Yuan again. "Have a good rest, old sir. I'll be taking my leave." "Watch your step, young master," someone replied. Qin Shua and his little sister turned and left. When they turned the corner, Qin Shua frowned. "Brother, what are you worried about?" "I'm not worried about anything. I'm sure old Hong has his reasons." I'm just wondering what kind of person that old man is, for old Hong to act like this. Well, we'll find out once father returns, right? You're right. Let's go. The two of them left. Old Hong returned to the living room and said, I've prepared 3 rooms. You can make yourselves comfortable there, old sir and young ladies. Lu Zhou stood up, placed his hands on his back, and began to pace. He surveyed the surroundings and said with a sigh, it has been 20 years. I thought things would be different, but they seem to remain unchanged. Old Hong nodded and said, my master is someone who is nostalgic. How is Qin Jun's status in the palace? Lu Zhou asked. Since Qin Jun had not returned, Lu Zhou decided to gather information from Old Hong. After all, Old Hong had served the Prince of Qi Mansion for a long time. He must know something. To tell you the truth, the schemes, plots, and deception in the palace have become too much. My master refrains from taking part in it. He has always kept himself out of it and remains aloof. He's not very powerful, but he's respected, Old Hong said. Lu Zhou asked categorically, do you know Li Yunjiao? As soon as that name was mentioned, Old Hong's expression changed slightly. Old mister, he's a notable figure by the Empress Dowager's side. Although he has no actual authority, many nobles curry favor with him due to his special position. He's definitely someone with influence. Lu Zhou nodded and no longer said anything. Old Hong wouldn't be able to tell him what he wanted to know. Meanwhile, Ming Shirin flew with Lu Qiuping, one of the 5 mice, in tow. Halfway through the journey, he became exhausted. What is Master thinking by going to the divine capital at this time? It's too far away. He has a mount, and I have nothing. When will I get there? Lu Qiuping smiled ingratiatingly and said, in that case, you can just let me go like a fart. I guarantee that I'll return the Zen tunic right away. Shut up. Do you think it's as simple as the Zen tunic? Ming Shirin tightened his grip on Lu Qiuping again. Lu Qiuping broke out in sweat from the pain. He pulled a face and said, there are so many treasures in the evil sky pavilion. Surely, you won't miss one item? Why do we have to do this? If I die, my big brother will be furious. My 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers are much more accomplished in stealing than I am. They'll surely avenge me. When will this vicious cycle end? Ah, his voice distorted in the end as Ming Shirin tightened his grip again. Ming Shirin said in a deep voice, how dare the 5 mice threaten the evil sky pavilion? Did you know the Zen tunic is what keeps my 8th junior brother alive? Huh? Taking the Zen tunic is the same as killing my 8th junior brother. To tell you the truth, in my eyes, the 5 mice are dead men, or mice, walking. Lu Qiuping's mind went blank, and he fainted. Ming Shirin glanced at him and cursed, trash. It was a bother to travel with Lu Qiuping. The divine capital was enormous, and he could not possibly meet his master while carrying this trash. I should return to the evil sky pavilion first, before heading to the divine capital. The upper prime city, the evil sky pavilion, and the divine capital were positioned in a triangle. Ming Shirin decided to return to the evil sky pavilion first, as it was not too far away. He did not waste any time and headed to the evil sky pavilion with Lu Qiuping in tow. Upper Prime City, Long Wind Restaurant. Upper Prime City was in complete chaos. Fires broke out everywhere. 4 figures shot past the roofs, streets, and some corners where the soldiers and cultivators could not see. They arrived at the base of Long Wind Restaurant at lightning speed. Whoosh! 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 The 4 of them stopped and looked at Long Wind Restaurant. Big brother, this is where 5th brother promised to meet Si Wuya. Let's check it out. Be discreet. Understood. One of them went up to check, another stayed behind to keep an eye on the surroundings, and another acted as the messenger. The eldest brother was the only one who stood at the base of Long Wind Restaurant, waiting for the results. In just a moment, the 3 of them returned. Big brother, there's no sign of the 5th brother. Si Wuya isn't here either. The fourth brother ran up to them and cried out, Big brother, I found this. It's the fifth brother's dagger. The eldest brother took the dagger and glanced at it. He scoffed and said, That Si Wuya thinks I won't act against him just because he's a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion? Big brother, the fifth brother, must have been captured, the second brother said. I reminded him to be wary of Si Wuya, but he wouldn't listen. That man is extremely cunning and treacherous, with plenty of schemes in his mind, the eldest brother said with a sigh. Big brother, we'll follow your orders. What should we do now? The three of them looked at their big brother. He muttered to himself for a moment before looking in the direction of Evil Sky Pavilion and said, The monk can run, but the temple can't. Since Si Wuya broke the rules, we have no obligation to behave righteously anymore. Big brother, what do you mean? The eldest brother swept his gaze across the three of them and said, The 5 mice of Upper Prime City have never pulled any major stunts. I'm asking you now, do you dare to pull a major stunt now? An expression of excitement appeared on the faces of the remaining 3 men. All they had ever done was commit petty theft. They would sneak in, steal some stuff, and avoid getting caught. The noble path viewed them as rubbish and rats. People mocked them as a useless group who were always on the run, and everyone wanted to beat them up. Who knew these mice would be bold enough to steal a Buddha's lampwick? They wanted to let loose after playing it safe for so long. Surely, there were many others who felt the same way about their own lives. The 5 mice were no exception. To gain, one must take risks. There was no one who did not covet the Evil Sky Pavilion's treasures. Moreover, the 5 mice had succeeded once. Let's retreat for now. The 4 of them left Upper Prime City at top speed. Dusk in the Divine Capital. At the Prince of Qi mansion, the old butler, Hong Fu, prepared rooms for the guests and waited at the main door. He was fidgeting like ants in a hot pan, pacing back and forth in front of the doors. When old Hong saw a servant running over, he did not wait for the servant to come closer before he asked, Is master back yet? No. I've tried to gather information, but it seems there's an important matter. Master won't be leaving the Imperial City yet. Send someone to tell him it's urgent. Butler Hong, commoners can't go in. How can I tell him it's urgent? The servant looked helpless. Old Hong nodded and sighed. There was no way to force these things. The servants were of low birth, and it was already a grace for them to be granted entry into the Imperial City. They shouldn't be asking for the moon. Old Hong. Young master? Old Hong regarded his young master, Qin Shua, with a puzzled look. Qin Shua approached Old Hong. He looked around before whispering, Tell me, who are these honored guests? Nobody's here right now. Old Hong seemed caught between a rock and a hard place. Young master, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but this matter is extremely important. Even if I die, I can't cause trouble for the Prince of Qi mansion. Please don't ask me about this again, young master. The more you act like this, the more curious I get. The divine capital is vast, yet I can't think of anyone who can make you so nervous. You even served him father's great red robe. Qin Shua said in a hushed tone, If you can't explain this, father is sure to punish you. Old Hong said, Young master, I dare to guarantee with my head that this matter of great importance. When master returns, everything will be cleared up. All right. I'll wait then. Qin Shua decided to wait with Old Hong. Old Hong was highly valued by the Prince of Qi. Even if Qin Shua was angry at Old Hong, there was nothing he could do to him. At most, he could only scold Old Hong, and given their statuses, Old Hong would unlikely hold it against him. However, that would be childish and meaningless. Qin Shua, after all, was the young master of a noble family. He had a sense of propriety. Clop. 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 A horse-drawn carriage came into view. When Old Hong heard the sound, he cried out joyfully, Master is back. The other servants came out as well and waited there for their master. The carriage moved toward Old Hong, Qin Shua, and the others. The carriage finally came to a stop. "Master, you're finally back." Old Hong was the first to speak. A middle-aged man in an official outfit and cap alighted from the carriage. "Father." Qin Shua bowed. Qin Jun waved his hand. He looked at the anxious Old Hong and said, "Old Hong, what's wrong? You've always been calm and level-headed. Why are you acting so out of character today?" Qin Jun frowned when he saw the anxious expression on Old Hong's face. Qin Shua smiled and said, "Father, we have an honored guest in the mansion. Old Hong served him your precious great red robe. You can't blame him for feeling nervous." "HM?" Qin Jun frowned slightly. "What's the meaning of this?" Old Hong came to Qin Jun's side and was about to whisper into his ear. Feeling helpless, Qin Shua turned away. Qin Jun bowed slightly and moved his ear closer to listen. As soon as Qin Jun heard Hong Fu's words, his exhaustion seemed to vanish, and he became energetic, his eyes widening in surprise. "Is it true?" "Master, I won't make a mistake with this," Old Hong said confidently. Qin Jun's hands trembled slightly. His son, Qin Shua, noticed this. His heart sank as he wondered, is the old guest really some notable figure? Qin Jun hastily said, "Summon our direct kinsman into the mansion, and do it quickly." "Understood." Qin Shua was even more baffled when he saw his father run into the mansion with an anxious expression on his face. Even when the emperor visited, his father was not flustered. Was this person even greater than the emperor? Fear rose in his heart, and he trailed after his father. As a direct member of the family, he naturally had to be there as well. The sun was setting. The Prince of Qi's direct kinsmen had gathered in the courtyard in neat rows in a short amount of time. His wife, concubines, and the elite cultivators appeared confused. "Why did Master summon all of us here? I heard there are some important guests in the mansion. But is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Moreover, this is too sudden." They remembered that the last time they laid out such a welcome was when the emperor visited. How could they not feel puzzled? "Silence," Qin Jun's voice rang in everyone's ears. "Without my permission, no one is to speak." The others bowed. Qin Jun turned around and headed toward the courtyard where Lu Zhou was staying. The others followed carefully behind. They soon arrived at the courtyard. Old Hong spoke softly, "The old master is inside." Qin Jun nodded. He walked up to the doors, then bowed deeply and said, "Greetings, old master." The entire place was as quiet as a graveyard. The others could not understand why their master was behaving so respectfully. They wondered about the identity of the person in the room. Who was it that warranted such respect and courtesy from their master? Naturally, none of them dared to voice their thoughts. They kept quiet and waited for a reply. "Enter." The voice was calm and light. A moment later, he added, "Alone." "Understood." Qin Jun dared not be careless. He turned, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "That's all for today. Go back to your duties." After going through so much trouble to summon everyone, they were now dismissed without any explanation. They became even more confused. Still, nobody dared to disobey their master. When the courtyard was finally cleared, Qin Jun respectfully opened the door. When he walked up to Lu Zhou, he kept his back bent and his eyes on the floor as he greeted him, "Greetings, old master." Then, Qin Jun stole a quick glance at Lu Zhou, who was admiring the paintings and literary works in the room. "It's him." Although Qin Jun had been told about Lu Zhou's arrival, he still felt nervous. Lu Zhou scanned the works in the room and quickly lost interest. "If you like them, old master, I can give them to you as a gift from my humble abode," Qin Jun said. Lu Zhou had no interest in these worldly things. He shook his head and said, "Sit." "I dare not," Qin Jun replied. "I'll stand." Qin Jun's heart trembled with fear. "It's been 20 years. Has your cultivation base improved?" Lu Zhou asked, not bothering to probe Qin Jun's cultivation base. Thanks to your guidance many years ago and my diligent cultivation, I managed to enter the divine court realm. I'm not very talented, so I'm afraid I've disappointed you, old mister, Qin Jun said. Lu Zhou nodded. He walked up to the table and sat down, then looked at Qin Jun. I'm honored that you came to visit my mansion. If there's anything you need, old mister, I'll do my best to help you, Qin Jun said bluntly. I'm pleased with your achievements, Lu Zhou replied. Without beating around the bush, he continued, do you know Li Yunjiao? When Qin Jun heard this, he was slightly stunned. Li Yunjiao is a prominent figure by the Empress Dowager's side. It's only natural for me to know who he is, he replied. Very well, Lu Zhou said. Tell him to meet me here. Stunned, Qin Jun hesitated about the question he wanted to ask. Still, he was worried that the old mister might be offended, so he found himself in a dilemma. Can't you do it? Lu Zhou asked calmly. It's not that, Qin Jun bowed. Li Yunjiao's cultivation base is unfathomable. He's a rare elite in the palace and almost never leaves. Lu Zhou said nothing. Realizing he had said something wrong, Qin Jun added hastily, don't worry, old mister. I'll surely bring Li Yunjiao here. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Lu Zhou said. Qin Jun hesitated for a moment. Old mister, may I ask you a question? What is it? Lately, it's been rumored in the cultivation world that the Golden Court Mountains barrier is weakening and will be broken in 5 years. The major sects of the Noble Path are eyeing it like prey, ready to seize the evil Sky Pavilion's treasures when the time comes. They'll surely attack. Is that true? After all, the Prince of Qi lived in the divine capital, so he could be considered someone within the palace walls. Most of the information he obtained was through hearsay, making it difficult to verify its authenticity. He wanted to confirm if the rumors were true. After a moment's silence, Lu Zhou answered, it's true. Qin Jun cursed softly, these so-called noble path sects are truly detestable. Lu Zhou did not expect this reaction from him. Great Yan's imperial family would have wanted me to die sooner. Aren't you worried that the walls might have ears when you say that? There's nothing to fear. I am what I am today because of what you've given me, old mister. If I'd been like them, I'd be worse than livestock. The people in the Prince of Qi mansion were not as simple as they seemed. Each one was more eloquent than the last. When he compared them to his own disciples, none had the same resolve as Qin Jun. Lu Zhou derided his host in his mind. However, even with Qin Jun's attitude, it was not enough. Moreover, his cultivation base was only in the divine court realm. I was just using you back then. The illness that plagued you meant nothing to me, Lu Zhou said, searching his memories. Using? Qin Jun bowed. There isn't a single person within the palace walls who isn't using someone else. He had long been numb to such matters after witnessing the daily scum and filth. You're an optimist, I see. You flatter me, old mister. Qin Jun did not dare exchange more witty remarks. He bowed and said, rest well, old mister. I'll be taking my leave. Lu Zhou waved his arm without a word. Night fell, and the entire Prince of Qi mansion was quiet. Just as Lu Zhou was about to study heavenly writing. Qin Ruobing requests an audience with you, old mister. Lu Zhou found it strange. Who would be bothering him at this hour? This clumsy move did not seem like something he would expect from someone in the Prince of Qi mansion. He felt there must be some other matter. He then said, come in. Creak. The young lady, whom he had met only once in the hall earlier, appeared. However, she was now wearing different clothes and seemed less dignified and sophisticated. Currently, she appeared to be a plain and simpler person. Nonetheless, her facial features were still delicate and pretty, and she could be considered a beauty. What's the matter? Lu Zhou glanced at her briefly, before closing his eyes again. Qin Ruobing knelt obediently and said, when I found out you're from the evil Sky Pavilion, I came here to apologize, old mister. Lu Zhou said nothing. If he had been a petty person, she wouldn't even have the chance to apologize now. Besides, she hadn't exactly gone against him in the hall, so there was no need for her to apologize for anything. Qin touched the floor with her forehead and said, "If I may be so bold, please, take me as a disciple, old mister." As she spoke, she kowtowed again. Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly and looked at Qin, who was sincerely kowtowing to him. Her cultivation base was only in the sense-condensing realm. For someone her age, her talents were quite ordinary. "Where did you get such boldness?" Lu Zhou said dryly. Well, Qin felt slightly frightened. She mustered her courage and continued, "I have heard many stories about the evil Sky Pavilion since I was young. From that moment on, I decided to become a cultivator like an evil Sky Pavilion disciple. I've only admired one person my whole life, and that's you, old mister. Please, be my master." Bam! Her forehead touched the floor again. In the end, she was only a passionate worshipper who had only heard legendary stories about the evil Sky Pavilion since she was young. As someone who had transmigrated here, he naturally knew about the existence of such people. Moreover, the old villain Lu was an unrivaled cultivator under the heavens, so it was impossible for him not to have a single fan. However, he did not expect the young lady of the Grand Prince of Qi Mansion to be one of them. He. Lu Zhou did not know if he should be happy about this. A disciple? Her talents are rather mediocre. Besides, these 9 disciples are giving me enough trouble as it is. Just as he was about to reject her, the Prince of Qi, Qin Jun, ran into the room. He swept his gaze across the scene, walked up to Qin, and gave her a firm slap across the cheek. "How dare you? Who gave you permission to intrude upon the old mister's room?" Qin was stunned. Having never been hit in her entire life, she did not expect her father to strike her now over something like this. Although she felt wronged, she dared not say anything. She could only press her hand to her cheek. Qin Jun knelt to the ground, cupped his fists, and said, "Please forgive me, old mister. My daughter is ignorant of courtesy and rules. I'll see to it that she is punished severely for this." Lu Zhou appeared calm on the surface. However, he sighed inwardly. She was his fan, after all. This slap alone was enough punishment for her. "Let's call it a day," Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Get up and get out." Qin Jun barked, with a suppressed volume. He tugged on Qin and left the room. When Qin Jun exited the room, he closed the door behind him. Then, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and meditated on heaven writing. When he did so, he could sense the situation and movements both inside and outside the room. This was unlike before, when he would be completely absorbed in the text and oblivious to everything happening around him. Therefore, Lu Zhou felt at ease. On the morning of the next day, when Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he sensed someone waiting for him outside his room. He asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" "I'm the butler, Hong Fu. The master has left the mansion early in the morning for the imperial city. He shall be back in less than 2 hours. That old butler knows how to get things done." In truth, Lu Zhou knew the butler had been waiting outside his door for about an hour. Since the butler was unsure of a cultivator's habits, he chose to wait here ahead of time. Lu Zhou got off the bed with his hands behind his back. He waved his hand, and a gust of energy opened the doors. 2 hours, Lu Zhou mumbled. Hong Fu hastily bowed and said, "Eunuch Li is a prominent person by the Empress Dowager's side. He'll need to obtain the Empress Dowager's permission to leave the palace." Lu Zhou nodded. Without caring about the method Qin Jun would employ, he walked out calmly. Refreshed after a night's rest, he now had roughly half of his extraordinary power's full capacity. 2 hours later, a voice could be heard from outside the living room. "Eunuch Li, this way, please." Lu Zhou looked outside the doors of the living room. Little Yuan and Zhao Yu flanked him. The butler Hong Fu bowed and said, "Old mister, Eunuch Li is here." At this moment, Li Yunzhao, tall hat on his head, dressed in long robes, with silver hair and a bony build, appeared at the door. This was the elite cultivator, by the Empress Dowager's side, Eunuch of the Darking Palm. His appearance surprised Lu Zhou slightly. He seemed to be born and dressed like a eunuch. Li Yunjiao was in no hurry to enter the room. Instead, he paused deliberately. After another minor eunuch, who seemed to be in his 40s, caught up with him, Li Yunjiao entered the room. Qin Jun hastily said, "This is the old mister I mentioned." When Li Yunjiao looked up with his hands behind his back, their eyes met. Though he spent his days living well within the palace's borders and was well informed, he had never seen the evil Sky Pavilion's master in person before. At this first meeting, he felt suppressed by Lu Zhou's invisible aura. He knew he was facing someone incredible. This was not an aura that originated from cultivation base alone, but one that radiated from a person of higher status. The 3-foot ice was not formed overnight. Li Yunjiao had only felt such pressure from the emperor. "Are you Li Yunjiao?" Lu Zhou addressed him by name right away. Before Li Yunjiao came, Qin Jun had told him about him, so he knew who this person was. Thus, he was not angered. "I am," Li Yunjiao replied. Lu Zhou kept his gaze straight as he summoned Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu stepped forward from the side and said, "Yes, master." She knew what her master meant. Turning to face Li Yunjiao, she said, "The person who found me near Blue Sun Mountain is this man." When Li Yunjiao saw Zhao Yu, he frowned slightly and said, "You?" Ignoring him, Zhao Yu returned to her spot and kept quiet. Lu Zhou said drily, "Speak." Li Yunjiao smiled as he cupped his fists and said, "I might have come ill-prepared. I was invited by the Prince of Qi to a small gathering and heard that the old mister from the evil Sky Pavilion intends to get to know me. Yet, there seems to be something bothering you, old mister." Qin Jun hastily explained, "I had to make up that excuse. Please, forgive me, old mister." Lu Zhou waved his hand, not minding at all. As long as Li Yunjiao was here, he wouldn't ask about anything else. Lu Zhou said, "You should know what I mean. I won't repeat myself." The atmosphere in the living room was now slightly strange. Li Yunjiao glanced at Qin Jun. "I know about the evil Sky Pavilion and its 9 disciples. I didn't expect you to personally come to the divine capital, old mister. If there's anything you want to know, just ask. I will tell you everything you wish to know." Li Yunjiao's voice was sharp and thin, making anyone who heard it shiver. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased, and said, "Is Zhao Yu from the palace?" "Yes." "Did you leave the Darking Palm's cold poison in her body?" "Yes." "What was your reason?" Li Yunjiao paused. His answer didn't come as quickly as before. This question seemed to touch on something significant. "Old mister, regarding the reason, I cannot speak of it, and I won't," Li Yunjiao replied. When Lu Zhou raised his right hand, a flash of radiance appeared in the dimly lit room. A blue vortex seemed to form in his palm. Li Yunjiao's eyes widened, and he took 3 steps back. "Old mister. Pavilion master." Lu Zhou pushed his palm forward. The vortex shot toward Li Yunjiao. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning shattered the ceiling and merged with the vortex, striking Li Yunjiao. The powerful impact pierced through the darking energy seal he prided himself on, causing him to stagger and crash into the courtyard. A round opening appeared above their heads. No one seemed to have seen how Lu Zhou executed the attack. This formidable elite from the palace did not even have the chance to display his skills before being sent flying by a single blow. It was a single technique. The little eunuch who followed him gazed with wide eyes as Li Yunjiao hit the ground, blood trickling down the sides of his lips. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief. Pressing his chest with one hand and pushing himself up with the other, the entire living room and courtyard fell silent as a grave. The commotion had been so loud that the guards of the Prince of Qi mansion hurried over. "Get lost!" Qin Jun barked. The guards quickly turned and left the courtyard. Who would dare interfere when the evil Sky Pavilion was taking action? Li Yunjiao coughed and managed to stand, appearing calm but trembling with fear inside. The divine capital was full of elites, yet Li Yunjiao had never thought anyone could defeat him in a single move. "I've learned my lesson," Li Yunjiao said, cupping his fists. After being attacked, he was willing to accept the consequences. Qin Jun recalled his question from the previous day, now realizing how foolish it had been. A prominent figure by the Empress Dowager's side could not even withstand a single blow. Lu Zhou remained calm. This Thunderblast was merely a minor lesson. "Speak," he commanded, his expression unchanged. Li Yunjiao shook his head helplessly and said, "I heard that the evil Sky Pavilion Master's methods are shocking, and I've always wanted to have the chance to spar with you, Pavilion Master. Even if I lose, I'll accept the outcome willingly. As for this Thunderblast, it's my loss." He paused before continuing, "When Princess Yunjiao was in labor, there was a red moon. It was a bad omen, and I was tasked with getting rid of the embodiment of ill portent." This statement contained a wealth of information. Zhao Yu shuddered, her face going ghastly pale as she asked, "Princess Yunjiao is my mother?" "That's right," Li Yunjiao confirmed. A single rock had set off 1,000 waves. Qin Jun, the butler, Hong Fu, the minor eunuch, and little Yuan were all beside themselves with shock. Li Yunjiao straightened his robes, knelt to the ground, and said, "Although you were not officially bestowed the title or claimed by your own family, I should still pay you homage. No matter what, I shall kowtow." This kowtow virtually confirmed Zhao Yu's identity. After all, the person kowtowing was none other than Li Yunjiao, the prominent figure by the current Empress Dowager's side. Without waiting for a reply from Zhao Yu, Li Yunjiao had already risen. "Princess Yunjiao has always led a tough life. I couldn't bear to end the life of her offspring, so I didn't follow through and merely left the darking palm," he explained. As Lu Zhou slowly stood up, everyone's attention turned to him. Lu Zhou walked forward with his hands behind his back, approaching the door of the room, and said, "The Crimson Moon? Who told you to kill her?" "Well." Li Yunjiao hesitated again. "Are you not going to speak?" Lu Zhou asked. "Why do you have to put me in such a tight spot, old man? Zhao Yu is my disciple." "Are you saying I shouldn't look out for my own disciple?" Lu Zhou said. Zhao Yu's heart stirred. "It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, but the imperial concubine who meant to harm Princess Yunjiao has passed away. All I want is for this matter to be settled and for everyone to move on," Li Yunjiao explained. "I speak with reason. The reason is now clear. Alas, you won't listen." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and stepped forward. Li Yunjiao frowned. Once bitten, twice shy. The blow from the Thunderblast left a lingering fear in his heart. "I was careless and was hit by the Thunderblast just now. Do you think I'd have no tricks up my sleeve after living inside the palace for so many years? I know about the evil Sky Pavilion's strength. You leave me no choice but to retaliate." His body burned with vigorous primal qi, which naturally condensed into energy. The Prince of Qi, Qin Jun, felt extremely awkward. After all, this was the divine capital. If two great elites were to fight here, it would surely cause a significant disturbance. To maintain peace in the divine capital, the city's guards would be mobilized. If they couldn't stop the fight, the Imperial Guard would intervene until the battle between the cultivators was resolved. The divine capital was a flourishing place with many hidden talents. Even then, how did it manage to avoid widespread conflict? It was all thanks to the Imperial City's guards. Otherwise, the divine capital would have been destroyed by the cultivators long ago. The terrifying thing was that, with the Imperial City as its center, there was the 10-terminal formation, laid out by cultivators skilled in formations. The presence of the 10-terminal formation was enough to deter the cultivators in the Imperial City from making rash moves. That was why Qin Jun did not want to see these two elites fight. "Can't we talk this through, Eunuch Li?" Qin Jun tried his best to dissuade them. Although the butler, Hong Fu, was afraid, he mustered his courage and said, "Honored guests, please calm down. What if the imperial city becomes aware of this? Eunuch Li's sharp voice cut through the tension. My mistress, the current Empress Dowager, represents the imperial family. If I lose, it means the imperial family has lost. Lu Zhou shook his head. Stubborn mule. He waved his arm and, without warning, swung it from left to right. A miniature electric-like vortex appeared and shot out. Everyone else held their breath, staring at the blue vortex with perplexed expressions. As Li Yunjiao's face fell, his darking energy was ready, swirling around him like a tornado. The only improvement was that he was now slightly prepared. When the blue vortex approached, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom! It hit its target precisely. Bam! Li Yunjiao reeled back, flying a much longer distance this time. Before the others could react, there was another loud bang. Li Yunjiao crashed into the thick wall of the Prince of Qi mansion, creating a human-shaped dent. Stuck inside the wall, he couldn't move. The Prince of Qi mansion fell silent, an eerie, deathly stillness settling over the scene. Li Yunjiao had acted so powerful. Didn't he mention he had some tricks up his sleeve? Didn't he say he was an elite by the Empress Dowager's side? Why was he so weak? Was he made of paper? Perhaps Li Yunjiao was an impostor all along, a mere cultivator masquerading as someone with actual abilities. The others were puzzled, but Lu Zhou remained calm. This card had merely pushed him back, not killed him. Old Eunuch, if you actually triggered the 1% kill rate, you can't blame me. Eunuch Li? Qin Jun was the first to break the silence, voicing his question cautiously. Crash! To everyone's surprise, Li Yunjiao walked out of the wall, the rubble sliding off him. His eyes were slightly dazed, and his lips trembled. With a muffled groan, fresh blood trickled out. This time, he was injured, having triggered the 30% chance of harming the target. You've got some luck for staying alive. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, looking at the eunuch as if nothing had happened. Li Yunjiao's remaining confidence and pride were long gone. The so-called peerless elite, Great Eunuch Li, was worth less than a dog's fart before the evil Sky Pavilion master. Are you powerful? You were a useless person who couldn't even withstand a single attack. Everyone always talked about how powerful the old villain, Jitian Dao, was, but there were never any standards to compare. Even Qin Jun didn't know how powerful Lu Zhou was. However, he knew Li Yunjiao's cultivation base. He was on par with the 8 great leaders, yet against the evil Sky Pavilion master, he couldn't even withstand a single hit. The superior cultivator was evident. Eunuch Li, are you all right? Qin Jun ventured carefully. In his heart, he mumbled, don't you die on me. If you die, my mansion will be done for. At the same time, Qin Jun wanted to curse. He didn't seem like an expert at all, he felt more like a weak pushover. Li Yunjiao calmed his breathing and suppressed his surging essence and blood. A moment later, he spoke, Princess Pinglu passed away a long time ago. Back then, she and Princess Yunjiao had a deep-seated grudge. In a fit of confusion, Pinglu ordered me to take the life of Princess Yunjiao's daughter, who is also your 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, old mister. Why did they have a grudge? Lu Zhou asked. The Prince of Jinqi was the person whom the 2 princesses loved at the same time. However, the Prince of Jinqi chose Princess Yunjiao. Then, the Prince of Jinqi died on the battlefield, leaving Yunjiao behind. What a shame. Li Yunjiao wore an expression of regret. Lu Zhou noticed his choice of words. Although he mentioned the Prince of Jinqi, he did not say his name. The Prince of Jinqi? It's one of the palace's taboos. His name must not be said. Lu Zhou had no intention of asking for the name. After all, at this juncture, he would be able to find out once he did some digging. At the side, Qin Jun bowed and said, I've met the Prince of Jinqi once. However, at that time, he was on a campaign at Lulan. He was indeed a heroic man. All I know is that he was a great leader on the battlefield and a true hero. However, I didn't know about him and Yunjiao, he left his statement unfinished. The affairs between a man and a woman had always been of great importance in a person's life. At this point, Zhao Yu staggered backward. She sat on the chair, feeling slightly weak. Little Yuan could not bear to listen to this. She hurriedly went forward, supported Zhao Yu, and comforted her softly, "Senior sister, what a tough life you have had." Sigh. This little girl doesn't even know how to properly comfort someone. How can she be so blunt and direct? At least she has the intention to help. Zhao Yu grabbed little Yuan's hand and said, "I'm all right." When Li Yunzhao saw this, he continued, "I sympathized with Princess Yunzhao back then. I boldly went against Princess Ping Li's wishes and left the Darking Palm's cold poison in your body to cover this up. Otherwise, Princess Ping Lu would never have allowed her to leave the castle walls. I was thinking that, as long as you don't step onto the path of cultivation and live your life happily as an ordinary person, the cold poison would never be triggered." At this point, Li Yunzhao paused. Then, to my shock, I heard that Zhao Yu joined the evil Sky Pavilion. I've been looking for her ever since to help her get rid of the poison. So, you're saying, you saved senior sister Zhao Yu? Little Yuan said with a soft snort. Well, Li Yunzhao cupped his fists. I wouldn't be so bold as to claim credit. There was a moment of silence. Lu Zhou looked at Li Yunzhao and said, I have always been persuaded by someone with morals. If you've spoken the truth, I'll spare your life. If I find a single lie in your words, I'll make sure that you pay with your head. Li Yunzhao shuddered. He was someone who held a high position in the palace and had the power to decide the life and death of others. Now, with his own life in someone else's hands, he could not help but tremble. However, Lu Zhou suddenly added, while a capital offense may be absolved, you can't escape a living hell. Li Yunzhao's expression froze. It's true that you were sympathetic and did not kill Zhao Yu, but that's only enough for you to keep your life. At this moment, the minor eunuch in the living room suddenly clapped. Pa. Amazing, just amazing. Qin Jun, the old butler, Hong Fu, Zhao Yu, and little Yuan looked over. Li Yunzhai suddenly acted reverently. He kneeled before the low-ranking eunuch and greeted, Greetings, your Fourth Highness. Fourth Highness? From the beginning, the young, seemingly vulgar man who had been keeping a low profile was the fourth prince? Qin Jun appeared surprised. He had not expected this person to be the fourth prince who had just returned from the borders. He hurriedly walked over and said, Greetings, your highness. The seemingly low-ranking eunuch stopped clapping his hands, straightened his robes, removed the eunuch's cap, and tossed it aside. Now, his demeanor was completely different from before. His true appearance was revealed, and he was not as young as he initially seemed. In fact, he had a weathered look, which was not surprising given the many years he had spent on the battlefield. This person was none other than Lu Bing, the fourth prince. Lu Bing cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Your methods are breathtaking, old sir. Li Yunzhao is at least a six-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm elite, and yet, he couldn't even take a single hit from you. Are you Lu Bing, the fourth prince? Lu Zhou asked. I am, Lu Bing replied. Are you planning to stand up for Li Yunzhao? Lu Zhou could sense that Lu Bing's aura was not particularly dense. On the surface, it did not seem like he had a profound cultivation base. I've been admiring you for a long time, old sir, Lu Bing said with a smile. I have no intention of standing up for him. He deserves this. However, before you beat a dog, you should consider its master. Li Yunzhao is the imperial family's dog. At the end of the day, I can't just stand by and do nothing. That's good, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. At least, he's tactful. The reputation of the evil Sky Pavilion was widespread. Although Lu Bing had spent his days on the battlefield, he had heard much about the evil Sky Pavilion. Both of Lu Zhou's attacks had completely suppressed Li Yunzhao, and Lu Bing was amazed by it. The evil Sky Pavilion truly lived up to its name. How do you plan on punishing him, old mister? Lu Bing asked respectfully. Li Yunjiao bowed down, with a pained expression on his face. He did not feel this bad even when struck by Lu Zhou's attacks. However, since the prince had spoken, he knew he would not escape this calamity. Who knew he would meet the fourth prince here? Lu Zhou looked at Li Yunjiao and said, "Why do I need to report to you what I intend to do?" Lu Bing was slightly stunned, taken aback by this question. This old villain. He's even more troublesome than rumored. Not only is his cultivation base terrifyingly profound, but his temper is quite peculiar as well. In the end, Lu Bing said, "That's going too far, old mister. You're free to do whatever you want to Li Yunjiao. I won't stop you." Lu Bing took a step back, making it clear that he had no intention of interfering. Li Yunjiao frowned deeply. "Your Highness." Lu Bing glanced at Li Yunjiao and said, "The Prince of Jinshi and I campaigned in the West together. We're not the best of friends, but we were comrades. However, you tore his family apart. I can't protect you from this." After he finished speaking, he looked away. Li Yunjiao bowed and addressed Lu Zhou, "Your cultivation base is unfathomable, old mister. I willingly accept defeat and will accept whatever punishment you mete out." When Lu Zhou heard this, he stroked his beard and nodded. Now that's a tactful person. If Li Yunjiao had been defiant, he planned to hit him with more Thunderblasts until he surrendered. "Very well," Lu Zhou continued, "are you willing if I destroy your cultivation base?" At the same time, a Thunderblast card appeared in his palm, and he waited for Li Yunjiao's answer in silence. Li Yunjiao's expression soured. Destroying his cultivation base was no different from killing him. He did not expect this old villain from the evil Sky Pavilion to be so merciless. How could he be willing to accept this? Lu Zhou noticed the change in Li Yunjiao's expression and asked, "You're unwilling?" "I dare not. However, I have something to say." "I'm sure you'll change your mind after listening to what I have to say, old mister," Li Yunjiao said. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, turned around and looked at the old eunuch curiously. He did not have a deep impression of Li Yunjiao, as he spent most of his time on the battlefield and had only met Li Yunjiao a few times since returning from the borders. Initially, he had planned to get to know Li Yunjiao to have a source by the Empress Dowager's side. Alas, who knew Li Yunjiao to be filled with schemes? "Speak." "I've been serving the Empress Dowager for 50 years. Deep inside the palace, the Empress Dowager trusts only a handful of people, and I am one of them. The Empress Dowager possesses an item that I believe is connected to the evil Sky Pavilion," Li Yunjiao said. Lu Zhou's heart stirred. He remembered that the information on the old parchment drawing pointed toward the palace. Could it be that the item is actually in the palace? If true, this would be a pleasant surprise. "Continue," Lu Zhou said. Li Yunjiao nodded and said, "It's a wordless book. It was left behind in exchange for the imperial family's token that you stole. I mean, took." He quickly coughed to cover his slip of the tongue. Saying such things at such a perilous time, was he courting death? Hong Fu was exasperated on Li Yunjiao's behalf. He thought that the heavens must have been blind for someone like this to be the eunuch trusted by the Empress Dowager's side and to have survived until now. At this moment, Lu Bing interjected, "Are you betraying the Empress Dowager? If so, death will be your only fate." Li Yunjiao shook his head and said, "There are many things you don't understand, your fourth highness. Since you've just returned from the battlefield, let me explain. When the imperial family's token was lost, everyone searched for it. The Empress Dowager was the only one who knew it was in the evil Sky Pavilion's hands. The token was originally kept by His Majesty, but it was entrusted to the Empress Dowager's care while His Majesty recuperated. When it was lost, the Empress Dowager was beside herself with worry and sent someone to the evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou was about to say he had no recollection of this. However, he suddenly remembered the lost memories. Therefore, his expression did not change, and he did not speak. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. If he did not speak, he would make no mistakes. Li Yunjiao said, back then, old man, you didn't surrender the imperial token, but you sent a blank heavenly writing scroll. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. The blank heavenly writing scroll must have been the remnant piece of the open heavenly writing. Lu Zhou was not interested in the reason behind this, he only asked, where's the scroll? It's still in the palace, Li Yunjiao replied. At this point, Lu Zhou finally understood that Li Yunjiao wanted to exchange the blank heavenly writing scroll to save his cultivation base. Coincidentally, Lu Zhou had already given the imperial token to Jiao Jin, who had used it to open the warehouse. The key was back in the imperial family's hands. It seemed fate had played a role. Lu Zhou did not turn around. He said, Zhao Yu. Yes, master. You are the victim here. You'll decide his fate. Since Lu Zhou had already discovered that the blank heavenly writing scroll was in the palace, he had many ways to retrieve it. He no longer needed Li Yunjiao. Therefore, he gave Zhao Yu the authority to decide Li Yunjiao's fate. Everyone looked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu bowed and said, what belongs to you should be taken back, master. He did save my life, after all. If he's lying about it, we can always kill him later. That's right, little Yuan nodded vehemently. When Lu Zhou heard Zhao Yu's words, he was pleased that his disciple had turned out this way, finally showing consideration for her master. Little Yuan, on the other hand, was still a work in progress. Li Yunjiao. Did you hear that? Lu Zhou asked. I understand. This time tomorrow, I'll bring the item to you, old mister, Li Yunjiao said. At that moment, from the tower opposite the Prince of Qi mansion, a hidden golden weapon was fired. The target was Li Yunjiao. The assassin vanished as soon as he fired the weapon. Li Yunjiao's expression turned grim. He flipped backward as energy erupted from his body. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, frowned and said, Li Yunjiao, it seems like you're completely trusted. Bam! The energy-imbued weapons collided with Li Yunjiao's palm. He intercepted them with his bare hand. Clearly, the assassin had underestimated Li Yunjiao. Even though he was injured, he was not someone who could be killed by such hidden weapons. Li Yunjiao turned, tossed the weapon aside, and said, there's no need to be surprised. It's just someone with ulterior motives who wants to get me out of their way. This has happened far too often. Lu Zhou looked at the hidden weapon now lying on the ground. For the weapon's power to be so magnified, the assassin was no ordinary elite cultivator. As expected, the divine capital of Great Yin was full of hidden talents. Nobody was particularly fazed by this. Since Lu Bing's mental fortitude was far stronger than the average person, he merely glanced at the scene and said, an assassin? With a cultivation base of at least one leaf. Interesting, Lu Bing muttered. Li Yunjiao scanned the area, searching for the target. Keeping his guard up, he said, my life isn't worth much. If the Empress Dowager didn't trust me, I would have been dead a long time ago. I wouldn't have survived until today. As expected. A black figure darted around the corner of the pagoda, sprinting along its windowsills. Clearly, this person had been trailing Li Yunjiao from the start. Li Yunjiao was so exasperated that his voice changed as he shouted, despicable vermin. His sharp tone sounded peculiar when he uttered the curse, but it only emphasized how angry he was. Just when the others felt helpless, Lu Zhou said, Yuan. Yes, master. Catch him. Teehee. Yes, master. Little Yuan was exceptionally pleased to receive such an order for the first time. The reason Lu Zhou gave this mission to little Yuan was that she was the bane of mice like these. She also had many treasures. Even though her cultivation base was only at the one-leaf stage, she could easily defeat a stalker of the same rank. Little Yuan pushed off the ground and rose straight into the sky above the Prince of Qi mansion, her nirvana sash spreading out like a blooming rose. When she activated her 7 stars cloud-treading steps with her cloud-treading boots, bluish starlight adorned the night sky, appearing even more dazzling and brilliant above the divine capital. Whoosh! As she vanished, Li Yunjiao swallowed in shock. Even though he knew this little girl was weaker than he was, he felt powerless. Qin Jun and Hong Fu had spent most of their time in the divine capital, so they had seen their fair share of elites. However, they had never met such a genius. To think she had such a remarkable cultivation base at her age. If she was given more time, how far would this little girl be able to go? No one knew. After a moment's silence, Lu Bing snapped back to the present. Clapping his hands, he said, I heard that the evil Sky Pavilion's disciples are all amazing in their own right. Now I see it's true. I'm duly impressed. You sure talk a lot, said Lu Zhou. Lu Bing suddenly felt that he was acting too haughtily before such an individual, so he toned down his regal voice and said, all I want is to get to know you, old mister. Get to know me? I've just returned from Rongxi. There are many things about the divine capital that I don't understand, and I like to make friends. With your cultivation base, old mister, it's a waste if you can't talk freely about life over some wine, Lu Bing said. So, you went to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Lu Bing shuddered and replied, you know about that, old mister? As expected, you have an extensive information network. Yes, I have been to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Unfortunately, Luo Xingkong was hellbent on having that fight to the death. Alas, it didn't end well for him. Do you know what happened at the Lotus Dais? I've heard about it. I heard that you've saved many cultivators out of kindness. Currently, rumor has it that you're a kind person, a living Buddha, Lu Bing said. Do you think that I shouldn't be a kind person? No, no, no. Lu Bing hastily waved his hand and said, quite the contrary. If you're not a kind person, old mister, who is? If you weren't, that bunch of cultivators would have already all died a gruesome death. He noticed that the conversation was heading in a dangerous direction. This old villain Ji did not seem to be someone he could easily get along with. It also seemed like he could easily offend him. That was close. He nearly made it sound as if Lu Zhou was the one who had threatened the survivors to spread the good word about him. Even though he felt that this version was more believable, he could never say that to Ji Tiandao's face. Lu Bing was starting to regret ever having come here. At this moment, the scarlet Nirvana sash danced above the Prince of Qi mansion, resembling a dancing dragon. Little Yuaner's figure was barely visible, a trick of the eye resulting from her extremely quick movements. She flew in circles, using her Nirvana sash as footholds with her cloud-treading boots. Then, the sash was retracted and wrapped around her body, winding itself around her waist and tying itself in a bow. Fuh! Little Yuaner gave the cultivator in dark night clothes a good kick. Thud! The cultivator fell into the Prince of Qi mansion's courtyard, shivering and not daring to move. Ding! Captured a nascent divinity Tribulation realm target. Reward, 200 merit points. Li Yunjiao gave the person a sweeping gaze and exclaimed in shock, his Sea of Qi has been destroyed. This? Little Yuaner slowly descended. With the Nirvana sash around her waist and the effect of the cloud feather raiment, she could have been mistaken for a deity from the heavens. The little girl had grown up. Little Yuaner cupped her fists and said, Master, I can explain. I didn't do it on purpose. He kept running away, and I had no choice but to break his Sea of Qi with a punch. What a fierce little girl. She spoke the most chilling words in the meekest tone. Was this the youngest disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion? Li Yunjiao had to admit that he would have to re-evaluate the evil Sky Pavilion and correct his previous misconceptions. Even if the old villain Ji were to kick the bucket, his disciples are already mature. Who could guarantee that the 9 disciples won't grow into 9 old villains like Ji in the future? However, Qin Jun said, I think this is a wonderful way to deal with him, Miss Ninth. We mustn't forget that such vermin are exceptionally sly. This is the only way to ensure there won't be any surprises. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It was good to see his disciples showing growth. Little Yuaner giggled, feeling elated. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I'll surely work harder. This seemed a bit off. Li Yunjiao and the fourth prince, Lu Bing, were speechless. Little Yuan walked up to the man, placed her hands on her hips, and demanded, "Who sent you?" The black-clad person said nothing. "If you're not going to talk, I'll take you back to the evil sky pavilion and have my third senior brother, no, my fourth senior brother, torture the living hell out of you. My fourth senior brother has methods of torture you could never imagine." Crunch. The black-clad person's eyes widened, and his head lolled to the side. Li Yunjiao bent down to check for a pulse. "He's dead." "Huh? Dead? What a coward." Little Yuan was flustered. She looked at her master innocently, worried he might blame her for this. Li Yunjiao said, "He bit his own tongue. He was carrying poison in his mouth. People like him live on the edge of a knife and are prepared to throw their lives away. Once they're captured by the enemy, they take their own lives." Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed. "What a shame. I should have let little Yuan finish him. That way, I could have at least earned some merit points from him. Is there something wrong with how I'm teaching my disciples?" Qin Jun's brows relaxed. A dead assassin was better than one that had escaped. After all, he was the one who had invited Li Yunjiao over. His only wish now was for the fourth prince not to use this against him when he returned to the imperial city. "Men!" Qin Jun shouted. A guard marched into the courtyard. "My lord. Clean this up." The guard looked at the corpse on the ground. Without a second thought, he dragged it away. Li Yunjiao slowly got to his feet. He looked up at the moon, which had just risen in the sky, and saw that the new moon resembled a sickle. It was getting late, so he should be heading back. He had been out long enough. If he was not back when the Empress Dowager summoned him, he dared not imagine the consequences. "Old sir, I'll return tomorrow." "Farewell," Li Yunjiao said. Lu Zhou said nothing. No one stopped him as they watched him leave the Prince of Qi mansion. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, appeared slightly awkward and smiled. "I think it's time for me to leave as well. Look at that thick face of his." Lu Zhou was reminded of Jiang Jin. He said, "You remind me of him." He wanted to add that it was expected since they were born of the same father, but when he thought about Jiang Jin's identity, he did not say it. "Him? Forget it. There's no need to bring him up." It had been a long time since he had been in contact with Jiang Jin. The last time they communicated was through Mingxirin. Now that Lu Zhou was in the divine capital, although he was a prince, Jiang Jin refrained from associating himself with anyone within the palace walls. Therefore, Lu Zhou reckoned that Jiang Jin would not come. Lu Zhou returned to the hall with his hands behind his back, while Lu Bing followed after him. Little Yuan found this strange and said, "It's late. Why aren't you leaving?" "Leaving? Do you think my master doesn't need to sleep?" Little Yuan thought this person was slightly daft. Lu Bing smiled. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "Old sir, in any case, I genuinely want to make more friends. There's no need to rush into a decision. Having another friend is always good. We shall meet again. Until then." Lu Zhou did not try to stop him. He had no intention of interfering with the factions in the palace. After all, Lu Bing had just returned from the borders and did not have a firm foundation, and many were keeping a close eye on him. This was evident from his impersonation of a minor eunuch. Little Yuan scratched her head and said, "Master, is he threatening us? Should I catch him?" "There's no need," said Lu Zhou. "Oh." Little Yuan returned to Zhao Yu's side. When she glanced at her senior sister and remembered her tragic past, she sighed and said, "Senior sister, now that I think about it, I've had a happier life than you." Lu Zhou was taken aback. Although he knew that she meant to comfort Zhao Yu and to say that she had been slightly ungrateful for her own life thus far, it somehow came out wrong. In the courtyard, many servants came in to clean. Qin Jun's son stretched his limbs and walked over. "Father, are our guests still here?" "Stay in your room." Don't wander about, Qin Jun replied. Who is he? Qin Jun turned to look in the direction of the Great Hall. Then, he glanced at the damaged wall and said, the guy your little sister can't stop talking about. Qin Shua stood rooted to the ground, speechless. Qin Jun, too lazy to explain, ordered a nearby servant, take him back to his room. How can such a coward inherit this mansion? Understood, the servant replied. Once the courtyard was almost cleaned, Qin Jun entered the main hall with the butler, Old Hong. Old mister, I didn't know the fourth prince would be here as well. Please forgive me, Qin Jun said. You didn't recognize him? Qin Jun sighed. The fourth prince is usually stationed at the borders. He left when he was very young and returned as a middle-aged man, his appearance greatly changed. Moreover, in that disguise, I couldn't recognize him. The borders, Lu Zhou mused. Since he's from the borders, why is he trying to gather people to himself like the other princes? In Lu Zhou's memory from his past life, people from the borders didn't usually follow these norms. Qin Jun explained, it's only for his own protection. Soon, the fourth prince's military authority will be taken away. When that happens, he'll be alone and powerless. He doesn't intend to harm the others, but the others might have different plans. At this, Old Hong sighed as well. Never mind, Lu Zhou said, standing up with his hands behind his back. You've done well. I always distinguish between gratitude and grievances. Tell me what you want. Qin Jun hastily waved his hands. I dare not. Unlike the greedy bunch in the cultivation world, I'd never covet the evil Sky Pavilion's properties. As Lu Zhou shook his head, he turned around and left, while little Yuan departed with Zhao Yu. Meanwhile, Mingxirin locked Lu Qiuping up in the North Pavilion. Then, he brought Pan Zhong over and sealed Lu Qiuping's cultivation base before going to rest. Early the next morning, Mingxirin left the evil Sky Pavilion and flew toward the divine capital. Halfway through his flight, he suddenly remembered a question. Where's Master? How am I supposed to find him? In the afternoon at the Prince of Qi mansion, the appointed time was almost upon them. The old butler, Hong Fu, knew that Eunuch would come again, so he had been waiting at the door since early morning. He would peer down the streets every now and then, even running to the intersection to wait. It was only when the sun began to set that a familiar carriage came into view. Hong Fu was overjoyed, gesturing excitedly to the servants beside him. Tell the master he's here. Understood. I'll go right away. The carriage stopped before Hong Fu. As the curtains were parted, the silver-haired Li Yunjiao alighted from the carriage. He did not seem to be in his best condition. Eunuch Li, the butler, hurriedly supported him. Li Yunjiao disembarked and looked up at the mansion, then sighed. I've kept my word. I hope he keeps his as well. This way, Hong Fu said, not daring to speak on behalf of Lu Zhou. After all, they were now here, and this matter would be up to them. He would leave it to fate. Li Yunjiao produced a brocade box as he followed Hong Fu into the mansion. Shortly after, they entered the main hall. Upon seeing the stately and unmoving Lu Zhou, Li Yunjiao dared not act carelessly. He walked respectfully up to him and presented the brocade box with both hands, saying, "This is the blank heaven writing scroll I mentioned yesterday." Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon the brocade box. Do you know what it is used for? If it were nothing but a useless piece of junk, they wouldn't have kept it until now, Li Yunjiao thought to himself. He then said, come to think of it, the Empress Dowager suffered from a heart ailment for a long time. When she inadvertently used this as a pillow, she was cured of her illness within a month. I suspect that this item is not a scroll meant for reading, but rather an ancient piece of jade with certain powers. You are a good guesser, Lu Zhou said, but he did not reveal the answer, leaving it to Li Yunjiao's imagination. As he accepted the brocade box, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, and the lid opened. Ding! Obtained 1 Remnant Open Heaven Writing Scroll. As expected, it was a Remnant Open Heaven Writing Scroll. There's one more? Lu Zhou asked, frowning slightly when he saw the open heaven writing scroll. Li Yunjiao was startled and hastily explained, I have no intention of keeping it to myself. If I did, I wouldn't have waited until now. Over the years, I have had plenty of opportunities to do so. Lu Zhou did not direct the statement at Li Yunjiao, he was merely talking to himself. The open heavenly writing remnant middle piece suggested there was another piece outside. This was strange. Did old Villainji only give one? It should be in the palace as well. I wonder where the final piece is. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou did not have the parchment drawing with him. Otherwise, he could have compared it for clues. However, it was useless to dwell on it now. He would find out once he returned. Finally, he said to Li Yunjiao, it has nothing to do with you. Li Yunjiao was slightly stunned. He did not dare to ask any more questions and respectfully retreated to the side. Lu Zhou put the remnant piece away. This was connected to his next power, a guarantee of improvement in his strength. He had to treat it cautiously. Li Yunjiao asked tentatively, what about our promise from before? He was anxious. After all, it would be no surprise if a villain went back on his word. Lu Zhou glanced at him and said, I've always kept my promises. You've done well. Li Yunjiao relaxed and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. I have another request, old mister. What is it? Lu Zhou asked. When I left the palace, I told the Empress Dowager that I would be bringing the scroll back. The Empress Dowager asked me repeatedly about it, and I could not find any good reason to take the scroll away. Out of ideas, I used Princess Zhao Yu as an excuse. The Empress Dowager wants to meet Zhao Yu, Li Yunjiao explained. Lu Zhou looked at him. Li Yunjiao hastily added, only the Empress Dowager and I know about this. Within the palace walls, I can guarantee with my own head that I'll keep this a secret. Lu Zhou indeed had the right to reject Li Yunjiao on Zhao Yu's behalf. However, when he glanced at Zhao Yu, he saw she seemed to be deep in thought. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Zhou said, Zhao Yu. Yes, master, she replied. Since this concerns you, you can decide. Zhao Yu was moved. Since joining the evil sky pavilion, the disciples rarely had the power to make their own decisions. She did not expect her master would allow her to decide something so important. This truly surprised her. However, she did not decide instantly. After some thought, she finally replied, Master, I'd like to go and have a look. Go, then. When Zhao Yu heard this, she walked to Lu Zhou and respectfully kowtowed to him. When Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu, he could see her loyalty rising quickly. He waved his hand, and Li Yunjiao said, I'll guarantee her safety with my life. I'll be taking my leave now, master. Li Yunjiao made an inviting gesture, and Zhao Yu walked out the door. The two of them soon vanished from sight. Qin Jun said, I didn't expect Princess Yunjiao's orphan to end up being your disciple. The heavens are making a fool out of us. I don't care whose orphan she is, Lu Zhou said. You're right, old man. Lu Zhou was about to return to his room to meditate on the heavenly writing when a servant rushed in from outside and said, My lord, a letter for you. Qin Jun frowned and said, A letter for me? The divine capital was vast. If it was from his colleagues, they would not have used this method to contact him. Qin Jun opened the letter and read it. Realization suddenly dawned on him. He hastily bowed and said, Old sir, it's for you. Allow me, little Yuan said as she leaped forward. She opened the letter and read it aloud, Old senior, I'm at the Mausoleum of Swords. There might be something you're looking for here. Your disciple is quite persistent. Ha ha ha, she knew immediately who the letter was from. Lu Zhou frowned. Mausoleum of Swords? Qin Jun cupped his fists and said, The Mausoleum of Swords is near the Imperial Crypt. It's said to be a place of extreme yang, with many swords buried there. The mausoleum itself is of the Yin attribute, and the balance between Yin and Yang creates a wonderful environment to nurture good swords. Hence, every decade or so, there are cultivators who try their luck at the mausoleum. With this explanation, it was clear that Jiang Aijin had gone there in search of good swords. After all, he would never let an opportunity like that go to waste. He loved swords deeply and valued them as much as his own life. Lu Zhou remained silent as he rose to his feet, hands behind his back, and left the main hall. "Rest well, master," they said. "Rest well, old sir." On his way back to his room, Lu Zhou took out the fragment of the open heavenly writing from the brocade box again. The moment he touched it, the scroll dissolved into spots of starlight and floated toward him. In that instant, the fragment vanished. Lu Zhou probed the heavenly writing's power. There was no new power. He sat down cross-legged, muttering, "Looks like I'll have to wait until I've found the last piece." Lu Zhou no longer dwelled on this and began to meditate on the heavenly writing. Night fell, and the divine capital was silent. A green-robed man carrying a sword hovered near the Prince of Qi mansion. He saw a carriage speeding toward the imperial city on the street of the divine capital. Li Yunjiao stood on the carriage, urging the steeds on. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "Congratulations, junior sister." He looked toward the southwest of Great Yin, then at the new moon, murmuring to himself, "You're luckier than I am." Suddenly, Yu Shangrong burst forth with a terrifying sword qi that stirred up a gale and shot into the distance. Shadows of swords covered the sky, thousands upon thousands of them. Like a crushing wave, they shot forward into the night sky. The sword devil's destiny. The ink-colored energy blades seemed to have eyes of their own as they shot toward the black-clad cultivators lying in wait nearby. Whoosh! 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 Ah! Sword! It's the sword devil. It's Yu Shangrong. It's too late. The rain of blades fell upon them, piercing their chests accurately. Corpses fell from the roofs to the ground. These people did not even have a chance to resist. When the rain of blades stopped, the corpses of the black-clad cultivators were strewn across the streets. Zing! The longevity sword returned to its scabbard. Yu Shangrong behaved as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. He looked down from above with a lofty air, not even sparing a glance at the corpses. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the Prince of Qi mansion. He sighed and said with a hint of grievance in his tone, "Master, the Prince of Qi is eldest senior brother's person. Why are you running around blindly like this?" Yu Shangrong had withdrawn his aura and was now hovering above the Prince of Qi mansion. If one did not look closely, they would not notice the peerless elite floating above the mansion. He remained in the air, like a god, and did not leave immediately. He crossed his arms and continued to gaze at the Prince of Qi mansion. Yu Shangrong's attention was drawn to a blue light. It seemed like a blue firefly in the dark of the night, or the rippling reflection of the moon on a lake. It felt special. Despite his extensive knowledge, he did not know what it was. Curiosity compelled him to fly over. He hovered above the roof, where the blue, starlight-like lights were densely packed, resembling clouds of smoke. Yu Shangrong became even more curious. He moved closer and landed on the roof as light as a feather. Cautiously, he withdrew his aura completely. He looked at the faint, billowing blue light, puzzled. He had never seen anything like this before. It felt somewhat like the barrier's power, but it wasn't. The spots of light began to drift toward the horizon, and despite himself, he reached out to catch them with his hand. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out along with the spots of light, "Who's there?" The blue fireflies instantly condensed into energy and merged with the sound wave, surging upward. Although Yu Shangrong was caught off guard, an elite like him could instinctively conjure up protective energy. As soon as he felt a threat approaching, his protective energy was automatically activated. Bam! Yu Shangrong frowned slightly as he tried to hit it with his hands and then retreated into the air. Inside the room, Lu Zhou opened his eyes at this moment and looked up. When he entered meditation mode, he could roughly sense the happenings around himself. The spot where the starlight appeared above him was especially sensitive. When Yu Shangrong touched it, Lu Zhou immediately sensed someone's presence. Recalling the assassins who had shown up before, he did not hesitate and called out, "Yuan." Little Yuan started, leaped out of her room, and stood outside Lu Zhou's door. "Master? Capture the assassin. Your own safety is the priority. Don't pursue him too far, and act quickly," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master." Little Yuan was elated. She loved a good game of catching the mouse. She leaped onto the roof and surveyed the surroundings. After assessing the area, she sensed a burst of primal qi a few moments ago. She unleashed the 7 stars cloud-treading steps from her supreme purity jade slip and disappeared in a flash. Lu Zhou's sound technique had alerted the Prince of Qi, Qin Jun, who hurried over. "Old mister, what's the matter?" Qin Jun's heart raced as he furtively glanced around. The divine capital was supposed to be the safest place in Great Yin. He did not expect so many troubles since the old mister's arrival. "You should all head back," Lu Zhou projected his voice. Qin Jun and the others were slightly taken aback but did not dare to ask questions. "All right," Qin Jun replied, feeling somewhat helpless. He looked at the roof, uneasy, and eventually sent some men to investigate the surroundings, increasing the patrol. Meanwhile, little Yuan left after images as she sped through the silent, dark streets. She gave chase to the middle of the street where the primal Qi's aura suddenly vanished. "Where is he?" Little Yuan found this strange. With her cloud-treading boots, her cultivation method, the supreme purity jade slip, and the 7 stars cloud-treading steps, she should not lose to a 4 or 5 leaf cultivator in speed under normal circumstances. She did not expect her target to be so agile. At that moment, she remembered Lu Zhou's words. She nodded and muttered to herself, "He might be an elite. Let's stop here." She turned to leave when Yu Shangrong suddenly called out, "Little junior sister." Little Yuan focused her gaze in the dark and saw Yu Shangrong emerge from the shadows, the gentle moonlight shining on him. He carried a sword as always, with a faint smile on his face. "A second senior brother?" Yu Shangrong studied his little junior sister for a moment and then praised her. "I'm surprised to see that you've obtained the cloud feather raiment. You've also achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation base. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. Not bad. It's really you, second senior brother." Little Yuan said happily. "Second senior brother, since when did you become a thief?" "A thief?" Yu Shangrong uncrossed his arms and looked at himself. "Which part of me looks like a thief?" "Master wants me to bring you back," Little Yuan said. Yu Shangrong chuckled softly. "Little junior sister, why did Master come to the divine capital?" When she heard the question, little Yuan lowered her head. She held on to one end of the nirvana sash and spoke in a slightly sad voice. "Master wants to find out about 5th senior sister's past." 5th senior sister truly had a tragic past. "I feel sad for her, too." Yu Shangrong laughed when he saw little Yuan's sad expression, but he was at a loss for words. Although he had only met her a few times, it seemed his impression of her was right. She was indeed a pure and kind little girl. Finally, he asked, "Is Master doing well?" "He's alive and kicking," little Yuan replied honestly. Yu Shangrong found this strange. He had already used the barrier's power once. How come it seems like he's still in peak condition? A term popped up in his mind at this moment, a dying flash or a spurt of energy before one's death. "Little junior sister, I have some matters to attend to. You should head back now," Yu Shangrong said, his voice gentle, a smile on his face. "Oh. We'll meet again." Yu Shangrong smiled and waved his hand lightly. Then, he crossed his arms and walked toward the end of the alley, his feet not touching the ground, as if he were walking on air. With a whoosh, he disappeared. After Yu Shangrong vanished, little Yuan scratched her head. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. At the Prince of Qi mansion, realization finally dawned on her. She seemed to understand what was amiss. Standing before her master's room, she said softly, "Master, I was unskilled, and the thief managed to run away. Please punish me. There's no need to blame yourself. If he could evade you, he must have been strong." "You should head back," Lu Zhou said. "Master, I didn't expect second senior brother to become a thief. He's really too fast, I couldn't catch up to him," little Yuan explained. When Lu Zhou heard this, he frowned slightly. The person on the roof was that rascal, Yu Shangrong? No wonder she couldn't catch up to him. Alas, it was a shame he didn't personally intervene. It was useless to cry over spilled milk. "Oh well. Go and get some rest," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master," little Yuan replied, returning to her room. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was lost in thought. Why was the rascal, Yu Shangrong, in the divine capital? He had a feeling that Yu Jinghai, Yu Shangrong, and Si Wuya knew about his whereabouts. Moreover, they always seemed to escape at just the right moment. Back at the Clarity Sect, the four great protectors barred their way. In Anyang City, Yu Shangrong and Yu Jinghai gave little Yuan gifts. Yu Jinghai's flying chariot was seen at the Lotus Dais. Now, he even encountered Yu Shangrong at the Prince of Qi mansion in the divine capital. All signs indicated that someone was closely monitoring his movements. Finally, Lu Zhou dismissed these thoughts and continued meditating on the heavenly writing. The next day, in the Prince of Qi mansion, Qin Jun brought his butler and waited outside Lu Zhou's room from early morning. After a long wait, there was no movement inside. The butler, Hong Fu, felt something was amiss and said, "Master, could something have happened?" This morning, the city's garrison found many bodies lying around the streets. They suspect it's the work of an assassin. "Let's wait a little longer," Qin Jun replied. Disturbing Lu Zhou's rest without cause could cost them their lives. After a long time, there were still no signs of movement. As the sun rose high in the sky, Qin Jun could no longer wait. He bowed and called out, "Old mister." There was no reply. Qin Jun waved his hand, and the old butler, Hong Fu, went up and opened the door, entering the room. Lu Zhou was nowhere to be found. Qin Jun sensed something was wrong and came running over. He scanned the room, which was empty. He smacked his own thigh. "Inform the sect master. Tell him that the old mister has left the divine capital and most likely gone to the mausoleum of swords." "Understood." However, before Qin Jun's voice had even faded, Lu Zhou walked out of little Yuan's room. He slowly stroked his beard and stared at Qin Jun with a pointed gaze. Lu Zhou looked at the sun like an ordinary old man, basking in its warmth. He even stretched his limbs before walking to the center of the courtyard. Qin Jun and the others widened their eyes in horror. They stood riveted to the ground, unable to control the trembling of their bodies. A calm expression could be seen on Lu Zhou's wizened face, with no sign of anger. However, this lack of anger was even more terrifying to the two of them. It was plain suffering, and they wanted to cry. Little Yuan ran up to Lu Zhou's side, giggling, "Master, I'll massage your back for you every day from now on." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. He found her promising and worthy of being taught. This little girl is maturing nicely. Thud. Qin Jun could no longer bear it and fell to his knees. Qin Shua and Qin Ruobing, who had just arrived at the courtyard's entrance, were stunned. Without even knowing the reason, they quickly kneeled on the ground as well. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. Lu Zhou's gaze finally fell upon Qin Jun as he asked, "Reporting to someone?" "I dare not." Qin Jun kowtowed. This was a matter of life and death for his entire family. When he spoke, his voice was an octave higher. "That rascal disciple of mine, Yu Jinghai. What did he offer you?" Before Lu Zhou revealed himself, he had thought Qin Jun had some ties with Yu Shangrong. He did not expect it to be Yu Jinghai. Qin Jun said, please be fair, old sir. The sect master and I are only friends. Friends? I've never once thought about plotting against the evil Sky Pavilion, from the beginning until the end. If there's an ounce of lie in my words, I'll die a gruesome death. Qin Jun said with gusto. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, what did Yu Jinghai make you do? To pass information about the divine capital and the palace to him. I've received your grace, old mister, and I would never betray the evil Sky Pavilion. Qin Jun said, his head lowered. I helped you, and yet, you repay that rascal? Qin Jun's mind went blank. No matter how he approached it, this did not seem right. This made him fall limply on his butt. The old butler, Hong Fu, mustered up his courage and said, if I may be so bold as to speak. I'd gladly pay for the sins with my life after I have my say. Honestly, Lu Zhou would not deign to give a person like Hong Fu a second glance under any other circumstances. However, this butler was indeed different from the other mortals. From the moment Lu Zhou stepped into the Prince of Qi mansion, Hong Fu's performance had been stellar. Therefore, Lu Zhou had a good impression of him. Speak. The old butler gathered his courage and said, Sect Master, you had no idea you'd come to the divine capital. If my master had wanted to disclose this information, there would have been no need to wait until this day. It's true that my master has been in contact with Sect Master Yu. However, my master told Sect Master Yu directly that he would never do anything to harm the evil Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Sect Master Yu. Your portrait has always been kept in my master's study. He often looked upon it fondly and reminisced about the past. That sounded awkward. Lu Zhou was a man, but he was thought about and looked at fondly by another man. Truly awkward. Outwardly, Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He needed to dig out more information from Qin Jun. Hong Fu gestured to the servant beside him, who hurried into the study and returned with a portrait in hand. It was a portrait of Lu Zhou, though he appeared more weathered and wrinkled. Despite this, the portrait captured his natural charm. Little Yuan took the portrait and, looking at it, smiled and said, Master, this is a poor drawing. It doesn't look like you at all. Lu Zhou glanced at the inscription on the side. Respected teacher, Ji Tiandao. Forever 23 springs old. A poem was scribbled beside it, but he thought it would be a waste of time to read it. He waved his arm, and a gust of energy enveloped the portrait. Smash! The portrait turned to dust and scattered in the wind. How dare this rascal call me his respected teacher? This goes against the heavenly energy, Lu Zhou said. Please, forgive me, old mister. Qin Jun and Hong Fu kowtowed, their foreheads touching the ground, not daring to move. When Lu Zhou spoke, his tone was deceptively calm. He wasn't truly angered, he was just inspired to say that at the moment. However, his words had a deeper meaning. He knew that Yu Jinghai was planning to obtain everything under the heavens. If so, wouldn't Yu Jinghai covet the treasures in the evil Sky Pavilion? Regarding Hong Fu's words, Lu Zhou found them reasonable. If Qin Jun had any ulterior motives, he would have informed Yu Jinghai immediately, rather than waiting until this moment. The reason I wanted to notify Sect Master Yu when I thought you had left, old mister, is because of 2 sentences Sect Master Yu said to me, Hong Fu said. What did he say? Lu Zhou asked. I daren't say. Lu Zhou remained silent, staring pointedly at Hong Fu. It's true that you know how to conduct yourself in front of others and cause trouble for your opponents, but that doesn't mean you can withhold information from me. Qin Jun hurriedly explained, Sect Master Yu's first statement was that he wishes for you to spend your remaining days in peace at the evil Sky Pavilion. And his second sentence? Little Yuan asked, curiously. Sect Master Yu's second statement was that he wishes you would never remember those things. The hatred he incurred would be taken to his grave, Qin Jun added, that's what he said. Little Yuan was puzzled. What does he mean? In truth, Qin Jun and Hong Fu did not understand the second sentence either. However, to Lu Zhou, it contained a lot of information. It had 2 implications. 1. Yu Jinghai knew that he was missing some memories, and 2. Yu Jinghai seemed to have his own reasons for leaving the pavilion. After a moment's silence, Lu Zhou said, "Tell the rascal to come to the divine capital." Qin Jun broke out in a sweat. "Old mister. Even your 7th disciple couldn't get Sect Master Yu to meet you in person, let alone someone like me. Why's that?" Little Yuan was even more curious. "Well, I don't know about that," Qin Jun replied. When Old Hong felt the atmosphere had lightened somewhat, he cowed out and said, "Please spare the Prince of Qi Mansion, old mister." The others echoed Hong Fu's words. Lu Zhou said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Seeing that you bear noble thoughts, I'll spare the Prince of Qi Mansion." "Thank you, old mister." Qin Jun and the others kowtowed. Ding. Received genuine worship from 15 people. Reward, 150 merit points. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm when he heard the system's notification. However, Lu Zhou suddenly changed his tone. "You'll have to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion for some time." "Huh?" The rest could be understood without having to be said. Since Qin Jun was in contact with Yu Jinghai, he naturally knew some things about Yu Jinghai. Lu Zhou would never let a source of information like Qin Jun go. Qin Jun seemed to understand Lu Zhou's thoughts as well. He bowed and said, "I'm willing to supply you with all the information that passed between me and Sect Master Yu." At this moment, dozens of cultivators flew across the divine capital's sky. According to the law, flying was forbidden in the divine city unless there was a special occasion or if it was the imperial city's guards. The sudden appearance of flying cultivators caught the attention of the common folk. "Yuan." "Yes, master." "Take him away." Qin Jun exclaimed in surprise as a gust of energy lifted him. Being only in the divine court realm, little Yuan could easily capture him. "Master, should I give chase?" Little Yuan asked, excited. When she saw the cultivators making their appearances, she was beside herself with excitement. However, this was the divine capital, after all. Elites were numerous as clouds. The Imperial City's guard and the 10-terminal formation formed a powerful defensive mechanism. For many years, it had been impregnable. Lu Zhou muttered to himself briefly before he looked at the old butler. "Prepare the carriage." Right away." Old Hong understood what Lu Zhou meant and hastily ordered the servants to prepare the carriages. It was a peculiar scene indeed. The Prince of Qi Mansion's servants prepared the carriage and allowed outsiders to bind their master and load him onto the carriage. Fortunately, this was the Prince of Qi Mansion, and no one else was around. Otherwise, this would have become a huge joke. After the carriage left, Qin Shua and Qin Ruobing still seemed to have difficulties processing what had just transpired. "Young master, young lady, don't worry. Master has only gone to the Evil Sky Pavilion for a short stay. He'll be back." Old Hong had no other way to comfort them. Qin Shua was so shocked he was speechless. Qin Ruobing, on the other hand, mumbled, "If I'd known, I would have asked them to take me along as well." Both Qin Shua and Old Hong were puzzled. In the carriage, little Yuan asked curiously, "Master, can't we fly over like the rest of them?" Before Lu Zhou could reply, Qin Jun said awkwardly, Miss Ninth, can you loosen this a bit? As the saying goes, the monk can run, but the temple cannot. Keep dreaming." Little Yuan waved her fists. Qin Jun could only give Lu Zhou a pleading look. Lu Zhou said, "Untie him." Little Yuan scoffed at Qin Jun and raised her hand. A gust of energy loosened the ropes. At this point, Qin Jun had nowhere to run, so tying him up was meaningless. After he was freed, Qin Jun cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." When he saw little Yuan ignoring him, Qin Jun added, "This is the divine capital, after all. I don't want to attract any unwanted attention. There are many powerful people in the divine capital. Plenty of carriages like this one won't be noticed." Little Yuan nodded as if she understood. Shortly after, the carriage slowed to a stop outside the city. I expect the cultivators will swarm to the Mausoleum of Swords once it opens. We must keep a low profile, Qin Jun said. Little Yuan looked at Qin Jun suspiciously. Why is this guy acting more and more like one of us? Where's the sword mausoleum? Little Yuan asked. It's 30 miles northwest of the imperial city, among the crypts, Qin Jun replied. Lu Zhou looked in the direction of the Mausoleum of Swords. He knew more about the mausoleum than Qin Jun did, having access to a millennium of Jian Dao's memories. He wouldn't lose in a contest of knowledge. When Qin Jun saw that Lu Zhou remained silent, he continued, Old sir, the letter for you mentioned. He suddenly trailed off, thinking it better to be cautious. Speak, Lu Zhou told him. Your disciple is persistent. Is he the one causing you trouble? Qin Jun remembered the content of the letter he had opened at the Prince of Qi mansion. Lu Zhou said, You should know better than I. Everyone knew who the traitors of the evil Sky Pavilion were. There was no way Qin Jun wouldn't know about them. This was also a jab at Qin Jun. He knew Yu Xinghai was a traitor, yet still worked with him. Where was his respect for the master of the evil Sky Pavilion? Qin Jun smiled awkwardly and did not reply. Lu Zhou stepped into the air with his hands behind his back, flying northwest. He did not know which of his disciples was causing trouble for Jiang Jin. Was it Yu Shengrong, Yu Xinghai, or Si Wuya? No matter who it was, if he encountered them, he would take them down on the spot. What are you standing around for? We're leaving. Little Yuan had already stepped into the air. When she turned and saw Qin Jun standing there in stunned silence, she urged him on. Qin Jun immediately stepped into the air, following them. I'm coming. At this moment, he had lost all the bearing of a prince. Qin Jun and Little Yuan followed Lu Zhou. Little Yuan, being a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, and with her cloud-treading boots, moved quickly. Qin Jun felt touched when he noticed that Lu Zhou's speed was nearly the same as his own. Old Mister is adjusting his speed to consider me. I really don't deserve this. Although the three did not fly at the speed of nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators, they arrived quickly since the Mausoleum of Swords was not too far away. A short while later, the three landed near a mountain range that extended for several miles. Lu Zhou stroked his beard with one hand and placed the other on his back as he observed the mountains. After Qin Jun descended, he said, It should be near Purple Sun Mountain. Let's go, Lu Zhou said, walking along the winding mountain path. Soon, they heard what sounded like a heated argument. The darknet is too despicable. The Mausoleum of Swords should be open to everyone, and yet, they barred everyone from entering. Well, they are villains after all. Don't forget, the darknet's master is Si Wuya, the seventh disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. I'd accept it from the old villain Ji, but not Si Wuya. He's nothing but a traitor. At this moment, Lu Zhou and the others turned the corner and saw a group of cultivators. About 50 of them were gathered there, their cultivation bases ranging from the Mystic and Lightning realm, the Brahman Sea realm, and the Divine Court realm, with one at the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Jiang Jin. He was squatting alone on a rock, his sword slung lazily over his shoulder, looking at the path blocked by a boulder. Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin shivered and slid off the rock. He turned to look around. Who would recognize me and call out to me in this wilderness? After a while, old senior? Long time no see. Oh, how I miss you so. Heh, little girl, you seem taller than before. Jiang Jin extended a hand and walked up to them without a hint of shame. Little Yuan rolled her eyes at him and looked away. Lu Zhou glanced at the blocked path and asked, What's all the commotion about? Jiang Jin pointed at the huge boulder and said, Your disciple blocked the path. Is it difficult to clear the path with your cultivation base? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Jin cleared his throat. I am one of the leaders of the three sword freaks. People fall for me, and flowers bloom for me. I am an elite of the sword and would never do something like this. Lu Zhou stared at Jiang Naijin, making him feel uneasy. I'll do it, I'll do it. I was waiting for you, old senior. The moment I sent the message, I knew you would come. Jiang Naijin admitted, you mentioned in your letter that there's something I want in the sword mausoleum? Indeed. Jiang Naijin nodded and said, you told me to investigate the evil Sky Pavilion's item, and I went through much trouble to do that. I didn't know it before, but I was shocked by what I discovered. The two so-called blank heavenly writing scrolls in the Empress Dowager's hands are from the evil Sky Pavilion. Continue, Lu Zhou said. Jiang Naijin was a prince, so it was no surprise that he managed to learn about this. Lu Zhou already had his suspicions beforehand. Jiang Naijin's words only confirmed his suspicions. In other words, the final remaining piece was indeed still in the Empress Dowager's possession. Jiang Naijin looked around before moving closer and said in a hushed tone, the Empress Dowager had an illness, and it said that the blank heavenly writing scrolls cured her. Hence, she gave one of them to the retired emperor. Alas, it was of no use. The scroll was then entombed with the retired emperor. When little Yuana heard this, she said, are you saying you want to exhume a grave for my master? What are you talking about? I'm not doing such things. I'm here to find the demon sword, Jiang Naijin said. Demon sword? The mausoleum of swords is behind the crypt. It's a location nurtured by the qi of extreme yin and yang. I'm certain that a peerless sword was produced there. On such an occasion, I, the leader of the three sword freaks, can't possibly be absent. Little girl, don't glare at me, Jiang Naijin said. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, are the others free to dig up the imperial crypt? Jiang Naijin waved his hands and said, the mausoleum of swords and the crypts are different. The Purple Sun Mountain has the yang attribute on the south and the yin attribute on the north. It extends for several miles, and both locations have nothing to do with each other. He abruptly stopped talking, suddenly remembering that the old senior before him was even more knowledgeable than he was. He felt as though he had made a fool of himself. Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Naijin and said, indeed, both locations aren't the same, but they're both in the Purple Sun Mountain. Perhaps, they might have been connected a long time ago. Are you just going to stand there? By this, he meant that as a prince, was he going to stand idly by while outsiders dug his family's grave? Well. Jiang Naijin was slightly stunned. Lu Zhou walked toward the boulder blocking the path. The group of cultivators immediately turned their attention to Lu Zhou. Seeing the old man, they hastily made way for him. Lu Zhou's appearance had changed significantly since before. It wasn't just a reversal of his age, his taste in clothing had also evolved. Ji Tiandao kept his hair slightly unkempt, had a short temper, and didn't practice restraint. His clothes were simple and crude. In contrast, Lu Zhou preferred a neat appearance. At the very least, his clothes had to fit well. He exuded the air of an elder. Based on this alone, he and Ji Tiandao seemed like two different people. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, clean this up. The people around him exchanged glances. Old man, who are you talking to? Little Yuan pointed at Jiang Naijin and said, go. Me? Jiang Naijin pointed at himself. Yes, you. Jiang Naijin felt like crying. Very well. For the demon sword, I'll bear with this for now. He pushed himself up from the ground, spread his arms, and unsheathed Dragon Song. Upon seeing this, the cultivators were in awe and immediately made way for him. What a powerful person. Didn't he say there was nothing he could do about this earlier? This aura. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. He's a Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elite. As soon as Dragon Song was unsheathed, a ring of golden light surrounded the sword, and a massive energy blade appeared. Jiang Naijin slashed downward with his sword. Boom! The energy blade collided with the boulder. Rubble and debris shot up everywhere. The cultivators activated their protective energies to defend against the ricocheting rubble and debris. A short while later, the air cleared, and they could see clearly again. The boulder had been sliced apart by dragon song. Jiang Jin was pleased with his handiwork. He descended slowly. When he landed, he ran his hand through his hair and returned dragon song to its scabbard, saying, "I can't help it. I'm flashy and powerful." The cultivators took another step back. Too powerful. Even little Yuan did not expect this shameless person to be capable of such a mighty move. It seemed she had been underestimating him all along. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said softly, "Let's go." Qin Jun and little Yuan followed him. The old one first. True, true. The old one should go first. When the cultivators saw Jiang Jin treating the old man with respect, they did not dare to underestimate Lu Zhou. Little Yuan bared her canine teeth and said harshly, "Who are you calling old? You're old. Your entire family is old." The group of cultivators was so shocked that they did not dare to get close, merely following from a distance. After walking for a while, little Yuan saw the group of cultivators still following them. She said, "Master. They're so annoying. Should I chase them away?" "There's no need for that." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked ahead. There are many swords in the sword mausoleum. Their cultivation bases aren't sufficient to move the demon sword. On the contrary, if they remove enough swords from the mausoleum, the sword formation would be weakened. Jiang Jin said, "You've got a point. As expected of an old senior, you are highly knowledgeable. I'm impressed." Brown noser. Little Yuan pulled a face at him. Qin Jun cupped his fists and said, "Old sir, are you saying that the swords in the mausoleum sword formation are without owners?" "They're without owners, and they easily recognize new owners. We'd need some energy to destroy them," Lu Zhou said. "I see. I've learned something new from you again." Qin Jun bowed. The group of cultivators behind them overheard the conversation and was delighted. A few of the bolder cultivators bowed at Lu Zhou and the others. "The old sir is right. We must work together in the mausoleum of swords. There is strength in numbers. Our cultivation bases are weak, and we can only obtain ordinary swords. The old sir's cultivation base is profound, and he will obtain the better swords. This is perfect. The old sir is kind and magnanimous, unlike the despicable Si Wuya, who's a selfish prick." Little Yuan looked at her master with an awkward expression. Lu Zhou was not bothered. The rascal deserved to be cursed for what he did. Perhaps, finding Lu Zhou approachable, the cultivators grew bolder. They closed their distance, and some even walked with them. Shortly after, they arrived at the entrance to the mausoleum of swords. The mausoleum is up ahead, the entrance is barred again. Why is he doing this? It only troubles others and serves himself. Lu Zhou ignored their discussion. He calmly said, "Jiang Jin. What? Deal with this." "Me again?" Jiang Jin felt everyone's eyes on him. "Fine. I'll do it." He thought to himself, "Sigh, this is far from what I planned." Like before, Jiang Jin easily removed the obstacle. Qin Jun said, "He must be doing this to buy time. These boulders can't stop stronger cultivators. It's clear that he's doing this to buy time. The demon sword can't be easily obtained," Jiang Jin said confidently. "You're right. However, you forget that Si Wuya is the evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple." Qin Jun retorted. Jiang Jin was rendered speechless and flustered by Qin Jun's words. "Please don't speak if you're lacking in conversational skills." Lu Zhou remained silent. Instead, he walked ahead of the others with his hands behind his back into the mausoleum of swords. Little Yuan hurriedly followed him. The cultivators swarmed into the mausoleum. The moment they entered, mountainous piles of swords came into view. Various swords were sticking out of the sword mounds, in different sizes and lengths. The cultivators were captivated by the sight. Jiang Jin, however, shook his head. "They're all third-rate items." He could hardly wait to get his hands on the demon sword. To him, the swords here were unrefined and common. Only the demon sword in the sword formation was the greatest beauty in his heart, the only sword he fancied here,